Mark Twain in India. Written by Mark Twain, narrated by Leonard. Mark Twain in India. India is the cradle of the human race, the birthplace of human speech, the mother of history, the grandmother of legend, and the great-grandmother of tradition. Our most valuable and most restrictive materials in the history of man are treasured up in India only. Mark Twain. Chapter 1. Prosperity is the best protector of principle. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar.
Evening, 14th. Sailed in the Rosetta. This is a poor old ship, and ought to be insured and sunk. As in the Oceana, just so here. Everybody dresses for dinner. They make it a sort of pious duty. These fine and formal costumes are a rather conspicuous contrast to the poverty and shabbiness of the surroundings. If you want a slice of a lime at 4 o'clock tea, you must sign an order on the bar. Limes cost 14 cents a barrel. January 18th. We have been running up the Arabian Sea laterally, closing up on Bombay now, and due to arrive this evening. January 20th. Bombay. A bewitching place, a bewildering place, an enchanting place. The Arabian Nights come again. It is a vast city, contains about 1 million inhabitants, natives they are, with a slight sprinkling of white people, not enough to have the slightest modifying effect upon the mass dark complexion of the public. It is winter here, yet the weather is the divine weather of June, and the foliage is the fresh and heavenly foliage of June. There is a rank of noble great shade trees across the way from the hotel, and under them sits groups of picturesque natives of both sexes, and the juggler in his turban is there with his snakes and his magic, and all day long the cabs and multitudinous varieties of costumes flock by. It does not seem as if one could ever get tired of watching this moving show, this shining and shifting spectacle. In the great bazaar, the pack and jam of natives was marvelous. The sea of rich-colored turbans and draperies an inspiring sight, and the quaint and showy Indian architecture was just the right setting for it. Towards sunset, another show. This is the drive around the seashore to Malabar Point, where Lord Sandhurst, the governor of the Bombay Presidency, lives. Posse palaces all along the first part of the drive, and past them all the world is driving. The private carriages of wealthy Englishmen and natives of rank are manned by a driver and 3 footmen in stunning oriental liveries. 2 of these turban statues standing up behind, as fine as monuments. Sometimes even the public carriages have these superabundant crews, slightly modified, one to drive, one to sit by and see it done, and one to stand up behind and yell. Yell when there is anybody in the way, and for practice when there isn't. It all helps to keep up the liveliness and augment the general sense of swiftness and energy and confusion and powwow. In the region of Scandal Point, felicitous name, where there are handy rocks to sit on and a noble view of the sea on the one hand, and on the other the passing and repassing whirl and tumult of gay carriages, are great groups of comfortably off Parsi women, perfect flower beds of brilliant color, a fascinating spectacle. Tramp, tramp, tramping along the road. In singles, couples, groups, and gangs, you have the working man and the working woman, but not clothed like ours. Usually the man is a nobly built great athlete, with not a rag on, but his lion handkerchief. His color, a deep dark brown, his skin satin. His rounded muscles knobbing, as if it had eggs under it. Usually the woman is a slender and shapely creature, as erect as a lightning rod, and she has but one thing on, a bright-colored, piece of stuff which is wound about her head and her body, down nearly halfway to her knees, and which clings like her own skin. Her legs and feet are bare, and so are her arms, except for her fanciful bunches of loose silver rings on her ankle and on her arms. She has jewelry bunched on the side of her nose also, and showy cluster rings on her toes. When she undresses for bed, she takes off her jewelry. I suppose if she took off anything more, she would catch cold. As a rule, she has a large, shiny brass water jug of graceful shape on her head, and one of her naked arms curves up, and the hand holds it there. She is so straight, so erect, and she steps with such style and such easy grace and dignity, and her curved arm and her brazen jar are such a help to the picture. Indeed, our working women cannot begin with her as a road decoration. It is all color, bewitching color, enchanting color. Everywhere all around, all the way around the curving, great, opaline bay clear to the government house, where the turbaned big natives, chuprasis, stand grouped in state at the door in their robes of fiery red, and do most properly and stunningly finish up the splendid show, and make it theatrically complete. I wish I were a chuprasi. It is indeed India, the land of dreams and romance, of fabulous wealth and fabulous poverty, of splendor and rags, of palaces and hovels, of famine and pestilence, of genii and giants, and Aladdin lamps, of tigers and elephants, and the cobra and the jungle. The country of 100 nations and 100 tongues, of 1,000 religions and 2,000,000 gods, cradle of the human race, birthplace of human speech, mother of history, grandmother of legend, great-grandmother of tradition, whose yesterdays bear date with the mouldering antiquities of the rest of the nations, the one sole country under the sun that is endowed with an imperishable interest for all alien prince and alien peasant, for lettered and ignorant, wise and foolish, rich and poor, bond and free, the one land that all men desire to see, and having seen once, by even a glimpse, would not give that glimpse for the shows of all the rest of the globe combined. Even now, after the lapse of a year, the delirium of those days in Bombay has not left me, and I hope never will. It was all new, no detail of it hackneyed, and India did not wait for morning. It began at the hotel straight away. The lobbies and halls were full of turbaned and fezzed and embroidered, capped and barefooted, and cotton-clad dark natives, some of them rushing about, others at rest squatting, or sitting on the ground, some of them chattering with energy, others still and dreamy. In the dining-room every man's own private native servant standing behind his chair, and dressed for a part in the Arabian Nights. Our rooms were high up on the front. A white man, he was a burly German, went up with us, and brought 3 natives along to see to arranging things. About 14 others followed in procession. With the hand baggage, each carried an article, and only one, a bag in some cases, in other cases less. One strong native carried my overcoat, another a parasol, another a box of cigars, another a novel, and the last man in the procession had no load but a fan. It was all done with earnestness and sincerity. There was not a smile in the procession from the head of it to the tail of it. Each man waited patiently, tranquilly, in no sort of a hurry, till one of us found time to give him a copper. Then he bent his head reverently, touched his forehead with his fingers, and went his way. They seemed a soft and gentle race, and there was something both winning and touching about their demeanor. There was a vast, glazed door which opened upon the balcony. It needed closing or cleaning or something, and a native got down on his knees and went to work at it. He seemed to be doing it well enough, but perhaps he wasn't. for the burly German put on a look that betrayed dissatisfaction. Then, without explaining what was wrong, gave the native a brisk cuff on the jaw, and told him where the defect was. It seemed such a shame to do that before us all. The native took it with meekness, saying nothing, and not showing in his face or manner any resentment. I had not seen the like of this for 50 years. It carried me back to my boyhood, and flashed upon me the forgotten fact that this was the usual way of explaining one's desires to a slave. I was able to remember that the method seemed right and natural to me in those days, I being born to it and unaware that elsewhere there were other methods. But I was also able to remember that those unresented cuffings made me sorry for the victim and ashamed for the punisher. My father was a refined and kindly gentleman, very grave, rather austere, of rigid probity, a sternly just and upright man. Albeit he attended no church and never spoke of religious matters, and had no part nor lot in the pious joys of his Presbyterian family, nor ever seemed to suffer from this deprivation. He laid his hand upon me in punishment only twice in his life, and then not heavily. Once for telling him a lie, which surprised me and showed me how unsuspicious he was, for that was not my maiden effort. He punished me those 2 times only, and never any other member of the family at all. Yet every now and then he cuffed our harmless slave boy Louis, for trifling little blunders and awkwardness. My father had passed his life among the slaves from his cradle up, and his cuffings proceeded from the custom of the time, not from his nature. When I was 10 years old, I saw a man fling a lump of iron ore at a slaveman in anger, for merely doing something awkwardly, as if that were a crime. It bounded from the man's skull, and the man fell and never spoke again. He was dead in an hour. I knew the man had a right to kill his slave if he wanted to, and yet it seemed a pitiful thing, and somehow wrong, though why wrong I was not deep enough to explain if I had been asked to do it. Nobody in the village approved of that murder, but of course no one said much about it. It is curious, the space-annihilating power of thought. For just 1 second, all that goes to make the me in me was in a Missourian village, on the other side of the globe, vividly seeing again those forgotten pictures of 50 years ago, and wholly unconscious of all things but just those. And in the next second I was back in Bombay, and that kneeling native's spitting cheek was not done tingling yet. Back to boyhood, 50 years. Back to age again. Another 50, and a flight equal to the circumference of the globe, all in 2 seconds by the watch. Some natives, I don't remember how many, went into my bedroom now and put things to rights and arranged the mosquito bar, and I went to bed to nurse my cough. It was about 9 in the evening. What a state of things! For 3 hours the yelling and shouting of natives in the hall continued, along with the velvety patter of their swift bare feet. What a racket it was! They were yelling orders and messages down 3 flights. Why, in the matter of noise it amounted to a riot, an insurrection, a revolution. And then there were other noises mixed up with these, and at intervals tremendously ascending them. Roofs falling in, I judged, windows smashing, persons being murdered, crows squawking, and deriding and cursing, canaries screeching, monkeys jabbering, macaws blaspheming, and every now and then fiendish bursts of laughter and explosions of dynamite. By midnight I had suffered all the different kinds of shocks there are, and knew that I could never more be disturbed by them, either isolated or in combination. Then came peace, stillness deep and solemn, and lasted till 5. Then it all broke loose again, And who restarted it? The bird of birds, the Indian crow. I came to know him well, by and by, and be infatuated with him. I suppose he is the hardest lot that wears feathers. Yes, and the cheerfulest, and the best satisfied with himself. He never arrived at what he is by any careless process, or any sudden one. He is a work of art, and the art is long. He is the product of immemorial ages, and of deep calculation. He has been reincarnated more times than Shiva, and he has kept a sample of each incarnation and fused it into his constitution, in the course of his evolutionary promotions, his sublime march toward ultimate perfection. He has been a gambler, a low comedian, a dissolute priest, a fussy woman, a blackguard, a scoffer, a liar, a thief, a spy, an informer, a trading politician, a swindler, a professional hypocrite, a patriot for cash, a reformer, a lecturer, a lawyer, a conspirator, a rebel, a royalist, a democrat, a practicer and propagator of irreverence, a meddler, an intruder, a busybody, an infidel, and a wallower in sin for the mere love of it. The strange result, the incredible result, of this patient accumulation of all damnable traits is that he does not know what care is. He does not know what sorrow is. He does not know what remorse is. His life is one long thundering ecstasy of happiness, and he will go to his death untroubled, knowing that he will soon turn up again as an author or something, and be even more intolerably capable and comfortable than ever he was before. In his straddling, wide-forward step, and his springy, sidewise series of hops, and his imprudent air, and his cunning way of canting his head to one side upon occasion, he reminds one of the American blackbird. But the sharp resemblance stops there. He is much bigger than the blackbird, and he lacks the blackbird's trim and slender and beautiful build and shapely beak. And, of course, his sober garb of gray and rusty black is a poor and humble thing compared with the splendid luster of the blackbird's metallic sables and shifting and flashing bronze glories. The blackbird is a perfect gentleman, in deportment and attire, and is not noisy, I believe, except when holding religious services and political conventions in a tree. But this Indian sham Quaker is just a rowdy, and is always noisy when awake, always chaffing, scolding, scoffing, laughing, ripping, and cursing, and carrying on about something or other. I never saw such a bird for delivering opinions. Nothing escapes him. He notices everything that happens, and brings out his opinions about it, particularly if it is a matter that is none of his business, and is never a mild opinion, but always a violent and profane. The presence of ladies does not affect him. His opinions are not the outcome of reflection, for he never thinks about anything, but heaves out the opinion that is on top of his mind, and much is often an opinion about some quite different thing, and does not fit the case. But that is his way. His main idea is to get out an opinion, and if he stopped to think, he would lose chances. I suppose he has no enemies among men. The whites and Mohammedans never seem to molest him, and the Hindus, because of their religion, never take the life of any creature, but spare even the snakes and tigers and fleas and rats. If I sat on one end of the balcony, the crows would gather on the railing at the other end and talk about me, and edge closer, little by little, till I could almost reach them, and they would sit there in the most unabashed way, and talk about my clothes, and my hair, and my complexion, and probable character and vocation in politics, and how I came to be in India, and what I had been doing, and how many days I had got for it, and how I had happened to go unhanged for so long, and one would have probably come off, and might there be more of my sort where I came from, and when would they be hanged, and so on, until I could no longer endure the embarrassment of it, Then I would shoo them away, and they would circle around in the air a little while, laughing and deriding and mocking, and presently settle on the rail and do it all over again. They were very sociable when there was anything to eat, oppressively so. With a little encouragement, they would come in and light on the table and help me eat my breakfast. And once, when I was in the other room and they found themselves alone, they carried off everything they could lift, and they were particular to choose things which they could make no use of after they got them. In India, their number is beyond estimate, and their noise is in proportion. I suppose they cost the country more than the government does. Yet that is not a light matter. Still, they pay. Their company pays. It would sadden the land to take their cheerful wake out of it.
Chapter 2. By trying, we can easily learn to endure adversity. Another man's, I mean. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar.
You soon find your long-ago dreams of India rising in a sort of vague and luscious moonlight above the horizon rim of your opaque consciousness, and softly lighting up 1,000 forgotten details which were parts of a vision that once been vivid to you when you were a boy, and steep your spirit in tales of the East, the barbaric gorgeousness, for instance, and the princely titles, the sumptuous titles, the sounding titles, how good they taste in the mouth, the Nizam of Hyderabad, the Maharaja of Travancore, the Nabob of Jubalpur, the Begum of Bhopal, the Nawab of Mysore, the Rani of Gulnar, the Akud of Swats, the Rao of Rohilkhand, the Gakwar of Bordeaux. Indeed, it is a country that runs richly to name. The great god Vishnu has 108, 108 special ones, 108 peculiarly holy ones, names just for Sunday use only. I learned the whole of Vishnu's 108 by heart once, but they wouldn't stay. I don't remember any of them now but John W. And the romances connected with those princely native houses. To this day they are always turning up, just as in the old times. They were sweating out a romance in an English court in Bombay a while before we were there. In this case a native prince, 16.5 years old, who has been enjoying his titles and dignities and estates unmolested for 14 years, is suddenly haled into court on the charge that he is rightfully no prince at all, but a pauper peasant, that the real prince died when 2.5 years old, that the death was concealed, and a peasant child smuggled into the royal cradle, and that this present incumbent was that smuggled substitute. This is the very material that so many oriental tales have been made of. The case of that great prince, the Gakwar of Baroda, is a reversal of the theme. When that throne fell vacant, no heir could be found for some time, but at last one was found in the person of a peasant child, who was making mud pies in a village street, and having an innocent good time, but his pedigree was straight. He was the true prince, and he had reigned ever since, with none to dispute his right. Lately there was another hunt for an heir to another princely house, and one was found who was circumstanced about as the Gakwar had been. His fathers were traced back, in humble life, along a branch of the ancestral tree to the point where it joined the stem 14 generations ago, and his heirship was thereby squarely established. The tracing was done by means of the records of one of the great Hindu shrines, where princes on pilgrimage record their names and the date of their visit. This is to keep the prince's religious account straight and his spiritual person safe, but the record has the added value of keeping the pedigree authentic too. When I think of Bombay now, At this distance of time, I seem to have a kaleidoscope at my eye, and I hear the clash of the glass bits as the splendid figures change, and fall apart, and flash into new forms, figure after figure, and with the birth of each new form I feel my skin crinkle and my nerve web tingle with a new thrill of wonder and delight. These remembered pictures float past me in a sequence of contrasts, following the same order always, and always whirring by and disappearing with the swiftness of a dream, leaving me with a sense that the actuality was the experience of an hour at most, whereas it really covered days, I think. The series begins with the hiring of a bearer, native man servant, a person who should be selected with some care, because as long as he is in your employee, he will be about as near to you as your clothes. In India, your day may be said to begin with the bearer's knock on the bedroom door, accompanied by a formula of words, a formula which is intended to mean that the bath is ready. It doesn't really seem to mean anything at all, but that is because you are not used to bearer English. You will presently understand. Where he gets his English is his own secret. There is nothing like it elsewhere in the earth, or even in paradise, perhaps, but the other place is probably full of it. You hire him as soon as you touch Indian soil, for no matter what your sex is, you cannot do without him. He is a messenger, valet, chambermaid, table-waiter, lady's maid, courier. He is everything. He carries a coarse linen cloth bag and a quilt. He sleeps on the stone floor outside your chamber door, and gets his meals you do not know where or when. You only know that he is not fed on the premises, either when you are in a hotel or when you are a guest in a private house. His wages are large, from an Indian point of view, and he feeds and clothes himself out of them. We had 3 of him in 2.5 months. The first one's rate was 30 rupees a month, that is to say, 27 cents a day. The rate of the others, ours, 40 rupees a month, a princely sum, for the native switchman on a railway and the native servant in a private family gets only ours 7 per month, and the farmhand only 4. The 2 former feed and clothe themselves and their families on their $1.90 per month. But I cannot believe that the farmhand has to feed himself on his $1.08. I think the farm probably feeds him, and that the whole of his wages, except a trifle for the priest, goes to the support of his family, that is, to the feeding of his family, for they live in a mud hut, handmade, and doubtless rent-free, and they wear no clothes, at least nothing more than a rag, and not much of a rag at that. In the case of the males, however, these are handsome times for the farmhand. He was not always the child of luxury that he is now. The chief commissioner of the central province, in a recent official utterance, wherein he was rebuking a native deputation for complaining of hard times, reminded them that they could easily remember when a farmhand's wages were only half a rupee, former value, a month, that is to say, less than a cent a day, nearly $2.90 a year. If such a wage earner had a good deal of a family, and they all have that, for God is very good to these poor natives in some ways, he would save a profit of 15 cents, clean and clear, out of his year's toil. I mean, a frugal, thrifty person would, not one given to display and ostentation. And if he owed $13.50, and took good care of his health, he could pay it off in 90 years. Then he could hold up his head and look his creditors in the face again. Think of these facts and what they mean. India does not consist of cities. There are no cities in India, to speak of. Its stupendous population consists of farm laborers. India is one vast farm, one almost interminable stretch of fields with mud fences between. Think of the above facts, and consider what an incredible aggregate of poverty they place before you. The first bearer that applied waited below, and sent up his recommendations. That was the first morning in Bombay. We read them over, carefully, cautiously, thoughtfully. There was not a fault to find with them, except one. They were all from Americans. Is that a slur? It is, if it is deserved one. In my experience, an American's recommendation of a servant is not usually valuable. We are too good-natured a race. We hate to say the unpleasant thing. We shrink from speaking the unkind truth about a poor fellow whose bread depends upon our verdict. So we speak of his good points only, thus not scrupling to tell a lie, a silent lie, for in not mentioning his bad ones, we as good as say he hasn't any. The only difference that I know between a silent lie and a spoken one is that the silent lie is a less respectable one than the other, and it can deceive, whereas the other can't. As a rule, we not only tell the silent lie as to a servant's faults, but we sin in another way. We overpraise his merits. For when it comes to writing recommendations of servants, we are a nation of gushers. And we have not the Frenchman's excuse. In France, you must give the departing servant a good recommendation, and you must conceal his faults. You have no choice. If you mention his faults for the protection of the next candidate for his services, he can sue you for damages, and the court will award them too. And moreover, the judge will give you a sharp dressing down from the bench for trying to destroy a poor man's character and rob him of his bread. I do not state this on my own authority. I got it from a French physician of fame and repute, a man who was born in Paris and had practiced there all his life, and he said that he spoke not merely from common knowledge, but from exasperating personal experience. As I was saying, the bearers' recommendation were all from American tourists, and St. Peter would have admitted him to the fields of the blessed on them. I mean, if he is as unfamiliar with our people and our ways as I suppose he is. According to these recommendations, Manuel X was supreme in all the arts connected with his complex trade, and these manifold arts were mentioned and praised in detail. His English was spoken of in terms of warm admiration verging upon rapture. I took pleased note of that, and hoped that some of it might be true. We had to have someone right away, so the family went downstairs and took him a week on trial, then sent him up to me and departed on their affairs. I was shut up in my quarters with a bronchial cough, and glad to have something fresh to look at, something new to play with. Manuel filled the bill. Manuel was very welcome. He was toward 50 years old, tall, slender, with a slight stoop, an artificial stoop, a deferential stoop, a stoop rigidified by long habit, with face of European mold, short hair intensely black, gentle black eyes, timid black eyes, indeed, complexion very dark, nearly black in fact, face smooth-shaven. He was bare-headed and bare-footed, and was never otherwise while his week with us lasted. His clothing was European, cheap, flimsy, and showed much wear. He stood before me and inclined his head and body, in the pathetic Indian way, touching his forehead with the finger ends of his right hand in salute. I said, "Manuel, you are evidently Indian, but you seem to have a Spanish name when you put it all together. How is that?" A perplexed look gathered in his face. It was plain that he had not understood, but he didn't let on. He spoke back placidly. "Name? Manuel. Yes, master." "I know. But how did you get the name?" "Oh, yes, I suppose. Think happened so. Father same name, not mother." I saw that I must simplify my language and spread my words apart, if it would be understood by this English scholar. "Well, then, how did your father get his name?" "Oh, he Christian, Portuguese, live in Goa." I born go. Mother not Portuguese. Mother, native high caste Brahmin, Cullen Brahmin, highest caste. No other so high caste. I high caste Brahmin too. Christian too. Same as father. High caste Christian Brahmin master. Salvation Army. All of this haltingly and with difficulty. Then he had an inspiration and began to pour out a flood of words that I could make nothing of. So I said, "Dad, don't do that. I can't understand Hindustani." "Not Hindustani, mister. English. Always. I speaking English sometimes when I talking every day, all the time at you." "Very well. Stick to that. That is intelligible. It is not up to my hopes. It is not up to the promise of the recommendations. Still, it is English, and I understand it. Don't elaborate it. I don't like elaborations when they are crippled by uncertainty of touch." "Mister?" "Oh, never mind. It was only a random thought. I didn't expect you to understand it. How did you get your English? Is it an acquirement or just a gift of God?" After some hesitation, piously, "Yes, it is very good. Christian God very good. Hindu God very good too. 2 million Hindu God, 1 Christian God make 2,000,001. All mine. 2,000,001 God. I got plenty. Sometimes I pray all time at those. Keep it up, go all time, every day. Give something at shrine. All good for me. Make me better man. Good for me. Good for my family. Damn good." Then he had another inspiration, and went rambling off into fervent confusions and incoherencies. I had to stop him again. I thought we had talked enough, so I told him to go to the bathroom and clean it up and remove the slops. This to get rid of him. He went away, seeming to understand, and got out some of my clothes and began to brush them. I repeated my desire several times, simplifying and resimplifying it, and at last he got the idea. Then he went away and put a coolie at the work, and explained that he would lose caste if he did it himself. It would be pollution, by the law of his caste, and it would cost him a deal of fuss and trouble to purify himself and accomplish his rehabilitation. He said that the kind of work was strictly forbidden to persons of caste, and as strictly restricted to the very bottom layer of Hindu society, the despised Sudra, the toiler, the laborer. He was right, and apparently the poor Sudra had been content with his strange lot, his insulting distinction for ages and ages, clear back to the beginning of things, so to speak. Buckle says that his name, laborer, is a term of contempt, that it is ordained by the Institutes of Menu, 900 B.C., that if Sudra sit on a level with the superior, he should be exiled or branded, without going into particulars. I'll remark that as a rule that they wear no clothing that would conceal the brand, MT. If he speak contemptuously of a superior or insult him, he shall suffer death. If he listen to the reading of the sacred books, he shall have burning oil poured into his ears. If he memorizes passages from them, he shall be killed. If he marry his daughter to a Brahmin, the husband shall go to hell for defiling himself by contact with a woman so infinitely his inferior, and that it is forbidden to a Sudra to acquire wealth. The bulk of the population of India, says Bucklet, population today, 300 million, is the Sudras, the workers, the farmers, the creators of wealth. Manuel was a failure, poor old fellow. His age was against him. He was desperately slow and phenomenally forgetful. When he went 3 blocks on an errand, he would be gone 2 hours, and then forget what it was he went for. When he packed a trunk, it took him forever, and the trunk's contents were an unimaginable chaos when he got done. He couldn't wait satisfactorily at table, a prime defect, for if you haven't your own servant in an Indian hotel, you are likely to have a slow time of it and go away hungry. We couldn't understand his English. He couldn't understand ours. And when we found that he couldn't understand his own, it seemed time for us to part. I had to discharge him. There was no help for it. But I did it as kindly as I could, and as gently. "We must part," said I, "but I hoped we should meet again in a better world." It was not true, but it was only a little thing to say, and saved his feelings and cost me nothing. But now that he was gone, and was off my mind and heart, my spirits began to rise at once, and I was soon feeling brisk and ready to go out and have adventures. Then his newly hired successor flitted in, touched his forehead, and began to fly around here, there, and everywhere on his velvet feet. And in 5 minutes he had everything in the room ship-shape and Bristol fashion, as the sailors say, and he was standing at the salute, waiting for orders. Dear me, what a rustler he was after the slumberous way of Manuel, poor old slug! All my heart, all my affections, all my admiration went out spontaneously to this frisky little force-black thing, this compact and compressed incarnation of energy and force and promptness and celerity and confidence, this smart, smiley, engaging, shiny-eyed little devil, ferruled on his upper end by a gleaming fire-coal of a fez, with a red-hot tassel dangling from it. I said with deep satisfaction, "You'll suit. What is your name?" He reeled it mellowly off. "Let me see if I can make a selection out of it. For business uses, I mean. We will keep the rest for Sundays. Give it to me in installments." He did it, but there did not seem to be any short ones, except Musa, which suggested mouse. It was out of character. It was too soft, too quiet, too conservative. It didn't fit his splendid style. I considered and said, "Musa is short enough, but I don't quite like it. It seems colourless, inharmonious, inadequate, and I am sensitive to such things. How do you think Satan would do?" "Yes, mister. Satan do very good." It was his way of saying very good. There was a rap at the door. Satan covered the ground with a single skip. There was a word or two of Hindustani. Then he disappeared. 3 minutes later he was before me again, militarily erect, and waiting for me to speak first. "What is it, Satan?" "God want to see you." "Who?" "Good. I show him up, mister." "Why, this is so unusual that... Well, you see, indeed, I am so unprepared. I don't quite know what I do mean. Dear me. Can't you explain? Don't you see that this is most Here it is card, mister." Wasn't it curious, and amazing, and tremendous, and all that? Such a personage going around calling on such as I, and sending up his card, like a mortal, sending it up by Satan. It was a bewildering collision of the impossibles. But this was the land of the Arabian Nights. This was India. And what is it that cannot happen in India? We had the interview. Satan was right. The visitor was indeed a god in the conviction of his multitudinous followers, and was worshipped by them in sincerity and humble adoration. They are troubled by no doubts as to his divine origin and office. They believe in him. They pray to him. They make offerings to him. They beg of him remission of sins. To them his person, together with everything connected with it, is sacred. From his barber they buy the parings of his nails and set them in gold, and wear them as precious amulets. I tried to seem tranquilly conversational and at rest, but I was not. Would you have been? I was in a suppressed frenzy of excitement and curiosity and glad wonder. I could not keep my eyes off of him. I was looking upon a god, an actual god, a recognized and accepted god, and every detail of his person and his dress had a consuming interest for me. And the thought went floating through my head, he is worshipped. Think of it. He is not a recipient of the pale homage called compliment, wherewith the highest human clay must make shift to be satisfied, but of an infinitely richer spiritual food, adoration, worship. Men and women lay their cares and their griefs and their broken hearts at his feet, and he gives them his peace, and they go away healed. And just then the awful visitor said, in the simplest way, "There is a feature of the philosophy of Huck Finn which—" and went luminously on with the construction of a compact and nicely discriminated literary verdict. It is a land of surprises, India. I had had my ambitions, I had hoped, and almost expected to be read by kings and presidents and emperors, but I had never looked so high as that. It would be false modesty to pretend that I was not inordinately pleased. I was. I was much more pleased than I should have been with a compliment from a man. He remained half an hour, and I found him a most courteous and charming gentleman. The godship had been in his family a good while, but I did not know how long. He is a Mohammedan deity. By earthly rank he is a prince, not an Indian, but a Persian prince. He is a direct descendant of the prophet's line. He is comely, also young for a god, not 40, perhaps not above 35 years old. He wears his immense honours with tranquil grace, and with a dignity proper to his awful calling. He speaks English with the ease and purity of a person born of it. I think I am not overstating this. He was the only god I have ever seen, and I was very favourably impressed. When he rose to say good-bye, the door swung open, and I caught the flash of a red fez, and heard these words reverently said, "Satan see God out?" Yes, and these mismated beings passed from view, Satan in the lead, and the other following after.
Chapter 3. Few of us can stand prosperity. Another man's, I mean. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar.
The next picture in my mind is Government House on Malabar Point, with the wide sea view from the windows and broad balconies, abode of His Excellency the Governor of the Bombay Presidency, a residence which is European in everything but the native guards and servants, and is a home and a palace of state harmoniously combined. That was England, the English power, the English civilization, the modern civilization, with the quiet elegances, and quiet colours, and quiet tastes, and quiet dignity that are the outcome of the modern civilization. And following it came a picture of the ancient civilization of India, an hour in the mansion of a native prince, Kumar Shari Samatsinji Bahadur, of the Palatine state. The young lad, his heir, was with the prince, also the lad's sister, a wee brown sprite, very pretty, very serious, very winning, delicately moulded, costumed like the daintiest butterfly, a dear little fairyland princess, gravely willing to be friendly with the strangers, but in the beginning preferred to hold her father's hand until she could take stock of them and determine how far they were to be trusted. She must have been 8 years old, so in the natural Indian order of things she would be a bride in 3 or 4 years from now, and then this free contact with the sun and the air and the other belongings of our outdoor nature, and comradeship with visiting male folk would end, and she would shut herself up in the zenana for life, like her mother, and by inherited habit of mind would be happy in that seclusion and not look upon it as an irksome restraint and a weary captivity. The game which the prince amuses his leisure with, however, never mind it, I should never be able to describe it intelligibly. I tried to get an idea of it while my wife and daughter visited the princess in the zenana, a lady of charming graces and a fluent speaker of English, but I did not make it out. It is a complicated game, and I believe it is said that nobody can learn to play it well, but an Indian. And I was not able to learn how to wind a turban. It seemed a simple art and easy, but that was a deception. It is a piece of thin, delicate stuff a foot wide or more, and 40 or 50 feet long, and the exhibitor of the art takes one end of it in his 2 hands, and winds it in and out intricately about his head, twisting it as he goes, and in a minute or 2 the thing is finished, and it is neat and symmetrical, and it fits as snugly as a mold. We were interested in the wardrobe and the jewels, and in the silverware, and its grace of shape and beauty and delicacy of ornamentation. The silverware is kept locked up, except at meal times, and none but the chief butler and the prince have the keys to the safe. I did not clearly understand why, but it was not for the protection of the silver. It was either to protect the prince from the contamination which his caste would suffer if the vessels were touched by low-caste hands, or it was to protect his highness from poison. Possibly it was both. I believe a salaried taster has to taste everything before the prince ventures it. An ancient and judicious custom in the East, and has thinned out the tasters a good deal, for of course it is the cook that puts the poison in. If I were an Indian prince, I would not go to the expense of a taster. I would eat with the cook. Ceremonials are always interesting, and I noted that the Indian good morning is a ceremonial, whereas ours doesn't amount to that. In salutation, the son reverently touches the father's forehead with a small silver implement, tipped with the vermilion paste, which leaves a red spot there, and in return the son receives the father's blessings. Our good morning is well enough for the rowdy West, perhaps, but would be too brusque for the soft and ceremonious East. After being properly necklaced, according to custom, with great garlands made of yellow flowers, and provided with betel nuts to chew, this pleasant visit closed, and we passed thence to a scene of a different sort. From this glow of colour in this sunny life to those grim receptacles of the Parsee dead, the Towers of Silence. There is something stately about that name, and an impressiveness which sinks deep. The hush of death is in it. We have the grave, the tomb, the mausoleum, God's acre, the cemetery. An association has made them eloquent with solemn meaning, but we have no name that is so majestic as the one, or lingers upon the ear with such deep and haunting pathos. On lofty ground, in the midst of a paradise of tropical foliage and flowers, remote from the world in its turmoil and noise, they stood, the Towers of Silence, and away below was spread the wide groves of cocoa palms. Then the city, mile on mile, then the ocean with its fleets of creeping ships, all steeped in a stillness as deep as the hush that hallowed this high place of the dead. The vultures were there. They stood close together in a great circle all around the rim of a massive low tower, waiting. Stood as motionless as sculpted ornaments, and indeed almost deceived one into the belief that that was what they were. Presently there was a slight stir among the score of persons present, and all moved reverently out of the path and ceased from talking. A funeral procession entered the great gate, marching two and two, and moved silently by toward the tower. The corpse lay in a shallow shell, and was under cover of a white cloth, but was otherwise naked. The bearers of the body were separated by an interval of 30 feet from the mourners. They, and also the mourners, were draped all in pure white, and each couple of mourners was figuratively bound together by a piece of white rope or a handkerchief, though they merely held the ends of it in their hands. Behind the procession followed a dog, which was led in a leash. When the mourners had reached the neighborhood of the tower, neither they nor any other human being but the bearers of the dead must approach within 30 feet of it. They turned and went back to one of the prayer houses within the gates, to pray for the spirit of their dead. The bearers unlocked the tower's sole door and disappeared from view within. In a little while they came out bearing the bier and the white covering cloth, and locked the door again. Then the ring of vultures rose, flapping their wings, and swooped down into the tower to devour the body. Nothing was left of it but a clean-picked skeleton when they flocked out again a few minutes afterwards. The principle which underlies and orders everything connected with a Parsee funeral is purity. By the tenets of the Zoroastrian religion, the elements, earth, fire, and water, are sacred, and must not be contaminated by contact with a dead body. Hence, corpses must not be burned, neither must they be buried. None may touch the dead or enter the towers where they repose except certain men who are officially appointed for that purpose. They receive high pay, but theirs is a dismal life, for they must live apart from their species, because their commerce with the dead defiles them, and any who should associate with them would share their defilement. When they come out of the tower, the clothes they are wearing are exchanged for others, in a building within the grounds, and ones which they have taken off are left behind, for they are contaminated, and must never be used again, or suffered to go outside the grounds. These bearers come to every funeral in new garments. So far as is known, no human being other than an official corpse-bearer, save one, has ever entered a tower of silence after its consecration. Just 100 years ago, a European rushed in behind the bearers and fed his brutal curiosity with a glimpse of the forbidden mysteries of the place. This shabby savage's name is not given. His quality is also concealed. These two details, taken in connection with the fact that for his extraordinary offense, the only punishment he got from the East India Company's government was a solemn official reprimand, suggests the suspicion that he was a European of consequence. The same public document which contains the reprimand gave warning that future offenders of his sort, if in the company's service, would be dismissed, and if merchants, suffer revocation of license and exile to England. The towers are not tall, but are low in proportion to their circumference, like a gasometer. But if you should fill a gasometer halfway up with solid granite masonry, then drive a wide and deep well down through the center of this mass of masonry, you would have the idea of a tower of silence. On the masonry surroundings, the bodies lie, in shallow trenches, which radiate like wheel spokes from the well. The trenches slant toward the well and carry it into the rainfall. Underground drains, with charcoal filters in them, carry off this water from the bottom of the well. When a skeleton has lain in the tower exposed to the rain and the flaming sun a month, it is perfectly dry and clean. Then the same bearer that brought it in there come gloved and take it up with tongs, and throw it into the well. There it turns to dust. It is never seen again, never touched again in the world. Other peoples separate their dead, and preserve and continue social distinctions in the grave. The skeletons of kings and statesmen and generals in temples, and pantheons proper to skeletons of their degree, and the skeletons of the commonplace, and the poor in places suited to their meaner estate. But the Parsee hold that all men rank alike in death. All are humble, all poor, all destitute. In sign of their poverty, they are sent to their grave naked. In sign of their equality, the bones of the rich, the poor, the illustrious, and the obscure are flung into the common well together. At a Parsee funeral, there are no vehicles. All concerned must walk, both rich and poor, howsoever great the distance to be traversed may be. In the wells of the 5 towers of silence is mingled the dust of all the Parsee men and women and children who have died in Bombay and its vicinity during the 2 centuries which have elapsed since the Mohammedan conquerors drove the Parsees out of Persia and into the region of India. The earliest of the 5 towers was built by the Madai family, something more than 200 years ago, and it is now reserved to the heirs of that house. None but the dead of that blood are carried thither. The origin of at least one of the details of a Parsee funeral is not now known: the presence of the dog. Before a corpse is borne from the house of a mourning, it must be uncovered and exposed to the gaze of a dog. A dog must also be led to the rear of the funeral. Mr. Narawaji Bairamji, secretary to the Parsee Panchayat, said that these formalities had once had a meaning and a reason for their institution, but they were survivals, whose origin none could now account for. Custom and tradition continue them in force. Antiquity hallows them. It is thought that in ancient times in Persia the dog was a sacred animal, and could guide souls to heaven. Also that his eye had the power of purifying objects which had been contaminated by the touch of the dead, and that hence his presence with a funeral cortege, provides an ever-acceptable remedy in case of need. The Parsees claim that their method of disposing of the dead is an effective protection of the living, that it disseminates no corruption, no impurities of any sort, no disease germs, that no wrap, no garment which has touched the dead is allowed to touch the living afterward, that from the towers of silence nothing proceeds which can carry harm to the outside world. These are just claims, I think. As a sanitary measure, their system seems to be about the equivalent of cremation, and as sure we are drifting slowly, but hopefully, toward cremation these days. It could not be expected that this progress should be swift, but if it be steady and continuous, even by slow, that will suffice. When cremation becomes the rule, we shall cease to shudder at it. We should shudder at burial if we allowed ourselves to think of what goes on in the grave. The dog was an impressive figure to me, representing as he did a mystery whose key is lost. He was humble and apparently depressed, and he let his head droop pensively, and looked as if he might be trying to call back to his mind what it was that he had used to symbolize ages ago when he began his function. There was another impressive thing close at hand, but I was not privileged to see it. That was the sacred fire, a fire which is supposed to have been burning without interruption for more than 2 centuries, and so living by the same heat that was imparted to it so long ago. The Parsees are a remarkable community. There are only about 60,000 in Bombay, and only about half as many as that in the rest of India. But they make up in importance what they lack in numbers. They are highly educated, energetic, enterprising, progressive, rich, and the Jew himself is not more lavish or catholic in his charities and benevolences. The Parsee builds and endow hospitals for both men and animals, and they and their womenkind keep an open purse for all good and great objects. They are a political force and a valued support to the government. They have a pure and lofty religion, and they preserve it in its integrity and order their lives by it. We took a final sweep of the wonderful view of plain and city and ocean, and so ended our visit to the gardens and the towers of silence. And the last thing I noticed was another symbol, a voluntary symbol, this one. It was a vulture, standing on the sawed-off top of a tall and slender, branchless palm, and in an open space in the ground. He was perfectly motionless, and looked like a piece of sculpture on a pillar. And he had a mortuary look, too, which was in keeping with the place.
Chapter 4. There is an old-time toast which is golden for its beauty. When you ascend the hill of prosperity, may you not meet a friend. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. The next picture that drifts across the field of my memory is one which is connected with religious things. We were taken by friends to see a Jain temple. It was small, and had many flags or streamers flying from poles standing above its roof, and its little battlements supported a great many small idols or images. Upstairs, inside, a solitary Jain was praying or reciting aloud in the middle of the room. Our presence did not interrupt him, nor even incommode him or modify his fever. 10 or 12 feet in front of him was the idol, a small figure in a sitting posture. It had the pinkish look of a wax doll, but lacked the doll's roundness of limb and approximation to correctness of form and justness of proportion. Mr. Gandhi explained everything to us. He was a delegate to the Chicago Fair Congress of Religions. It was lucidly done, in masterly English, but in time it faded from me, and now I have nothing left of that episode but an impression, a dim idea of a religious belief clothed in subtle intellectual forms, lofty and clean, barren of fleshy grossness, and with this another dim impression which connects that intellectual system somehow with that crude image, that inadequate idol. How, I do not know. Properly, they do not seem to belong together. Apparently,
The idol symbolized a person who had become a saint or a god through ascensions of steadily augmented holiness, acquired through a series of reincarnations and promotions, extended over many ages, and was now at last a saint, and qualified to vicariously receive worship and transmit it to heaven's chancellery. Was that it? And thence we went to Mr. Premchand's Royshand's bungalow in Love Lane by Kula, where an Indian prince was to receive a deputation of the Jain community, who desired to congratulate him upon a high honour lately conferred upon him by his sovereign, Victoria, Empress of India. She had made him a Knight of the Order of the Star of India. It would seem that even the grandest Indian prince is glad to add the modest title Sir to his ancient native grandeurs, and is willing to do valuable service to win it. He will remit taxes liberally, and will spend money freely upon the betterment of the condition of his subjects, if there is a knighthood to be gotten by it. And he will also do good work, and a deal of it, to get a gun added to the salute allowed him by the British government. Every year the Empress distributes knighthoods, and adds guns for public service done by native princes. The salute of a small prince is 3 or 4 guns. Princes of greater consequences have salutes that run higher and higher, gun by gun. Oh, clear away up to 11, possibly more. But I did not hear of any above 11-gun princes. I was told that when a 4-gun prince gets a gun added, he is pretty troublesome for a while, till the novelty wears off, for he likes the music, and keeps hunting up pretexts to get himself saluted. It may be that supremely grand folk, like the Nizam of Hyderabad and the Gokwa Baradar, have more than 11 guns, but I don't know. When we arrived at the bungalow, the large hall on the ground floor was already about full, and carriages were still flowing into the grounds. The company present made a fine show, an exhibition of human fireworks, so to speak, in the matters of costume and comeliness of brilliant colour. The variety of form noticeable in the display of turbans was remarkable. We were told that the explanation of this was that this Jain delegation was drawn from many parts of India, and that each man wore the turban that was in vogue in his own region. This diversity of turbans made a beautiful effect. I could have wished to start a rival exhibition there, of Christian hats and clothes. I would have cleared one side of the room of its Indian splendors, and repacked the space with Christians drawn from America, England, and the colonies, dressed in the hats and habits of now, and of 20 and 40 and 50 years ago. It would have been a hideous exhibition, a thoroughly devilish spectacle. Then there would have been the added disadvantage of the white complexion. It is not an unbearably unpleasant complexion when it keeps to itself, but when it comes into competition with masses of brown and black, the fact is betrayed that it is endurable only because we are used to it. Nearly all black and brown skins are beautiful, but a beautiful white skin is rare. How rare? One may learn by walking down a street in Paris, New York, or London, on a weekday, particularly an unfashionable street, and keeping count of the satisfactory complexions encountered in the course of a mile. Where dark complexions are massed, they make the whites look bleached out, unwholesome, and sometimes frankly ghastly. I could notice this as a boy down south in the slavery days before the war. The splendid black satin skin of the South African Zulus of Durban seemed to me to come very close to perfection. I can see those Zulus yet. Rickshaw athletes waiting in front of the hotel for custom, handsome and intensely black creatures, moderately clothed in loose summer stuffs, whose snowy whiteness made the black all the blacker by contrast. Keeping that group in my mind, I can compare those complexions with the white ones, which are streaming past this London window now. A lady, complexion, new parchment. Another lady, complexion, old parchment. Another, pink and white, very fine. Man, greyish skin with purple areas. Man, unwholesome fish-belly skin. Girl, sallow face, sprinkled with freckles. Old woman, face white-grey. Young butcher. Face, a general red flush. Jaunticed man, mustard yellow. Elderly lady, colorless skin, with 2 conspicuous moles. Elderly man, a drinker. Boiled cauliflower nose in a flabby face, veined with purple crinklings. Healthy young gentleman, fine fresh complexion. Sick young man, his face a ghastly white. No end of people, whose skins are dull and characterless modifications of the tint which we miscall white. Some of these faces are pimply. Some exhibit other signs of diseased blood. Some show scars of a tint out of a harmony with surrounding shades of color. The white man's complexion makes no concealments. It can't. It seemed to have been designed as a catch-all for everything that can damage it. Ladies have to paint it, and powder it, and cosmetic it, and diet it with arsenic, and enamel it, and be always enticing it, and persuading it, and pestering it, and fussing at it, to make it beautiful, and they do not succeed. But these efforts show what they think of the natural complexion as distributed. As distributed, it needs these helps. The complexion, which they try to counterfeit, is one which nature restricts to the few, to the very few. To 99 persons she gives a bad complexion, to the 100th a good one. The 100th can keep it. How long? 10 years, perhaps. The advantage is with the Zulu, I think. He starts with a beautiful complexion, and it will last him through. And as for the Indian brown, firm, smooth, blemishless, pleasant and restful to the eye, afraid of no color, harmonizing with all colors, and adding a grace to them all. I think there is no sort of chance for the average white complexion against that rich and perfect tint. To return to the bungalow, the most gorgeous costumes present were worn by some children. They seemed to blaze, so bright were the colors, and so brilliant the jewels strewing over the rich materials. These children were professional nautch dancers, and looked like girls, but they were boys. They got up by 1s and 2s and 4s, and danced and sang to an accompaniment of weird music. Their postures and gesturing were elaborate and graceful, but their voices were stringently raspy and unpleasant, and there was a good deal of monotony about the tune. By and by, there was a burst of shouts and cheers outside, and the prince with his train entered in fine dramatic style. He was a stately man. He was ideally costumed, and fairly festooned with ropes of gems. Some of the ropes were of pearls. Some were of uncut great emeralds, emeralds renowned in Bombay for their quality and value. Their size was marvelous, and enticing to the eye, those rocks. A boy, a princeling, was with the prince, and he also was a radiant exhibition. The ceremonies were not tedious. The prince strode to his throne with the port and majesty and the sternness of a Julius Caesar coming to receive and receipt for a back-country kingdom, and have it over, and get out, and no fooling. There was a throne for the young prince, too, and the two sat there, side by side, with their officers grouped at either hand, and most accurately and credibly reproducing the pictures which one sees in the books, pictures which people in the prince's line of business had been furnishing ever since Solomon received the Queen of Sheba, and showed her his things. The chief of the Jain delegation read his paper of congratulations, then pushed it into a beautifully engraved silver cylinder, which was delivered with ceremony into the prince's hands, and at once delivered by him without ceremony into the hands of an officer. I will copy the address here. It is interesting, as showing what an Indian prince's subjects may have opportunity to thank him for in these days of modern English rule, as contrasted with what his ancestor would have given them opportunity to thank him for a century and a half ago. The days of freedom unhampered by English interference. A century and a half ago, an address of thanks could have been put into a small space, it would have thanked the prince, 1. For not slaughtering too many of his people upon mere caprice, 2. For not stripping them bare by sudden and arbitrary tax levies, and bringing famine upon them, 3. For not upon empty pretext destroying the rich and seizing their property, 4. For not killing, blinding, imprisoning, or banishing the relatives of the royal house to protect the throne from possible plots, 5. For not betraying the subject secretly for a bribe into the hands of bands of professional thugs to be murdered and robbed in the prince's back lot. Those were rather common princely industries in the old times, but they and some others of a harsh sort ceased long ago under English rule. Better industries have taken their places, as this address from the Jain community will show. Your Highness, we, the undersigned members of the Jain community of Bombay, have the pleasure to approach Your Highness with the expression of our heartfelt congratulations on the recent conference on Your Highness of the knighthood of the most exalted order of the Star of India. 10 years ago, we had the pleasure and privilege of welcoming Your Highness to this city under circumstances which had made a memorable epoch in the history of your state. For had it not been for a generous and reasonable spirit that Your Highness displayed in the negotiations between the Palatara Durbar and the Jain community, the conciliatory spirit that animated our people could not have borne fruit. That was the first step in Your Highness's administration, and it fitly elicited the praise of the Jain community and of the Bombay government. A decade of Your Highness's administration, combined with the abilities, training, and acquirements that Your Highness brought to bear upon it, has justly earned for Your Highness the unique and honourable distinction, the knighthood of the most exalted order of the Star of India, which we understand Your Highness is the first to enjoy among chiefs of Your Highness's rank and standing. And we assure Your Highness that for this mark of honour that has been conferred on you by Her Most Gracious Majesty, the Queen Empress, we feel no less proud than Your Highness. Establishment of commercial factories, schools, hospitals, etc., by Your Highness in your state has marked Your Highness's career during these 10 years, and we trust that Your Highness will be spared to rule over your people with wisdom and foresight, and foster the many reforms that Your Highness has been pleased to introduce in your state. We again offer Your Highness our warmest felicitations for the honour that has been conferred on you. We beg to remain Your Highness's obedient servants. Factories, schools, hospitals, reforms. The prince propagates that kind of thing in the modern times, and gets knighthood and guns for it. After the address, the prince responded with snap and brevity, spoke a moment, with half a dozen guests in English, and with an official or two in a native tongue. Then the garlands were distributed as usual, and the function ended.
Chapter 5. Each person is born to one possession which outvalues all his others. His last breath. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar.
Toward midnight, that night, there was another function. This was a Hindu wedding. No, I think it was a betrothal ceremony. Always before, we had driven through streets that were multitudinous and tumultuous, with picturesque native life, but now there was nothing of that. We seemed to move through a city of the dead. There was hardly a suggestion of life in those still and vacant streets. Even the crows were silent. But everywhere on the ground lay sleeping natives, hundreds and hundreds. They lay stretched at full length and tightly wrapped in blankets, head and all. Their attitude and their rigidity counterfeited death. The plague was not in Bombay then, but it is devastating the city now. The shops are deserted. Now, half of the people have fled, and of the remainder the smitten perish by shoals every day. No doubt the city looks now, in the daytime, as it looked then at night. When we had pierced deep into the native quarter, and were threading its narrow, dim lanes, we had to go carefully, for men were stretched asleep all about, and there was hardly room to drive between them. And every now and then a swarm of rats would scamper across past the horses' feet in the vague light, the forebears of the rats that are carrying the plague from house to house in Bombay now. The shops were but sheds, little booths open to the street, and the goods had been removed. And on the counters families were sleeping, usually with an oil lamp present. Recurrent dead watches, it looked like. But at last we turned a corner and saw a great glare of light ahead. It was the home of the bride, wrapped in a perfect conflagration of illuminations, mainly gas-work designs, gotten up specially for the occasion. Within was the abundance of brilliancy, flames, costumes, colours, decorations, mirrors. It was another Aladdin show. The bride was a trim and comely little thing of 12 years, dressed as we would dress a boy, though more expensively than we should do it, of course. She moved about very much at her ease, and stopped and talked with the guests and allowed her wedding jewellery to be examined. It was very fine, particularly a rope of great diamonds, a lovely thing to look at and handle. It had a great emerald hanging to it. The bridegroom was not present. He was having betrothal festivities of his own at his father's house. As I understood it, he and the bride were to entertain company every night, and nearly all night for a week or more, then get married, if alive. Both of the children were a little elderly, as brides and grooms go in India, 12. They ought to have been married a year or two sooner. Still, to a stranger, 12 seems quite young enough. A while after midnight, a couple of celebrated and high-priced nautch girls appeared in the gorgeous place, and danced and sang. With them were men who played upon strange instruments, which made uncanny noises of a sort to make one's flesh creep. One of these instruments was a pipe, and to its music the girls went through a performance which represented snake charming. It seemed a doubtful sort of music to charm anything with, but a native gentleman assured me that snakes liked it, and will come out of their holes and listen to it with every evidence of refreshment and gratitude. He said that at an entertainment in his grounds once, the pipe brought out 6 snakes, and the music had to be stopped before they would be persuaded to go. Nobody wanted their company, for they were bold, familiar, and dangerous. But no one would kill them, of course, for it is sinful for a Hindu to kill any kind of a creature. We withdrew from the festivities at 2 a.m. Another picture, then. But it has lodged itself in my memory rather as a stage scene than as a reality. It is of a porch and a short flight of steps, crowded with dark faces and ghostly white draperies, flooded with the strong glare from the dazzling concentration of illuminations. And midway of the steps, one conspicuous figure for ascent, a turbaned giant, with a name according to his size. Rao, Bahadur, Baskara, Balinka Anji, Pitali, Vakil, to His Highness the Gakwar of Baroda. Without him the picture would not have been complete, and if his name had been merely Smith, he wouldn't have answered. Close at hand, on house fronts on both sides of the narrow street, were illuminations of a kind commonly employed by the natives, scores of glass tumblers containing tapers, fastened a few inches apart, all over great lattice frames, forming starry constellations, which showed out vividly against their black backgrounds. As we drew away into the distance down the dim lanes, the illuminations gathered together into a single mass, and glowed out of the enveloping darkness like a sun. Then again the deep silence, the scurrying rats, the dim forms stretched everywhere on the ground, and on either hand those open booths counterfeiting sepulchres, with counterfeit corpses sleeping motionless in the flicker of the counterfeit death lamps. And now, a year later, when I read the cablegrams, I seem to be reading of what I myself partly saw before it happened, and a prophetic dream, as it were. One cablegram says, "Business in the native town is about suspended, Except the wailing and the tramp of the funerals, there is but little life or movement. The closed shops exceed in number those that remain open. Another say that 325,000 of the people have fled the city and are carrying the plague to the country. 3 days later comes the news. The population is reduced by half. The refugees have carried the disease to Karachi. 220 cases, 214 deaths. A day or two later, 52 fresh cases, all of which proved fatal. The plague carries with it a terror which no other disease can excite. For of all diseases known to man, it is the deadliest, by far the deadliest. 52 fresh cases, all fatal. It is the Black Death alone that slays like that. We can all imagine, after a fashion, the desolation of a plague-stricken city, and the stupor of stillness broken at intervals by distant bursts of wailing, marking the passing of funerals, here and there and yonder. But I suppose it is not possible for us to realize to ourselves the nightmare of dread and fear that possesses the living who are present in such a place and cannot get away. That 500,000 fled from Bombay in a wild panic suggests to us something of what they were feeling, but perhaps not even they could realize what the 500,000 were feeling whom they had left stranded behind to face the stalking horror without chance of escape. Kinglake was in Cairo many years ago during an epidemic of the Black Death, and he has imagined the terror that creeps into a man's heart at such a time, and follow him until they themselves breathe the fatal sign in the armpit, and then the delirium with confused images, and home dreams, and reeling billiard tables, and then the sudden blank of death. To the contagionist, filled as he is with the dread of final causes, having no faith in destiny, nor in the fixed will of God, and with none of the devil-may-care indifference which might stand him instead of creeds, to such one, every rag that shivers in the breeze of a plague-stricken city has this sort of sublimity. If by any terrible ordinance he be forced to venture forth, he sees death dangling from every sleeve, and, as he creeps forward, he poises his shuddering limbs between the immense jacket that is stabbing at his right elbow and the murderous pelisse that threatens to mow him clean down as it sweeps along on his left. But most of all he dreads that which most of all he should love, the touch of a woman's dress, for mothers and wives, hurrying forth on kindly errands from the bedsides of the dying, go slouching along through the streets more willingly and less courteously than the men. For a while it may be that the caution of the poor Levantine may enable him to avoid contact, but sooner or later, perhaps, the dreaded chance arrives, that bundle of linen, with the dark tearful eyes at the top of it, that labours along with the voluptuous clumsy of Grisi. She has touched the poor Levantine with the hem of her sleeve. For that dread moment his peace is gone. His mind, forever hanging upon the fatal touch, invites the blow, what she fears. He watches for the symptoms of plague so carefully that sooner or later they come in truth. The parched mouth is a sign. His mouth is parched. The throbbing brain. His brain does throb. The rapid pulse. He touches his own wrist, for he dares not ask counsel of any man, lest he be deserted. He touches his wrist, and feels how his frightened blood goes galloping out of his heart. There is nothing but the fatal swelling that is wanting to make his sad conviction complete, immediately. He has an odd feeling under the arm, no pain, but a little straining of the skin. He would to God it were his fancy that was strong enough to give him that sensation. This is the worst of all. It now seems to him that he could be happy and content with his parched mouth, and his throbbing brain, and his rapid pulse, if only he could know that there were no swelling under the left arm. But dare he try? In a moment of calmness and deliberation, he dares not. But when for a while he has writhed under the torture of suspense, a sudden strength of will drives him to seek and know his fate. He touches the gland, and finds the skin sane and sound
But under the cuticle there lies a small lump like a pistol bullet that moves as he pushes it. Oh, but is this for all a certainty? Is this the sentence of death? Feel the gland of another arm. There is not the same lump exactly, yet something a little like it. Have not some people glands naturally enlarged? Would to heaven he were one. So he does for himself the work of the plague, and when the angel of death, thus courted, does indeed and in truth come, he has only to finish that which has been so well begun. He passes his fiery hand over the brain of the victim, and lets him rave for a season. But all chance-wise, of people and things once dear, or of the people and things indifferent. Once more the poor fellow is back at his home in fair Provence, and sees the sundial that stood in his childhood's garden, sees his mother, and the long-since forgotten face of that little dear sister. He sees her, he says, on a Sunday morning, for all the church bells are ringing. He looks up and down through the universe, and owns it well piled with bales upon bales of cotton, and cotton eternal, so much so that he feels, he knows, he swears he could make the winning hazard, if the billiard table would not slant upwards, and if the cue were a cue worth playing with. But it is not. It is a cue that won't move. His own arm won't move. In short, there's the devil to pay in the brain of the poor Levantine. And perhaps the next night but one he becomes the life and soul of some squalling jackal family who fish him out by the foot from his shallow and sandy grave. Chapter 6. Hunger is the handmaiden of genius. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar.
One day, during our stay in Bombay, there was a criminal trial of a most interesting sort. A terribly realistic chapter out of the Arabian Nights. A strange mixture of simplicities and pieties and murderous practicalities, which brought back the forgotten days of Thuggee, and made them live again, in fact, even made them believable. It was a case where a young girl had been assassinated for the sake of her trifling ornaments, things not worth a laborer's day wages in America. This thing could have been done in many other countries, but hardly with a cold business-like depravity, absence of fear, absence of caution, destitution of the sense of horror, repentance, remorse, exhibited in this case. Elsewhere the murderer would have done his crime secretly by night and without witnesses. His fears would have allowed him no peace while the dead body was in his neighborhood. He would not have rested until he had gotten it safe out of the way and hidden as effectually as he could hide it. But this Indian murderer does his deed in the full light of day, cares nothing for the society of witnesses, is in no way incommoded by the presence of the corpse, takes his own time about disposing of it, and the whole party are so indifferent, so phlegmatic, that they take their regular sleep as if nothing was happening, and no halters hanging over them, and these 5 bland people close the episode with a religious service. The thing reads like a Meadows Taylor thug tale of a half-century ago, as may be seen by the official report of the trial.
At the Mazagon Police Court yesterday, Superintendent Nolan again charged Decorum Santu Savat Baya, woman, her daughter Krishna, and Gopal Vitu Bonayaka, before Mr. Ferozi Hoshang Dastor, 4th Presidency Magistrate, under Sections 302 and 109 of the Code, with having on the night of the 30th December last murdered a Hindu girl named Cassie, aged 12, by strangulation, in the room of a chawl, Jukare Banda, on the Sura Road, and also with aiding and abetting each other in the commission of the offence. Mr. F.A. Little, public prosecutor, conducted the case on behalf of the Crown, the accused being undefended. Mr. Little applied under the provisions of the Criminal Procedure Code in tender pardon to one of the accused, Krishna, woman aged 22, on her undertaking to make a true and full statement of facts, under which the deceased girl Cassie was murdered. The magistrate, having granted the public prosecutor's application, the accused Krishna went into the witness box, and on being examined by Mr. Little, made the following confession. I am a mill hand employed at the Jubilee Mill. I recollect the day, Tuesday, on which the body of the deceased Cassie was found. Previous to that, I attended the mill for half a day, and then returned home at 3 in the afternoon, when I saw 5 persons in the house. The first accused, Decorum, who is my paramour, my mother, the second accused, Baya, the accused Gopal, and 2 guests named Ramji Dajai and Anajai Gangaram. Decorum rented the room of the chawl situated at Chakare Banda Road from its owner, Gridharol Radhakishan. And in that room, I, my paramour Decorum, and his younger brother, Yeso Mahatu, live. Since his arrival in Bombay from his native country, Yeso came and lived with us. When I returned from the mill on the afternoon of that day, I saw the 2 guests seated on a cot in the veranda, and a few minutes after the accused Gopal came and took his seat by their side, while I and my mother were seated inside the room. Decorum, who had gone out to fetch some pan and betel nuts, on his return home had brought the 2 guests with him. After returning home, he gave them pan supare. While they were eating it, my mother came out of the room and inquired of one of the guests, Ramji, what had happened to his foot. When he replied that he had tried many remedies, but they had done him no good, my mother then took some rice in her hand and prophesied that the disease which Ramji was suffering from would not be cured until he returned to his native country. In the meantime, the deceased Cassie came from the direction of an outhouse, and stood in front of the threshold of our room with a lota in her hand. Decorum then told his 2 guests to leave the room, and then went up the steps toward the quarry. After the guests had gone away, Decorum seized the deceased, who had come into the room, and he afterwards put a waistband around her, and tied her to a post which supports a loft. After doing this, he pressed the girl's throat, and having tied her mouth with a duhatto, now shown in court, fastened it to the post. Having killed the girl, Decorum removed her gold head ornament and a gold putli, and also took charge of her lota. Besides these 2 ornaments, Cassie had on her ear studs, a nose ring, some silver toe rings, 2 necklaces, a pair of silver anklets and bracelets. Decorum afterwards tried to remove the silver amulets, the ear studs, and the nose ring, but he failed in his attempt. While he was doing so, I, my mother, and Gopal were present. After removing the 2 gold ornaments, he handed them over to Gopal, who was at the time standing near me. When he killed Cassie, Decorum threatened to strangle me also, if I informed anyone of this. Gopal and myself were then standing at the door of our room, and we both were threatened by Decorum. My mother, Baya, had seized the legs of the deceased at the time she was killed, and while she was being tied to the post, Cassie then made a noise. Decorum and my mother took part in killing the girl. After the murder, her body was wrapped up in a mattress and kept on the loft over the door of our room. When Cassie was strangled, the door of the room was fastened from the inside by Decorum. This deed was committed shortly after my return home from work in the mill. Decorum put the body of the deceased in the mattress, and after it was left on the loft, he went to have his head shaved by a barber named Sambhu Raghu, who lives only 1 door away from me. My mother and myself then remained in the possession of the information. I was slapped and threatened by my paramour Decorum, and that was the only reason why I did not inform anyone at that time. When I told Decorum that I would give information of the occurrence, he slapped me. The accused Gopal was asked by Decorum to go back to his room, and he did so, taking away with him the 2 gold ornaments and the lota. Yeso Mahadhu, our brother-in-law of Decorum, came to the house and asked Decorum why he was washing. the water pipe being just opposite. Decorum replied that he was washing his dahato, as a fowl had polluted it. About 6 o'clock of the evening of that day, my mother gave me 3 pice and asked me to buy a coconut, and I gave the money to Yasu, who went and fetched a coconut and some betel leaves. When Yasu and others were in the room, I was bathing, and after I finished my bath, my mother took the coconut and the betel leaves from Yasu, and we 5 went to the sea. The party consisted of Decorum, my mother, Yasu, Decorum's younger brother, and myself. On reaching the seashore, my mother made the offering to the sea, and prayed to be pardoned for what we had done. Before we went to the sea, someone came to inquire after the girl Cassie. The police and other people came to make these inquiries both before and after we left the house for the seashore. The police questioned my mother about the girl, and she replied that Cassie had come to her door, but had left. The next day the police questioned Decorum, and he too gave a similar reply. This was said the same night when the search was made for the girl. After the offering was made to the sea, we partook of the coconut, and returned home when my mother gave me some food. But Decorum did not partake of any food that night. After dinner, I and my mother slept inside the room, and Decorum slept on a cot near his brother-in-law, Yeso Mahadhu, just outside the door. That was not the usual place where Decorum slept. He usually slept inside the room. The body of the deceased remained on the loft when I went to sleep. The room in which we slept was locked, and I heard that my paramour Decorum was restless outside. About 3 o'clock the following morning, Decorum knocked at the door. When both myself and my mother opened it, he then told me to go to the steps leading to the quarry, and see if anyone was about. Those steps led to a stable, through which we could go to the quarry, at the back of the compound. When I got to the steps, I saw no one there. Decorum asked me if anyone was there, and I replied that I could see no one about. Then he took the body of the deceased from the loft, and having wrapped it up in his sari, asked me to accompany him to the steps of the quarry, and I did so. The sari now produced her was the same. Besides the sari, there was also a choli on the body. He then carried the body in his arms, and went up the steps, through the stable, and then to the right hand towards the sahib's bungalow, where Decorum placed the body near a wall. All the time, I and my mother were with him. When the body was taken down, Yeso was lying on the cot. After depositing the body under the wall, we all returned home, and soon after 5 a.m. the police came again and took Decorum away. About an hour after they returned and took me and my mother away. We were questioned about it. When I made a statement 2 hours later, I was taken to the room, and I pointed out this waistband, Duhator, the mattress, and the wooden post to Superintendent Nolan and Inspector Roberts and Rashali, in the presence of my mother and Decorum. Decorum killed the girl Cassie for her ornaments, what she wanted for the girl to whom he was shortly going to marry. The body was found in the same place where it was deposited by Decorum.
The criminal side of the native has always been picturesque, always readable. The thuggee, and 1 or 2 other particularly outrageous features of it have been suppressed by the English, but there is enough of it left to keep it darkly interesting. One finds evidence of these survivals in the newspapers. Macaulay has a light-throwing passage upon this matter in his great historical sketch of Warren Hastings, where he is describing some effects which followed the temporary paralysis of Hastings' powerful government, brought about by Sir Philip Francis and his party.
The natives considered Hastings as a fallen man, and they acted after their kind. Some of our readers may have seen in India a cloud of crows pecking a sick vulture to death. No bad type of what happens in that country as often as fortune deserts one who had been great and dreaded. In an instant, all of the sycophants who had lately been ready to lie for him, to forge for him, to pander for him, to poison for him, hastened to purchase the favor of his victorious enemies by accusing him. An Indian government has only to let it be understood that it wishes a particular man to be ruined, and in 24 hours it will be furnished with grave charges, supported by depositions so full and circumstantial that any person unaccustomed to Asiatic mendacity would regard them as decisive. It is well if the signature of the destined victim is not counterfeited at the foot of some illegal compact, and if some treasonable paper is not slipped into a hiding place in his house.
That was nearly a century and a quarter ago. An article in one of the chief journals of India, the Pioneer, shows that in some respects the natives of today is just what his ancestor was then. Here are niceties of so subtle and delicate a sort that they lift their breed of rascality to a place among the fine arts, and almost entitle it to respect.
The records of the Indian courts might certainly be relied upon to prove that swindlers as a class in the East come very close to, if they do not surpass in brilliancy of execution and originality of design, the most expert of their fraternity in Europe and America. India, in especial, is the home of forgery. There are some particular districts which are noted as marts for the finest specimen of the forger's handiwork. The business is carried on by firms who possess stores of stamped papers to suit every emergency. They habitually lay in a store of fresh stamped paper every year, and some of the older and more thriving houses can supply documents for the past 40 years. Bearing the proper watermark and possessing the genuine appearance of age. Other districts have earned notoriety for skilled perjury, a preeminent that excites a respectful admiration when one thinks of the universal prevalence of the art, and persons desirous of success in false suits are ready to pay handsomely to avail themselves of the services of these local experts as witnesses.
Various instances illustrative of the method of these swindlers are given. They exhibit deep cunning and total depravity on the part of the swindler and his pals, and more obtrusiveness on the part of the victim that one would expect to find in a country where suspicion of your neighbor must surely be one of the earliest things learned. The favorite subject is the young fool who has just come into a fortune, and is trying to see how poor a use he can put it to. I will quote one example. Sometimes another form of confidence trick is adopted, which is invariably successful. The particular pigeon is spotted, and his acquaintance having been made, he is encouraged in every form of vice. When the friendship is thoroughly established, the swindler remarks to the young man that he has a brother who has asked him to lend him 10,000 rupees. The swindler says he has the money and would lend it, but as the borrower is his brother, he cannot charge interest. So he proposes that he should hand the dupe the money, and the latter should lend it to the swindler's brother, exacting a heavy prepayment of interest which, it is pointed out, may equally enjoy in dissipation. The dupe sees no objection, and on the appointed day receives 7,000 rupees from the swindler, which he hands over to the counterfeit. The latter is profuse in his thanks, and executes a promissory note for 10,000 rupees, payable to the bearer. The swindler allows the scheme to remain quiescent for a time, and then suggests that, as the money has not been repaid, and as it would be unpleasant to sue his brother, it would be better to sell the note in the bazaar. The dupe hands the note over, for the money he advanced was not his, and on being informed that it would be necessary to have his signature on the back as to render the security negotiable, he signs without any hesitation. The swindler passes it on to the confederates, and the latter employs a respectable firm of solicitors to ask the dupe if his signature is genuine. He admits it at once, and his fate is sealed. A suit is filed by a confederate against the dupe, 2 accomplices being made co-defendants. They admit their signatures as endorsers, and the one swears he bought the note for value from the dupe. The latter has no defense, for no court would believe the apparently idle explanation of the manner in which he came to endorse the note. There is only one India. It is the only country that has a monopoly of grand and imposing specialities. When another country has a remarkable thing, it cannot have it all to itself. Some other country has a duplicate, but India, that is different. Its marvels are its own. The patents cannot be infringed. Imitations are not possible. and think of the size of them, the majesty of them, the weird and outlandish character of the most of them. There is the plague, the Black Death. India invented it. India is the cradle of that mighty birth. The car of Juggernaut was India's invention. So was the suttee, and within the time of men still living 800 widows willingly, and in fact rejoicingly, burned themselves to death on the bodies of their dead husbands in a single year. 800 would do it this year if the British government would let them. Famine is India's specialty. Elsewhere, famines are inconsequential incidents. In India, they are devastating cataclysms. In one case, they annihilate hundreds, in others, millions. India has 2 million gods, and worship them all. In religion, all other countries are paupers. India is the only millionaire. With her, everything is on a giant scale, even her poverty. No other country can show anything to compare with it, and she has been used to wealth on so vast a scale that she has to shorten to single words the expressions describing great sums. She describes 100,000 with one word, a lakh. She describes 10 millions with one word, a crore. In the bowels of the granite mountains, she has patiently carved out dozens of vast temples, and made them glorious with sculptured colonnades and stately groups of statuary, and has adorned the eternal walls with noble paintings. She has built fortresses of such magnitude that to show strongholds of the rest of the world are but modest little things by comparison. Palaces that are wonders for rarity of materials, delicacy and beauty of workmanship, and for cost. And for one tomb which men go around the globe to see, it takes 80 nations, speaking 80 languages, to people her, and they number 300 million. On top of all this, she is the mother and home of that wonder of wonders, caste, and of that mystery of mysteries, the satanic brotherhood of the thugs. India had the start of the whole world in the beginning of things. She had the first civilization. She had the first accumulation of material wealth. She was populous with deep thinkers and subtle intellects. She had mines, and woods, and a fruitful soil. It would seem as if she should have kept the lead, and should be today not the meek dependent of an alien master, but mistress of the world, and delivering law and command to every tribe and nation in it. But in truth, there was never any possibility of such supremacy for her. If there had been but one India and one language, but there were 80 of them, where there are 80 nations and several hundred governments, fighting and quarrelling most be the common business of life. Unity of purpose and policy are impossible. Out of such elements supremacy in the world cannot come. Even caste itself could have had the defeating effect of multiplicity of tongues, no doubt, for it separates a people into layers, and still other layers, and that has no community of feeling with each other. And in no such a condition of things as that, patriotism can have no healthy growth. It was the division of the country into so many states and nations that made Thuggee possible and prosperous. It is difficult to realize the situation, but perhaps one may approximate it by imagining the state of our Union, peopled by separate nations, speaking separate languages, with guards and custom houses strung along all frontiers. Plenty of interpretations for travellers and traders, interpreters able to handle all the languages very rare or non-existent, and a few wars always going on here and there and yonder, as a further embarrassment to commerce and excursioning. It would make intercommunications in a measure ungeneral. India had 80 languages, and more custom houses than cats. No clever man, with the instinct of a highway robber, could fail to notice what a chance for business was here offered. India was full of clever men, with a highwayman instinct, and so, quite naturally, the brotherhood of the thugs came into being to meet the long-felt want. How long ago that was nobody knows. Centuries, it is supposed. One of the chiefest wonders connected with it was the success with which it kept its secret. The English trader did business in India 200 years, and more before he even heard of it, and yet it was assassinating its thousands all around him every year, the whole time.
Chapter 7. The old saw says, "Let a sleeping dog lie." Right. Still, when there is much at stake, it is better to get a newspaper to do it. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar.
From Diary. January 28th. I learned of an official thug book the other day. I was not aware before that there was such a thing. I am allowed the temporary use of it. We are making preparations for travel. Mainly the preparations are purchases of bedding. This is to be used in sleeping berths in the train, in private houses sometimes, and in 9/10 of the hotels. It is not realizable, and yet it is true. It is a survival. An apparently unnecessary thing which in some strange way has outlived the conditions which one made it necessary. It comes down from a time when the railway and the hotel did not exist, when the occasional white traveller went horseback or by bullock cart, and stopped overnight in the small dak bungalow provided an easy distance by the government, a shelter, merely, and nothing more. He had to carry bedding along, or do without. The dwellings of the English residents are spacious and comfortable, and commodiously furnished, and surely it must be an odd sight to see half a dozen guests coming filing in such a place and dumping blankets and pillows here and there and everywhere. But custom makes incongruous things congruous. One buys the bedding, with a waterproof hold-all for it, at almost any shop. There is no difficulty about it. January 30th. What a spectacle the railway station was at the train time. It was a very large station, yet when we arrived it seemed as if the whole world was present. Half of it inside, the other half outside, and both halves bearing mountainous headloads of bedding and other freight, trying simultaneously to pass each other in opposing floods in one narrow door. These opposing floods were patient, gentle, long-suffering natives, with whites scattered among them at rare intervals. And wherever a white man's native servant appeared, the native seemed to have put aside his natural gentleness for the time, and invested himself with the white man's privilege of making a way for himself, by promptly shoving all intervening black things out of it. In these exhibitions of authority, Satan was scandalous. He was probably a thug in one of his former incarnations. Inside the great station, tides upon tides of rainbow-costumed natives swept along, this way and that, in massed and bewildering confusion, eager, anxious, belated, distressed, and washed up to the long trains and flowed into them with their packs and bundles, and disappeared, following at once by the next wash, the next wave, and here and there in the midst of this hurly-burly, and seemingly undisturbed by it, sat great groups of natives on the bare stone floor, young, slender, brown, women, old, grey, wrinkled women, little soft brown babies, old men, young men, boys, all poor people, but all the females among them, both big and little, bejewelled with cheap and showy nose rings, toe rings, leglets, and armlets, these things constituting all their wealth, no doubt. These silent crowds sat there with their humble bundles and baskets and small household gear about them, and patiently waited. For what? A train that was to start at some time or other during the day or night. They hadn't timed themselves well, but that was no matter. The thing had been so ordered from on high, therefore why worry? There was plenty of time, hours and hours of it, and the thing that was to happen would happen. There was no hurrying it. The natives travelled third class, and at marvellously cheap rates. They were packed and crammed into cars that held each about 50, and it was said that often a Brahmin of the highest caste was thus brought into personal touch, and consequent defilement, with persons of the lower castes, no doubt a very shocking thing if a body could understand it and properly appreciate it. Yes, a Brahmin who didn't own a ruby and couldn't borrow one might have to touch elbows with a rich hereditary lord of the inferior caste, inheritor of an ancient title a couple of yards long, and he would just have to stand it, for if either of the two were allowed to go into the cars where the sacred white people were, it probably wouldn't be the august poor Brahmin. There was an immense string of those third-class cars for the native travels by hordes, and a weary hard night of it the occupants would have, no doubt. When we reached our car, Satan and Barney had already arrived there with their train of porters, carrying bedding and parasols and cigar boxes, and were at work. We named him Barney for short. We couldn't use his real name. There wasn't time. It was a car that promised comfort, indeed luxury, yet the cost of it, well, economy could no further go, even in France, not even in Italy. It was built of the plainest and cheapest partially smoothed boards, with a coating of dull paint on them, and there was nowhere a thought of decoration. The floor was bare, but would not long remain so when the dust should begin to fly. Across one end of the compartment ran a netting for the accommodation of hand baggage. At the other end was a door which would shut, upon compulsion, but wouldn't stay shut. It opened into a narrow little closet which had a wash bowl in one end of it, and a place to put a towel, in case you had one with you, and you would be sure to have towels because you buy them with the bedding, knowing that the railway doesn't furnish them. On each side of the car, and running fore and aft, was a broad leather-covered sofa to sit on in the day and sleep on at night. Over each sofa hung, by straps, a wide, flat, leather-covered shelf to sleep on. In the daytime you can hitch it up against the wall, out of the way, and then you have a big, unencumbered, and most comfortable room to spread out in. No car in any country is quite its equal for comfort and privacy, I think, for usually there are but two persons in it, and even when there are four, there is but little sense of impaired privacy. Our own cars at home can surpass the railway world in all details but that one. They have no coziness. There are too many people together. At the foot of each sofa was a side door, for entrance and exit. Along the whole length of the sofa on each side of the car ran a row of largely single-plate windows, of a blue tint, blue to soften the bitter glare of the sun and protect one's eyes from torture. These could be let down out of the way when one wanted the breeze. In the roof were two oil lamps, which gave a light strong enough to read by. Each had a green cloth attachment by which it could be covered when the light should be no longer needed. While we talked outside with friends, Barney and Satan placed the hand baggage, books, fruits, and soda bottles in the racks, and the holdalls, and heavy baggage in the closet, hung the overcoats and sun helmets and towels on the hooks, hoisted the two bed shelves up out of the way, then shouldered their bedding and retired to the third class. Now then, you see what a handsome, spacious, light, airy, home-like place it was, wherein to walk up and down, or sit and write, or stretch out and read and smoke. A central door on the forward end of the compartment opened into a similar compartment. It was occupied by my wife and daughter. About 9 in the evening, while we halted a while at a station, Barney and Satan came and undid the clumsy big holdalls, and spread the bedding on the sofas in both compartments, a mattress, sheets, gay coverlets, pillows, all complete. There are no chambermaids in India. Apparently it was an office that was never heard of. Then they closed the communicating door, nimbly tidied up our place, put the night-clothing on the bed, and the slippers under them, then returned to their own quarters. January 31st. It was novel and pleasant, and I stayed awake as long as I could, to enjoy it, and to read about those strange people, the thugs. In my sleep, they remained with me, and tried to strangle me. The leader of the gang was that giant Hindu, who was such a picture in the strong light when we were leaving those Hindu betrothal festivities at 2 o'clock in the morning. Rayo, Bahadur, Baccarat, Balinkanji, Pitali, Vakil, to the Gakwar of Baroda. It was he that brought me the invitation from his master to go to Baroda and lecture to that prince. And now he was misbehaving in my dreams. But all things can happen in dreams. It is indeed as the sweet singer of Michigan says, irreverency, of course, for the one and unfailing great quality which distinguishes her poetry from Shakespeare, and makes it precious to us, is in its stern and simple irreverency. My heart was gay and happy. This was ever in my mind. There is better times a-comin', and I hope some day to find myself capable of composing. It was my heart's delight to compose on a sentimental subject, if it came in my mind just right. The Sentimental Songbook, page 49, theme, the author's early life, 19th stanza. Baroda. Arrived at 7 this morning. The dawn was just beginning to show. It was forlorn to have to turn out in a strange place at such a time, and the blinking lights in the station made it seem night still. But the gentlemen who had come to receive us were there with their servants, and they made quick work of it. There was no lost time. We were soon outside and moving swiftly through the soft grey light, and presently were comfortably housed, with more servants to help than we were used to, and with rather embarrassingly important officials to direct them, but it was custom. They spoke Ballarat English. Their bearing was charming and hospitable, and so all went well. Breakfast was a satisfaction. Across the lawns was visible in the distance, through the open window, an Indian well, with 2 oxen trampling leisurely up and down long inclines, drawing water, and out of the stillness came the suffering screech of the machinery, not quite musical, and yet soothingly melancholy and dreamy, and reposeful, a wail of lost spirits, one might imagine, and commemorative and reminiscent perhaps, for of course the thugs used to throw people down that well when they were done with them. After breakfast the day began, a sufficiently busy one. We were driven by winding roads through a vast park, with noble forests of great trees, and with tangles and jungles of lovely growths of a humbler sort, and at one place 3 large grey apes came out and pranced across the road. A good deal of a surprise and an unpleasant one, for such creatures belong in the menagerie, and they look artificial and out of place in a wilderness. We came to the city by and by, and drove all through it. Intensely Indian it was, and crumbly, and mouldering, and immemorially old, to all appearance. And the houses, oh, indescribably quaint and curious they were, with their fronts and elaborate lacework of intricate and beautiful wood-carving, and now and then further adorned with rude pictures of elephants, and princes, and gods, done in shouting colours, and all the ground floors along these cramped and narrow lanes occupied as shops. Shops unbelievably small, and impossibly packed with merchandisable rubbish, and with 9/10 naked natives squatting at their work of hammering, pounding, brazing, soldering, sewing, designing, cooking, measuring out grain, grinding it, repairing idols, and then the swarm of ragged and noisy humanity under the horses' feet and everywhere, and the pervading reek and fume and smell. It was all wonderful and delightful. Imagine a file of elephants marching through such a crevice of a street, and scraping the paint off both sides of it with their hides. How big they must look, and how little they must make the houses look. And when the elephants are in their glittering court costume, what a contrast they must make with the humble and sordid surroundings. And when a mad elephant goes raging through, belting right and left with his trunk, how do these swarms of people get out of the way? I suppose it is a thing which happens now and then in the mad season, for elephants have a mad season. I wonder how old the town is. There are patches of building, massive structures, monuments, apparently, that are so battered and worn, and seemingly so tired and so burdened with the weight of age, and so dulled and stupefied with trying to remember things they forgot before history began, that they give one the feeling that they must have been part of original creation. This is indeed one of the oldest of the princedoms of India, and has always been celebrated for its barbaric pomps and splendors, and for the wealth of its princes.
Chapter 8. It takes your enemy and your friend, working together, to hurt you to the heart. the one to slander you, and the other to get the news to you. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Out of the town again. A long drive through open country, by winding roads, among secluded villages, nestling in the inviting shade of tropic vegetation. A Sabbath stillness everywhere. Sometimes pervading sense of solitude, but always barefoot natives, gliding by like spirits, without sound of footfall, and others in the distance, dissolving away and vanishing like creatures of dreams. Now and then a string of stately camels passed by, always interesting things to look at, and they were velvet shod by nature, and made no noise. Indeed, there were no noises of any sort in this paradise. Yes, once there was one, for a moment. A file of native convicts passed along in charge of an officer, and we caught the soft clink of their chains. In a retired spot, resting himself under a tree, was a holy person, a naked black fakir, thin and skinny, and whitey-grey all over with ashes. By and by to the elephant stables, and I took a ride. But it was by request. I did not ask for it, and didn't want it, but I took it, because otherwise they would have thought I was afraid, which I was. The elephant kneels down, by command, one end of him at a time, and you climb the ladder and get into the howdah, and then he gets up, one end at a time, just as a ship gets up over a wave, and after that, as he strides monstrously about, his motion is much like a ship's motion. The mahout bore into the back of his head with a great iron prod, and you wonder at his temerity, and at the elephant's patience, and you think that perhaps the patience will not last. But it does, and nothing happens. The mahout talks to the elephant in a low voice all the time, and the elephant seems to understand it all, and to be pleased with it, and he obeys every order in the most contented and docile way. Among these 25 elephants were 2 which were larger than any I have ever seen before, and if I had thought I could learn to not be afraid, I would have taken one of them while the police were not looking. In the howdah house there were many howdahs that were made of silver, one of gold, and one of old ivory, and equipped with cushions and canopies of rich and costly stuffs. The wardrobe of the elephants was there, too, vast velvet covers, stiff and heavy with gold embroidery, and bells of silver and gold, and ropes of these metals for fastening the things on, harness, so to speak, and monster hoops of massive gold for the elephant to wear on his ankles when he is out in procession on business of state. But we did not see the treasury of crown jewels, and that was a disappointment. For in mass and richness it ranks only second in India. By mistake we were taken to see the new palace instead, and we used up the last remnant of our spare time there. It was a pity, too, for the new place is mixed modern American-European, and has not a merit except costliness. It is wholly foreign to India, and impudent, and out of place. The architect has escaped. This comes of overdoing the suppression of the thugs. They had their merits. The old palace is oriental and charming, and in consonance with the country. The old palace would still be great if there was nothing of it but the spacious and lofty hall, where the durbars are held. It is not a good place to lecture in, on account of the echoes, but it is a good place to hold durbars in, and regulate the affairs of a kingdom, and that is what it is for. If I had it, I would have a durbar every day, instead of once or twice a year. The prince is an educated gentleman. His culture is European. He has been in Europe 5 times. People say that this is costly amusement for him, since in crossing the sea he must sometimes be obligated to drink water from vessels that are more or less public, and thus damage his caste. To get it purified again, he must make pilgrimage to some renowned Hindu temple, and contribute a fortune or 2 to them. His people are like the other Hindus, profoundly religious, and they could not be content with a master who was impure. We failed to see the jewels, but we saw the gold cannon and the silver one. They seemed to be 6-pounders. They were not designed for business, but for salutes upon rare and particularly important state occasions.
an ancestor of the present Gakwar, had the silver one made, and a subsequent ancestor had the gold one made, in order to outdo him. This sort of artillery is in keeping with the traditions of the Baroda, which was of old famous for style and show. It used to entertain visiting rajas and viceroys with tiger fights, elephant fights, illuminations, and elephant processions of the most glittering and gorgeous character. It makes the circus a pale, poor thing. In the train, during a part of the return journey from Baroda, we had the company of a gentleman who had with him a remarkable-looking dog. I had not seen one of its kind before, as far as I could remember, though of course I might have seen one and not noticed it, for I am not acquainted with dogs, but only with cats. This dog's coat was smooth and shiny and black, and I think it had tan trimming around the edges of the dog, and perhaps underneath. It was a long, low dog, with very short, strange legs that curved inward, something like parentheses turned the wrong way. Indeed, it was made on the plan of a bench for lengths and lowness. It seemed to be satisfied, but I thought the plan poor, and structurally weak, on account of the distance between the forward support and those abaft. With age, the dog's back was likely to sag, and it seemed to me that it would have been a stronger and more practicable dog if it had had some more legs. It had not begun to sag yet, but the shape of the legs showed that the undue weight imposed upon them was beginning to tell. It had a long nose, and floppy ears that hung down, and a resigned expression of countenance. I did not like to ask what kind of a dog it was, or how it came to be deformed, for it was plain that the gentleman was very fond of it, and naturally he could be sensitive about it. From delicacy, I thought it best not to seem to notice it too much. No doubt a man with a dog like that feels just as a person does who has a child that is out of true. The gentleman was not merely fond of the dog, he was also proud of it. Just the same again as a mother feels about her child when it is an idiot. I could see that he was proud of it, notwithstanding it was such a long dog and looked so resigned and pious. It had been all over the world with him, and had been pilgriming like that for years and years. It had travelled 50,000 miles by sea and rail, and had ridden in front of him on his horse 8,000. It had a silver medal from the Geographical Society of Great Britain for its travels, and I saw it. It had won prizes in dog shows, both in India and in England. I saw them. He said its pedigree was on record in the Kennel Club, and that it was a well-known dog. He said a great many people in London could recognize it the moment they saw it. I did not say anything, but I did not think it anything strange. I should know that dog again myself, yet I am not careful about noticing dogs. He said that when he walked along in London, people often stopped and looked at the dog. Of course I did not say anything, for I did not want to hurt his feelings. But I could have explained to him that if you take a great, long, low dog like that, and waddle it along the street anywhere in the world, and not charge anything, people will stop and look. He was gratified because the dog took prizes, but that was nothing. If I were built like that, I could take prizes myself. I wish I knew what kind of dog it was, and what it was for, but I could not very well ask, for that would show that I did not know. Not that I want a dog like that, but only to know the secret of its birth.
Chapter 9. If the desire to kill and the opportunity to kill came always together, we would escape hanging. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. On the train. 50 years ago, when I was a boy in the then remote and sparsely peopled Mississippi Valley, vague tales and rumors of a mysterious body of professional murderers came wandering in from a country which was constructively as far from us as the constellations blinking in space. India. Vague tales and rumors of a sect called thugs, who waylaid travelers in lonely places and killed them for the contentment of a god whom they worshipped. Tales which everybody liked to listen to and nobody believed, except with reservations.
It was considered that the stories had gathered bulk on their travels. The matter died down, and a lull followed. Then Eugene Sue's Wandering Jew appeared, and made great talk for a while. One character in it was a chief of thugs, Ferenghia, a mysterious and terrible Indian, who was as slippery and sly as a serpent, and as deadly, and he stirred up the thugs' interest once more. But it did not last. It presently died again, and this time to stay dead. At first glance it seems strange that this should have happened, but really it was not strange. On the contrary, it was natural. I mean, on our side of the water, for the source whence the thug tales mainly came was a government report, and without doubt was not republished in America. It was probably never even seen there. Government reports have no general circulation. They are distributed to the few, and are not always read by those few. I heard of this report for the first time a day or two ago, and borrowed it. It is full of fascinations, and it turns those dim, dark fairy tales of my boyhood days into realities. The report was made in 1839 by Major Sleeman of the India Service, and was printed in Calcutta in 1840. It is a clumsy, great, fat, poor sample of the printer's art, but good enough for a government printing office in the old day, and in that remote region perhaps to Major Sleeman was given the general superintendency of the giant task of ridding India of the Thuggee, and he and his 17 assistants accomplished it. It was the Augean stables over again. Captain Valenci, writing in a Madras journal in those old times, made this remark: "The day that sees this far-spread evil eradicated from India, and known only in name, will greatly tend to immortalize British rule in the East." He did not overestimate the magnitude and difficulty of the work, nor the immensity of the credit which would justly be due to British rule in case it was accomplished. Thuggee became known to the British authorities in India about 1810, but its wide prevalence was not suspected. It was not regarded as a serious matter, and no systematic measures were taken for its suppression until about 1830. About that time, Major Sleeman captured Eugene Sue's thug chief, Ferenghia, and got him to turn King's evidence. The revelations were so stupefying that Sleeman was not able to believe them. Sleeman thought he knew every criminal within his jurisdiction, and that the worst of them were merely thieves. But Ferenghia told him that he was in reality living in the midst of a swarm of professional murderers, and that they had been all about him for many years, and that they buried their dead close by. These seemed insane tales, but Ferenghia said, "Come and see." And he took them to a grave and dug up 100 bodies, and told them all the circumstances of the killing, and named the thugs who had done the work. It was a staggering business. Sleeman captured some of these thugs and proceeded to examine them separately, and with proper precautions against collusion, for he would not believe any Indian unsupported word. The evidence gathered proved the truth of what Ferenghia had said, and also revealed the fact that gangs of thugs were plying their trade all over India. The astonished government now took hold of Thuggee, and for 10 years made systematic and relentless war upon it, and finally destroyed it. Gang after gang was captured, tried, and punished. The thugs were harried and hunted, from one end of India to the other. The government got all their secrets out of them, and also got the names of the members of the bands, and recorded them in a book, together with their birthplaces and places of residence. The thugs were worshippers of Bhowani, and to this god they sacrificed anybody that came handy, but they kept the dead man's things themselves, for the god cared for nothing but the corpse. Men were initiated into the sect with solemn ceremonies. Then they were taught how to strangle a person with a sacred choke cloth, but were not allowed to perform officially with it until after long practice. No half-educated strangler could choke a man to death quickly enough to keep him from uttering a sound, a muffled scream, gurgle, gasp, moan, or something of the sort. But the expert's work was instantaneous. The cloth was whipped around the victim's neck. There was a sudden twist, and the head fell silently forward. The eyes started from the sockets, and all over. The thug carefully guarded against resistance. It was usual to get the victim to sit down, for that was the handiest position for business. If the thug had planned India itself, it could not have been more conveniently arranged for the needs of his occupation. There were no public conveyances. There were no conveyances for hire. The traveller went on foot, or in a bullock cart, or on a horse which he bought for the purpose. As soon as he was out of his own little state or principality, he was among strangers. Nobody knew him. Nobody took note of him, and from that time his movements could no longer be traced. He did not stop in towns or villages, but camped outside of them, and sent his servants to buy provisions. There were no habitations between villages. Whenever he was between villages, he was an easy prey, particularly as he usually travelled by night, to avoid the heat. He was always being overtaken by strangers who offered him the protection of their company, or asked for the protection of his, and these strangers were often thugs, as he presently found out to his cost. The landholders, the native police, the petty princes, the village officials, the custom officials, were in many cases protectors and harbourers of the thugs, and betrayed travellers to them for a share of the spoil. At first this condition of things made it next to impossible for the government to catch the marauders. They were spirited away by these watchful friends, all through a vast continent. Thus infested, helpless people of every caste and kind moved along the paths and trails in couples and groups silently by night, carrying the commerce of the country, treasure, jewels, money, and petty batches of silks, spices, and all manners of wares. It was a paradise for the thug. When the autumn opened, the thugs began to gather together by pre-concert. Other people had to have interpreters at every turn, but not the thugs. They could talk together, no matter how far apart they were born, for they had a language of their own, and they had secret signs by which they knew each other for thugs, and they were always friends. Even their diversities of religion and caste were sunk in devotion to their calling, and the Muslim and the high caste and the low caste Hindu were staunch and affectionate brothers in thuggery. When a gang had been assembled, they had religious worship, and waited for an omen. They had definite notions about the omens. The cries of certain animals were good omens. The cries of certain other creatures were bad omens. A bad omen would stop proceedings and send the men home. The sword and the strangling cloth were sacred emblems. The thugs worshipped the sword at home before going out to the assembling place. The strangling cloth was worshipped at the place of assembly. The chiefs of most of the bands performed the religious ceremonies themselves. But the ghats delegated them to certain official stranglers, chors. The right of the ghats was so holy that no one but the chor was allowed to touch the vessels and other things used in them. Thug methods exhibit a curious mixture of caution and the absence of it, cold business calculation, and sudden, unreflecting impulse. But there were two details which were constant and not subject to caprice: patient persistence in following up the prey, and pitilessness when the time came to act. Caution was exhibited in the strength of the bands. They never felt comfortable and confident unless their strength exceeded that of any party of travellers they were likely to meet by 4 or 5-fold. Yet it was never their purpose to attack openly, but only when the victims were off their guard. When they got hold of a party of travellers, they often moved along in their company several days, using all manner of arts to win their friendship and get their confidence. At last, when this was accomplished to their satisfaction, the real business began. A few thugs were privately detached and sent forward in the dark to select a good killing place and dig the graves. When the rest reached the spot, a halt was called, for a rest or a smoke. The travellers were invited to sit. By signs, the chief appointed certain thugs to sit down in front of the travellers, as if to wait upon them, others to sit down beside them, and to engage them in conversation, and certain expert stranglers to stand behind the travellers, and be ready when the signal was given. The signal was usually some commonplace remark like, "Bring the tobacco." Sometimes a considerable wait ensued after all the actors were in their places. The chief was biding his time in order to make everything sure. Meantime, the talk droned on. Dim figures moved about in the dull light. Peace and tranquillity reigned. The travellers resigned themselves to the pleasant reposefulness and comfort of the situation, unconscious of the death angels standing motionless at their backs. The time was ripe now, and the signal came, "Bring the tobacco." There was a mute, swift movement. All in the same instant, the men at each victim's sides seized his hands, and the man in front seized his feet, and pulled. The man at his back whipped the cloth around his neck and gave it a twist. The head sunk forward. The tragedy was over. The bodies were stripped and covered up in the graves. The spoil packed for transportation. Then the thugs gave pious thanks to Bhawani and departed on further holy service. The report shows that the travellers moved in exceedingly small groups. 2s, 3s, 4s, as a rule. A party with a dozen in it was rare. The thugs themselves seemed to have been the only people who moved in force. They went along in gangs of 10, 15, 25, 40, 60, 100, 150, 200, 250, and one gang of 310 is mentioned. Considering their numbers, their catch was not extraordinary, particularly when you consider that they were not in the least fastidious, but took anybody they could get, whether rich or poor, and sometimes even killed children. Now and then they killed women, but it was considered sinful to do it, and unlucky. The season was 6 or 8 months long. One season, the half-dozen Bundelkhand and Gwalior gangs aggregated 712 men, and they murdered 210 people. One season, the Malwa and Khandish gangs aggregated 702 men, and they murdered 232. One season, the Khandish and the Bira gangs aggregated 963 men, and they murdered 385 people. Here's the tally sheet of a gang of 60 thugs for a whole season. Gang under 2 noted chiefs, Choti and Sheikh Nangu from Gwalior. Left Pura in Genesee, and on arrival at Sarora, murdered a traveller. On nearly reaching Bapol, met 3 Brahmins and murdered them. Crossed the Nerbuda at a village called Hutia, murdered the Hindu. Went through Aurangabad to Wallaglo. There met a havildar of the Babur caste and 5 sepoys, native soldiers. In the evening came to Jukor, and in the morning killed him near the place where the treasure bearers were killed the year before. Between Jukor and Daulia met a sepoy of the shepherd caste, killed him in the jungle. Passed through Dohila and lodged in a village 2 miles beyond on the road to Indora. Met a Bairagi, beggar, holy mendicant. Murdered him at Thepa. In the morning, beyond the Thepa, fell in with 3 Mawari travellers. Murdered them. Near a village on the banks of the Tapti, met 4 travellers and killed them. Between Chupura and Dahuria, met a Wawari, murdered him. At Doheri, met 3 Mawaris, took them 2 miles, and murdered them. 2 miles further on, overtaken by 3 treasure bearers, took them 2 miles, and murdered them in the jungle. Came on to the Kogor, Patisa, and Indora, divided spoil, and dispersed. A total of 27 men murdered on one expedition. Choti, to save his neck, was informer, and furnished these facts. Several things are noticeable about his resume. 1. Business brevity. 2. Absence of emotion. 3. Smallness of the parties encountered by the 60. 4. Variety in character and quality of the game captured. 5. Hindu and Mohammedan chiefs in business together for Bhawani. 6. The sacred caste of the Brahmins not respected by either. 7. Nor yet the character of that mendicant, that Bairagi. A beggar is a holy creature, and some of the gangs spared him on that account, no matter how slack business might be. But other gangs slaughtered not only him, but even the sacredest of sacred creatures, the fakir, that repulsive skin and bone thing that goes around naked and mats his bushy hair with dust and dirt, and so beflowers his lean body with ashes that he looks like a spectre. Sometimes the fakir trusted a shade too far in the protection of his sacredness. In the middle of a tally sheet of Ferenghia, who had been out with 40 thugs, I find a case of the kind. After the killing of 39 men and 1 woman, the fakir appeared on the scene.
Approaching Derigo, met 3 pundits, also a fakir, mounted on a pony. He was plastered over with sugar to collect flies, and was covered with them. Drove off the fakir, and killed the other 3. Leaving Derigo, the fakir joined again, and went on in company to Rojana, and met 6 Kutris on their way from Bombay to Napur. Drove off the fakir with stones, and killed the 6 men in camp, and buried them in the grove. Next day the fakir joined again. Made him leave at Manana. Beyond there, fell in with 2 Kahars and a sepoy, and came on towards the place selected for the murder. When near it, the fakir came again. Losing all patience with him, gave Mithu, one of the gang, 5 rupees, $2.50, to murder him, and take the sin upon himself. All 4 were strangled, including the fakir. Surprised to find among the fakir's effects 30 pounds of coral, 350 strings of small pearls, 15 strings of large pearls, and a gilt necklace. It is curious, the little effect that time has upon a really interesting circumstance. This one, so old, so long ago, gone down into oblivion, reads with the same freshness and charm that attach to the news in the morning paper. One's spirits go up, then down, then up again, following the chances which the fakir is running. Now you hope, now you despair, now you hope again, and at the last everything comes out right, and you feel a great wave of personal satisfaction go weltering through you. And without thinking, you put out your hand to pat Mathu on the back when, puff, the whole thing has vanished away. There is nothing there. Mathu and all the crowd have been dust and ashes and forgotten. Oh, so many, many, many lagging years. And then comes a sense of injury. You don't know whether Mathu got the swag along with the sin, or had to divide up the swag and keep all the sin himself. There is no literary art about a government report. It stops a story right in the most interesting place. These reports of thug expeditions run along interminably in one monotonous tune. Met a sepoy, killed him. Met 5 pandits, killed them. Met 4 Rajputs and a woman, killed them, and so on, till the statistics get to be pretty dry. But this small trip of Ferenghia's 40 had some little variety about it. Once they came across a man hiding in a grave, a thief. He had stolen 1,100 rupees from Danroji Seth of Parawati. They strangled him and took the money. They had no patience with thieves. They killed 2 treasure bearers and got 4,000 rupees. They came across 2 bullocks laden with copper pice and killed the 4 drivers and took the money. There must have been half a ton of it. I think it takes a double handful of pice to make an anna, and 16 annas to make a ruby. And even in those days, the ruby was worth only $50. Coming back over the tracks from Bardua, they had another picturesque stroke of luck. The Lohars of Udaipur put a traveller in their charge for safety. Dear, dear, across this abysmal gulf of time we still see Ferenghia's lips uncover his teeth, and through the dim haze we catch the incandescent glimmer of his smile. He accepted that trust, good man, and so we know what went with the traveller. Even Rajas had no terror for Ferenghia. He came across an elephant driver belonging to the Raja of Udaipur and promptly strangled him. A total of 100 men and 5 women murdered on this expedition. Among the reports of expeditions we find mention of victims of almost every quality and estate. Native soldier, fakirs, mendicants, holy water carriers, carpenters, peddlers, tailors, blacksmiths, police,
native, pastry cooks, grooms, Mecca pilgrims, chuprasis, treasure bearers, children, cowherds, gardeners, shopkeepers, palanquin bearers, farmers, bullock drivers, male servants seeking work, women servants seeking work, shepherds, archers, table waiters, weavers, priests, bankers, boatmen, merchants, grass cutters. Also a prince's cook, and even the water carrier of that sublime Lord of Lords and King of Kings, the Governor-General of India. How broad they were in their tastes! They also murdered actors, poor wandering barnstormers. There are 2 instances recorded, the first one by a gang of thugs under a chief who soils a great name borne by a better man, Kipling's deathless Gangadin.
At the murdering for suppose, going on toward Indori, met 4 strolling players and persuaded them to come with us, on the pretense that we would see their performance at the next stage. Murdered them at a temple near Bhopal.
A second instance,
At Tuhati, joined by comedians, murdered them eastward of that place.
but this gang was a particularly bad crew. On that expedition they murdered a fakir and 12 beggars, and yet Bhawani protected them. For once, when they were strangling a man in a wood when a crowd was going by close at hand, and the noose slipped and the man screamed, Bhawani made a camel burst out at the same moment with a roar that drowned the scream, and before the man could repeat it, the breath was choked out of his body. The cow was so sacred in India that to kill her keeper is an awful sacrilege, and even the thugs recognized this. Yet now and then the lust for blood was too strong, and so they did kill a few cow keepers. In one of these instances, the witness who killed the cowherd said, "In Thuggee this is strictly forbidden, and is an act from which no good can come. I was ill of a fever for 10 days afterward. I do believe that evil will follow the murder of a man with a cow. If there be no cow, it does not signify." Another thug said he held the cowherd's feet while this witness did the strangling. He felt no concern, because the bad fortune of such a deed is upon the strangler, and not upon the assistants, even if there should be 100 of them. There were thousands of thugs roving over India constantly, during many generations. They made thuggee a hereditary vocation and taught it to their sons, and to their sons' sons. Boys were in full membership as early as 16 years of age. Veterans were still at work at 70. What was the fascination? What was the impulse? Apparently, it was partly piety, largely gain, and there is reason to suspect that the sport afforded was the chiefest fascination of all. Meadows Taylor makes a thug in one of his books claim that the pleasure of killing men was the white man's beast-hunting instinct enlarged, refined, ennobled. I will quote the passage. Chapter 10. Simple rules for saving money. To save half, when you are fired by an eager impulse to contribute to a charity, wait and count 40. To save 3/4, count 60. To save it all, count 65. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. The thug said, "How many of you English are passionately devoted to sporting? Your days and months are passed in its excitement. A tiger, a panther, a buffalo, or a hog rouses your utmost energies for its destruction. You even risk your life in its pursuit. How much higher game is a thug's?" That must really be the secret of the rise and development of the thuggee. The joy of killing. The joy of seeing killing done. These are traits of the human race at large. We white people are merely modified thugs. Thugs fretting under the restraints of a not very thick skin of civilization. Thugs who long ago enjoyed the slaughter of the Roman arena, and later the burning of the doubtful Christians by the authentic Christians in the public squares, and who now, with the thugs of Spain and Nimes, flock to enjoy the blood and misery of the bull ring. We have no tourists of either sex or any religion who are able to resist the delights of the bull ring when opportunity offers, and we are gentle thugs in the hunting season, and love to chase a tame rabbit and kill it. Still, we have made some progress microscopic, and in truth scarcely worth mentioning, and certainly nothing to be proud of. Still, it is progress. We no longer take pleasure in slaughtering a burning helpless men. We have reached a little altitude where we may look down upon the Indian thugs with a complacent shudder, and we may hope for a day, many centuries hence, when our posterity will look down upon us in the same way. There are many indications that the thug often hunted men for the mere sport of it, that the fright and pain of the quarry were no more to him than are the fright and pain of the rabbit or the stag to us, and that he was no more ashamed of beguiling his game with deceits and abusing its trust than we are when we have imitated a wild animal's call and shot it when it honoured us with its confidence and came to see what we wanted.
Madeira, son of Nihol, and I, Remzan, set out from Koti in the cold weather and followed the high road for about 20 days in search of travellers, until we came to Semilpur, where we met a very old man going to the east. We won his confidence in this manner. He carried a load which was too heavy for his old age, and I said to him, "You are an old man. I will aid you in carrying your load, as you are from my part of the country." He said, "Very well, take me with you." So we took him with us to Semilpur, where we slept that night. We woke him next morning before dawn and set out, and at the distance of 3 miles we seated him to rest while it was still very dark. Madeira was ready behind him, and strangled him. He never spoke a word. He was about 60 or 70 years of age.
Another gang fell in with a couple of barbers, and persuaded them to come along in their company by promising them the job of shaving the whole crew, 30 thugs. At the place appointed for the murder, 15 got shaved, and actually paid the barbers for their work, then killed them and took back the money. A gang of 42 thugs came across 2 Brahmins and a shopkeeper on the road, beguiled them into a grove, and got up a concert for their entertainment. While these poor fellows were listening to the music, the stranglers were standing behind them. At the proper moment for dramatic effect, they applied the noose. The most devoted fisherman must have a bite at least as often as once a week, or his passion will cool and he will put up his tackle. The tiger sportsman must find a tiger at least once a fortnight, or he will get tired and quit. The elephant hunter's enthusiasm will waste away little by little, and his zeal will perish at last if he plods around a month without finding a member of that noble family to assassinate. But when the lust in the hunter's heart is for the noblest of all quarries, man, how different is the case, and how watery and poor is the zeal, and how childish the endurance of those other hunters by comparison. Then neither hunger, nor thirst, nor fatigue, nor deferred hope, nor monotonous disappointment, nor leaden-footed lapse of time can conquer the hunter's patience, or weaken the joy of his quest, or cool the splendid rage of his desire. Of all the hunting passions that burn in the breast of man, there is none that can lift him superior to discouragements like these but the one, the royal sport, the supreme sport, whose quarry is his brother. By comparison, tiger hunting is a colourless poor thing, for all it has been so bragged about. Why, the thug was content to tramp patiently along afoot in the wasting heat of India, week after week, at an average of 9 or 10 miles a day, if he might but hope to find game some time or other and refresh his longing soul with blood. Here is an instance.
I, Remzam, and Hyder set out for the purpose of strangling travellers from Gudapur, and proceed via the fort of Julalurabad, Nulgunji, Bangarmo, on the banks of the Ganges, upwards of 100 miles, from whence we returned by another route, but still no travellers, till we reached Bawanaganji, where we fell in with a traveller, a boatman. We inveigled him, and about 2 miles east of there Hyder strangled him as he stood, for he was troubled and afraid, and would not sit. We then made a long journey, about 130 miles, and reached Husinpur, Bundwa, where at the tank we fell in with the traveller. He slept there that night. Next morning we followed him and tried to win his confidence. At the distance of 2 miles we endeavoured to induce him to sit down, but he would not. Having become aware of us, I attempted to strangle him as he walked along, but did not succeed. Both of us then fell upon him. He made a great outcry. "They are murdering me!" At length we strangled him and flung his body into a well. After this
we returned to our homes, having been out a month and travelled about 260 miles. A total of 2 men murdered on the expedition. And here is another case related by the terrible Futi Khan, a man with a tremendous record, to be rementioned by and by.
I was with 3 others, travelled for about 45 days, a distance of about 200 miles in search of victims along the highway to Bondawa, and returned by Devonport another 200 miles, during which journey we had only 1 murder, which happened in this manner. 4 miles to the east of Nobostagat, we fell in with a traveller, an old man. I, with Koshal and Hyder, unveiled him, and accompanied him that day within 3 miles of Rampur, where, after dark, in a lonely place, we got him to sit down and rest, and while I kept him in talk, seated before him, Hyder behind strangled him. He made no resistance. Koshal stabbed him under the arms and in the throat, and we flung the body into a running stream. We got about 4 or 5 rupees each, $2 or $2.50. We then proceeded homewards, a total of 1 man murdered on this expedition.
There. They tramped 400 miles, were gone about 3 months, and harvested $2.50 apiece. But the mere pleasure of the hunt was sufficient. That was pay enough. They did no grumbling. Every now and then in this big book, one comes across that pathetic remark. We tried to get him to sit down, but he would not. It tells the whole story. Some accident had awakened the suspicion in him, and these smooth friends, who had been petting and coddling him, and making him feel so safe and so fortunate after his forlorn and lonely wanderings, were the dreaded thugs, and now their ghastly invitation to sit and rest had confirmed its truth. He knew there was no help for him, and that he was looking at his last upon earthly things, but he would not sit. No, not that. It was too awful to think of. There are a number of instances which indicate that when a man has once tasted the regal joys of man-hunting, he could not be content with the dull monotony of a crimeless life afterwards. Example from a thug's testimony.
We passed through Kurnool, where we found a former thug named Junawa, an old comrade of ours, who had turned religious mendicant and became a disciple and holy. He came to us in the Sari, and weeping with joy returned to his old trade.
Neither wealth nor honours nor dignities could satisfy a reformed thug for long. He would throw them all away some day and go back to the lurid pleasures of hunting men and being hunted himself by the British. Ramzam was taken into a great native grandee's service and given authority over 5 villages.
My authority extended over these people to summons them to my presence, to make them stand or sit. I dressed well, rode my pony, and had 2 sepoys, a scribe, and a village guard to attend me. During 3 years I used to pay each village a monthly visit, and no one suspected that I was a thug. The chief man used to wait on me to transact business, and as I passed along, old and young made the salam to me.
And yet, during that very 3 years he got leave of absence to attend a wedding, and instead went off on a thugging lark with 6 other thugs, and hunted the highway for 15 days, with satisfactory results. Afterwards he held a great office under a Raja. There he had 10 miles of country under his command, and a military guard of 15 men, with authority to call out 2,000 more upon occasion. But the British got on his track, and they crowded him so that he had to give himself up. See what a figure he was when he had gotten up for style, and he had all his things on.
I was fully armed, a sword, shield, pistols, a matchlock musket, and a flint gun, for I was fond of being thus arrayed, and when so armed, feared not though 40 men stood before me.
He gave himself up and proudly proclaimed himself a thug. Then, by request, he agreed to betray his friend and pal, Bahram, a thug with the most tremendous record in India.
I went to the house where Bahram slept. Often has he led our gangs. I woke him. He knew me well, and he came outside to me. It was a cold night, so on the pretense of warming myself, but in reality to have light for his seizure by the guards, I lighted some straw and made a blaze. We were warming our hands. The guards drew around us. I said to them, "This is Bahram,"
and he was seized, just as a cat seizes a mouse. Then Burham said, "I am a thug. My father was a thug. My grandfather was a thug, and I have thugged with many." So spoke the mighty hunter, the mightiest of the mighty, the Gordon Cumming of his day. Not much regret noticeable in it.
Having planted a bullet in the shoulder bone of an elephant and caused the agonized creature to lean for support against a tree, I proceeded to brew some coffee. Having refreshed myself, taking observations of the elephant's spasms and writhings, between the sips, I resolved to make experiments on vulnerable points, and approaching very near, I fired several bullets at different parts of his enormous skull. He only acknowledged the shots by a salaam-like movement of his trunk, with the point of which he gently touched the wounds with a striking and peculiar action. Surprised and shocked to find that I was only prolonging the suffering of the noble beast, which bore its trials with such dignified composure, I resolved to finish the proceedings with all possible dispatch, and accordingly opened fire upon him from the left side, aiming at the shoulder. I fired 6 shots with a 2-grooved rifle, which must have eventually proved mortal, after which I fired 6 shots at the same part with the Dutch 6-pounder. Large tears now trickled down from his eyes, which he slowly shut and opened. His colossal frame shivered convulsively, and falling on his side he expired. Gordon Cummings.
So many times this official report leaves one's curiosity unsatisfied. For instance, here is a little paragraph out of the record of a certain band of 193 thugs, which has that defect.
Fell in with Lal Singh Suadar and his family, consisting of 9 persons, travelled with them 2 days, and the third put them all to death, except the 2 children, little boys of 1.5 years old.
One would be apt to imagine that the thugs were utterly callous, utterly destitute of human feelings, heartless toward their own families, as well as towards their other peoples. Care of such little creatures on a march, which stretched over several months. No one seems to have cared to ask any questions about the babies, but I do wish I knew. One would be apt to imagine that the thugs were utterly callous, utterly destitute of human feelings, heartless toward their own families, as well as toward other peoples, but this was not so. Like all other Indians, they had a passionate love for their kin. A shrewd British officer who knew the Indian character took that characteristic into account in laying his plans for the capture of Eugene Sue's famous Faharingi. He found out Faharingi's hiding place and sent a guard by night to seize him, but the squad was awkward and he got away. However, they got the rest of the family, the mother, wife, child, and brother, and brought them to the officer at Jupulapur. The officer did not fret, but bided his time. I knew Ferenghia would not go far while links so dear to him were in my hands. He was right. Ferenghia knew all the danger he was running by staying in the neighborhood. Still, he could not tear himself away. The officer found that he divided his time between 5 villages, whereby he had relatives and friends who could get news for him from his family in Japulapur jail, and that he never slept 2 consecutive nights in the same village. The officer traced out his several haunts, then pounced upon all the 5 villages on the one night, and at the same hour, and got his man. Another example of family affection. A little while previous to the capture of Ferenghia's family, the British officer had captured Ferenghia's foster brother, leader of a gang of 10, and had tried the 11, and condemned them to be hanged. Ferenghia captured family arrived at the jail the day before the execution was to take place. The foster brother, Jahoru, entreated to be allowed to see the aged mother and the others. The prayer was granted, and this is what took place. It is the British officer who speaks.
In the morning, just before going to the scaffold, the interview took place before me. He fell at the old woman's feet and begged that she would relieve him from the obligations of the milk with which she had nourished him from infancy. As he was about to die before he could fulfill any of them, she placed her hands on his head, and he knelt, and she said she forgave all, and bid him die like a man. If a capable artist should make a picture of it,
It would be full of dignity and solemnity and pathos, and it could touch you. You would imagine it to be anything but what it was. There is a reverence there, and a tenderness, and gracefulness, and compassion, and resignation, and fortitude, and self-respect, and no sense of disgrace, no thought of dishonour. Everything is there that goes to make a noble parting, and give it a moving grace, and beauty, and dignity. And yet one of these people is a thug, and the other a mother of the thug. The incongruities of our human nature seem to reach their limit here. I wish to make note of one curious thing while I think of it. One of the very commonest remarks to be found in the bewildering array of the thug confessions is this: strangled him and threw him in a well. In one case, they threw 16 into a well, and they had thrown others in the same well before. It makes a body thirsty to read about it. And there's another very curious thing. The bands of thugs had private graveyards. They did not like to kill and bury at random, here and there and everywhere. They preferred to wait, and told the victims along, and get to one of their regular burying places, Bahils, if they could. In the little kingdom of Oude, which was about half as big as Ireland and about as big as the state of Maine, they had 274 Bahils. They were scattered along 1,400 miles of road, at an average of only 5 miles apart, and the British government traced out and located each and every one of them, and set them down on the map. The Oude bands seldom went out of their own country, but they did a thriving business within its borders. So did outside bands who came in and helped. Some of the thug leaders of the Oude were noted for their successful careers. Each of 4 of them confessed to above 300 murders, another to nearly 400. Our friend Ramzam to 604. He is the one who got leave of absence to attend a wedding, and went thugging instead. And he is also the one who betrayed Buhram to the British. But the biggest records of all were the murder lists of Futi Khan and Burram. Futi Khan's number is smaller than Ramzam's, but he is placed at the head because his average is the best in Oude thug history per year of service. His slaughter was 508 men in 20 years, and he was still a young man when the British stopped his industry. Burham's list was 931 murders, but it took him 40 years. His average was 1 man and nearly all of another man per month for 40 years. But Futi Khan's average was 2 men and a little of another man per month during his 20 years of usefulness. There is one very striking thing which I wish to call attention to. You have surmised from the listed callings followed by the victims of the thugs that nobody could travel the Indian roads unprotected and live to get through, that the thugs respected no quality, no vocation, no religion, nobody, that they killed every unarmed man that came in their way. That is wholly true, with one reservation. In all the long file of thug confessions, an English traveller is mentioned but once, and this is what the thug says of the circumstance. He was on his way from Mahau to Bombay. We studiously avoided him. He proceeded next morning with a number of travellers who had sought his protection, and they took the road to Baroda. We do not know who he was. He flits across the page of this rusty old book and disappears in the obscurity beyond. But he is an impressive figure, moving through that valley of death serene and unafraid, clothed in the might of the English name. We have now followed the big official book through, and we understand what Thuggee was, what a bloody terror it was, what a desolating scourge it was. In 1830, the English found this cancerous organization embedded in the vitals of the empire, doing its devastating work in secrecy, and assisted, protected, sheltered, and hidden by innumerable confederates, big and little native chiefs, customs officials, village officials, and native police, all ready to lie for it. And the mass of the people, through fear, persistently pretending to know nothing about its doings. And this condition of things had existed for generations, and was formidable with the sanctions of age and old custom. If ever there was an unpromising task, if ever there was a hopeless task in the world, Surely it was offered here, the task of conquering Thuggee. But that little handful of English officials in India set their sturdy and confident grip upon it and ripped it out, root and branch. How modest do Captain Valency's words sound now, when we read them again, knowing what we know.
The day that Caesar's far-spread evil completely eradicated from India, and known only in name, will greatly tend to immortalize British rule in the East.
It would be hard to work a claim more modestly than that, for this most noble work.
Chapter 11.
We left Bombay for Allahabad by a night train.
Care of itself. But to get the full value of a joy, you must have somebody to divide it with. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar.
It is the custom of the country to avoid day travel when it can conveniently be done. But there is one trouble. While you can seemingly secure the 2 lower berths by making early application, there is no ticket as witness of it, and no other producible evidence in case your proprietorship shall chance to be challenged. The word engaged appears on the window, but it doesn't state who the compartment is engaged for. If your Satan and your Barney arrive before somebody else's servant and spread the bedding on the 2 sofas and then stand guard till you come, all will be well. But if they step aside on an errand, they may find the beds promoted to the 2 shelves, and somebody else's demons standing guard over their master's beds, which in the meantime have been spread upon your sofas. You do not pay anything extra for your sleeping place. That is where the trouble lies. If you buy a fare ticket and fail to use it, there is room thus made available for someone else. But if the place was secured to you, it would remain vacant, and yet your ticket would secure you another place when you are presently ready to travel. However, no explanation of such a system can make it seem quite rational to a person who has been used to a more rational system. If our people had the arranging of it, we should charge extra for securing the place, and then the road would suffer no loss if the purchaser did not occupy it. The present system encourages good manners, and also discourages them. If a young girl has a lower berth, and an elder lady comes in, it is usual for the girl to offer a place to this latecomer. It is usual for the latecomer to thank her courteously and take it. But the thing happens differently sometimes. When we were ready to leave Bombay, my daughter's satchels were holding possession of her berth, a lower one. At the last moment, a middle-aged American lady swarmed into the compartment, followed by native porters laden with her baggage. She was growling and snarling and scolding, and trying to make herself phenomenally disagreeable, and succeeding. Without a word, she hoisted the satchels into the hanging shelf, and took possession of that lower berth. On one of our trips, Mr. Smith and I got out at a station to walk up and down, and when we came back, Smith's bed was in the hanging shelf, and an English cavalry officer was in bed on the sofa, which he had lately been occupying. It was mean to be glad about it, but it is the way we are made. I could not have been gladder if he had been my enemy that had suffered this misfortune. We all like to see people in trouble, if it doesn't cost us anything. I was so happy over Mr. Smith's harangue that I couldn't get to sleep for thinking of it and enjoying it. I knew he supposed the officer had committed the robbery himself, whereas, without a doubt, the officer's servant had done it without his knowledge. Mr. Smith kept this incident warm in his heart, and longed for a chance to get even with somebody for it. Some time afterward the opportunity came, in Calcutta. We were leaving on a 24-hour journey to Darjeeling. Mr. Barclay, the general superintendent, had made a special provision for our accommodations. Mr. Smith said, so there is no need to hurry about getting to the train. Consequently, we were a little late. When we arrived, the usual immense turmoil and confusion of a great Indian station were in full blast. It was a moderately long train, for all the natives of India were going by it some whither, and the native officials were being pestered to frenzy by belated and anxious people. They didn't know where our car was, and couldn't remember having received an order about it. It was a deep disappointment. Moreover, it looked as if our half of our party would be left behind altogether. Then Satan came running and said he had found a compartment with one shelf and one sofa unoccupied, and had made our bed, and stowed our baggage. We rushed to the place, and just as the train was ready to pull out, and the porters were slamming the doors to all down the line, an officer of the Indian Civil Service, a good friend of ours, put his head in and said,
"I've been hunting for you everywhere. What are you doing here? Don't you know?"
The train started before he could finish. Mr. Smith's opportunity was come. His bedding on the shelf at once changed place with the bedding, a stranger's, that was occupying the sofa that was opposite to mine. About 10 o'clock we stopped somewhere, and a large Englishman of official military bearing stepped in. We pretended to be asleep. The lamps were covered, but there was light enough for us to note his look of surprise. He stood there, grand and fine, peering down at Smith, and wondered in silence at the situation. After a bit he said,
"Well,"
and that was all. But that was enough. It was easy to understand. It meant, "This is extraordinary. This is high-handed. I haven't had an experience like this before." He sat down on his baggage, and for 20 minutes we watched him through our eyelashes, rocking and swaying there to the motion of the train. Then we came to a station, and he got up and went out muttering, "I must find a lower berth or wait over." His servant came presently, and carried away his things. Mr. Smith's sore place was healed. His hunger for revenge was satisfied, but he couldn't sleep, and neither could I. For this was a venerable old car, and nothing about it was taunt. The closet door slammed all night, and defied every fasting we could invent. We got up very much jaded at dawn, and stepped out on a way station. And while we were taking a cup of coffee, that Englishman ranged up alongside, and somebody said to him, "So you didn't stop off after all?"
"No, the guard found a place for me that had been engaged and not occupied. I'd a whole saloon car all to myself. Oh, quite palatial. I never had such luck in my life."
That was our car, you see. We moved into it straight off, the family and all. But I asked the English gentleman to remain, and he did, a pleasant man, an infantry colonel, and doesn't know yet that Smith robbed him of his berth, but thinks it was done by Smith's servants without Smith's knowledge. He was assisted in gathering this impression. The Indian trains are manned by natives exclusively. The Indian stations, except very large and important ones, are manned entirely by natives, and so are the posts and telegraphs. The rank and file of the police are native. All these people are pleasant and accommodating. One day I left an express train to lounge about in that perennially ravishing show, the ebb and flow, and the whirl of gaudy natives that is always surging up and down the spacious platform of a great Indian station. And I lost myself in the ecstasy of it. And when I turned, the train was moving swiftly away. I was going to sit down and wait for another train, as I would have done at home. I had no thought of any other course, but a native official, who had a green flag in his hand, saw me and said politely, "Don't you belong in the train, sir?" "Yes," I said. He waved his flag, and the train came back, and he put me aboard with as much ceremony as if I had been the general superintendent. They are kindly people, the natives. The face and the bearing that indicate a surly spirit and a bad heart seem to me to be so rare among Indians, so nearly non-existent, in fact, that I sometimes wondered if Thuggee wasn't a dream, and not a reality. The bad hearts are there, but I believe they are in a small, poor minority. One thing is sure, they are much the most interesting people in the world, and the nearest to being incomprehensible. At any rate, the hardest to account for, their character and their history, their customs and their religion, confront you with riddles at every turn, riddles which are a trifle more perplexing after they are explained than they were before. You can get the facts of a custom, like caste and suttee, and thuggee, and so on, and with the facts a theory which tries to explain, but never quite does it to your satisfaction. You can never quite understand how so strange a thing could have been born, nor why. For instance, the suttee. This is the explanation of it. A woman who throws away her life when her husband dies is instantly joined to him again, and is forever afterward happy with him in heaven. Her family will build a little monument to her, or a temple, and will hold her in honor, and indeed worship her memory always. They will themselves be held in honor by the public. The woman's self-sacrifice has conferred a noble and lasting distinction upon her posterity. And besides, see what she has escaped. If she had elected to live, she would be a disgraced person. She could not remarry. Her family would despise her and disown her. She would be a friendless outcast and miserable all her days. Very well, you say. But the explanation is not complete yet. How did people come to drift into such a strange custom? What was the origin of the idea? Well, nobody knows. It was probably a revelation sent down by the gods. One more thing. Why was such a cruel death chosen? Why wouldn't a gentle one have answered? Nobody knows. Maybe that was a revelation too. No, you can never understand it. It all seems impossible. You resolve to believe that a widow never burnt herself willingly, but went to her death because she was afraid to defy public opinion. But you're not able to keep that position. History drives you from it. Major Sleeman had a convincing case in one of his books. In his government on the near Buddha, he made a brave attempt on the 28th of March, 1828, to put down Suti on his own hook and without warrant from the Supreme Government of India. He could not foresee that the government would put it down itself 8 months later. The only backing he had was a bold nature and a compassionate heart. He issued his proclamation abolishing the Suti in his district. On the morning of Tuesday, note the day of the week, the 24th of the following November, Umad Singh Upadhyaya, head of the most respectable and most extensive Brahmin family in the district, died, and presently came a deputation of his sons and grandsons to beg that his old widow might be allowed to burn herself upon his pyre. Sleeman threatened to enforce his order and punish severely any man who assisted, and he placed a police guard to see that no one did so. From the early morning, the old widow of 65 had been sitting on the bank of the sacred river by her dead, waiting for the long hours for the permission, and at last the refusal came instead. In one little sentence, Sleeman gives you a pathetic picture of this lonely old grey figure. All day and all night, she remained sitting by the edge of the water without eating or drinking. The next morning, the body of the husband was burned to ashes in a pit 8 feet square and 3 or 4 feet deep, in the view of several thousand spectators. Then the widow waded out to a bare rock in the river, and everybody went away but her sons and other relations. All day she sat there on her rock in the blazing sun without food or drink, and with no clothing but a sheet over her shoulders. The relatives remained with her, and all tried to persuade her to desist from her purpose, for they deeply loved her. She steadily refused. Then a part of the family went to Sleeman's house, 10 miles away, and tried again to get him to let her burn herself. He refused, hoping to save her yet. All that day she scorched in her sheet on the rock, and all that night she kept her vigil there in the bitter cold. Thursday morning, in the sight of her relatives, she went through a ceremonial which said more to them than any words could have done. She put on the dihaji, a coarse red turban, and broke her bracelets in pieces. By these acts she became a dead person in the eyes of the law, and excluded from her caste forever, by the iron rule of ancient custom. If she should now choose to live, she could never return to her family. Sleeman was in deep trouble. If she starved herself to death, her family would be disgraced, and moreover, starving would be a more lingering misery than a death by fire. He went back in the evening thoroughly worried. The old woman remained on her rock, and there in the morning he found her with the dahaji still on her head. She talked very collectedly, telling me that she had determined to mix her ashes with those of her departed husband, and should patiently wait my permission to do so, assured that God would enable her to sustain life till that was given, though she dared not eat or drink. Looking at the sun, then rising before her over a long and beautiful reach of the river, she said calmly, "My soul has been for 5 days with my husband's near that sun.
Nothing but my earthly frame is left, and this I know. You will in time suffer to be mixed with his ashes in yonder pit, because it is not in your nature or usage wantonly to prolong the miseries of a poor old woman." He assured her that it was his desire and duty to save her, and to urge her to live, and to keep her family from disgrace of being thought her murderers. But she said she was not afraid of their being thought so, that they had all, like good children, done everything in their power to induce her to live, and to abide with them. And if I should consent, I know they would love and honour me, but my duties to them have now ended. I commit them all to your care. And I go to attend my husband, Umad Singh Upadhyaya. With those ashes on the funeral pile mine had been already 3 times mixed. She believed that she and he had been upon the earth 3 several times as wife and husband, and that she had burned herself to death 3 times upon his pyre. That is why she said that strange thing. Since she had broken her bracelets and put on the red turban, she regarded herself as a corpse. Otherwise, she would not have allowed herself to do her husband the irreverence of pronouncing his name. This was the first time in her long life that she had ever uttered her husband's name, for in India no woman, high or low, ever pronounces the name of her husband. Major Sleeman still tried to shake her purpose. He promised to build her a fine house among the temples of her ancestors upon the bank of the river, and make handsome provisions for her out of rent-free lands, if she would consent to live. And if she wouldn't, he would allow no stone or brick to ever mark the place where she died. But she only smiled and said, "My pulse has long ceased to beat. My spirit has departed. I shall suffer nothing in the burning, and if you wish proof, order some fire, and you shall see this arm consumed without giving me any pain." Sleeman was now satisfied that he could not alter her purpose. He sent for all the chief members of the family, and said he would suffer her to burn herself, if they would enter into a written engagement to abandon the suttee in their family thenceforth. They agreed. The papers were drawn out and signed, and at noon, Saturday, word was sent to the poor old woman. She seemed greatly pleased. The ceremonies of bathing were gone through with, and by 3 o'clock she was ready, and the fire was briskly burning in the pit. She had now gone without food or drink during more than 4 days and a half. She came ashore from her rock, first wetting her sheet in the waters of the sacred river, for without that safeguard, any shadow which might fall upon her would convey impurity to her. Then she walked to the pit, leaning upon one of her sons and a nephew. The distance was 150 yards. I had sentries placed all around, and no other person was allowed to approach within 5 paces. She came on with a calm and cheerful countenance, stopped once, and casting her eyes upwards, said, "Why have they kept me 5 days from thee, my husband?" On coming to the sentries, her supporters stopped and remained standing. She moved on, and walked once around the pit, paused a moment, and while muttering a prayer, threw some flowers into the fire. She then walked up deliberately and steadily to the brink, stepped into the centre of the flames, sat down, and leaning back in the midst as if reposing upon a couch, was consumed, without uttering a shriek or betraying one sign of agony. It is fine and beautiful. It compels one's reverence and respect. No, has it freely, and without compulsion. We see how the custom, once started, could continue. For the soul of it is that stupendous power, faith. Faith brought to the pitch of effectiveness by the cumulative force of example and long use in custom. But we cannot understand how the first widows came to take to it. That is a perplexing detail. Sleeman says that it was usual to play music at the settee, but that the white man's notion that this was to drown the screams of the martyr is not correct, that it had a quite different purpose. It was believed that the martyr died prophesying, that the prophecy sometimes foretold disaster,
and it was considered a kindness to those upon whom it was to fall to drown the voice and keep them in ignorance of the misfortune that was to come.
Chapter 12. He had had much experience of physicians, and said, "The only way to keep your health is to eat what you don't want, drink what you don't like, and do what you'd druther not." Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar.
It was a long journey, 2 nights, 1 day, and part of another day, from Bombay eastward to Allahabad. But it was always interesting, and it was not fatiguing. At first the night travel promised to be fatiguing, but that was on account of pajamas. This foolish night dress consists of jacket and drawers. Sometimes they are made of silk, sometimes of a raspy, scratchy, slazy woolen material with a sandpaper surface. The drawers are loose elephant-legged and elephant-waisted things, and instead of buttoning around the body, there is a drawstring to produce the required shrinkage. The jacket is roomy, and 1 button in the front. Pajamas are hot on a hot night, and cold on a cold night, defects which a nightshirt is free from. I tried the pajamas in order to be in the fashion, but I was obliged to give them up. I couldn't stand them. There was no sufficient change from day gear to night gear. I missed the refreshing and luxurious sense induced by the nightgown, of being undressed, emancipated, set free from restraints and trammels. In place of that, I had the worried, confined, oppressed, suffocating sense of being abed with my clothes on. All through the warm half of the night the coarse surfaces irritated my skin, and made it feel baked and feverish, and the dreams which came in the fitful flurries of slumber were such as distress the sleep of the damned, or ought to. And all through the cold other half of the night I could get no time for sleep, because I had to employ it all in stealing blankets. But blankets are of no value at such a time. The higher they are piled, the more effectively they cork the cold in and keep it from getting out. The result is that your legs are ice, and you know how you will feel by and by when you are buried. In a sane interval, I discarded the pajamas and led a rational and comfortable life thenceforth. Out in the country in India, the day begins early. One sees a plain, perfectly flat, dust-coloured, and brick-yardy, stretching limitlessly away on every side in the dim grey light, striped everywhere with hard-beaten narrow paths, the vast flatness, broken at wide intervals by bunches of special trees, that mark where villages are, and along all the paths are slender women, and the black forms of lanky naked men moving to their work, the women with brass water jars on their heads, the men carrying hoes. The man is not entirely naked. Always there is a bit of white rag, a loincloth. It amounts to a bandage, and is a white accent on his black person, like the silver band around the middle of a pipe stem. Sometimes he also wears a fluffy and voluminous white turban, and this adds a second accent. He then answers properly to Miss Gordon Cummings' flashlight picture of him as a person who is dressed in a turban and a pocket handkerchief. All day long, one has this monotony of dust-coloured dead levels, and scattering bunches of trees, and mud villages. You soon realize that India is not beautiful. Still, there is an enchantment about it that is beguiling, and which does not pall. You cannot tell just what it is that makes the spell, perhaps, but you feel it, and confess it nevertheless. Of course, at bottom, you know in a vague way that it is history. It is that affects you, a haunting sense of the myriads of human lives that have blossomed and withered and perished here, repeating and repeating and repeating, century after century, and age after age. The barren and meaningless process. It is this sense that gives to this forlorn, uncomely land power, to speak to the spirit and make friends with it, to speak to it with a voice bitter with satire, but eloquent with melancholy. The deserts of Australia and the ice barrens of Greenland have no speech, for they have no venerable history, with nothing to tell of man and his vanities, his fleeting glories and his miseries. They have nothing wherewith to spiritualize their ugliness and veil it with a charm. There is nothing pretty about an Indian village, a mud one, and I did not remember that we saw any but mud ones on that long flight to Allahabad. It is a little bunch of dirt-coloured mud hovels, jammed together within a mud wall. As a rule, the rains had beaten down parts of some of the houses, and this gave the village the aspect of mouldering and hoary ruin. I believe the cattle and the vermin live inside the wall, for I saw cattle coming out and cattle going in. And whenever I saw a villager, he was scratching. This last one is only circumstantial evidence, but I think it has value. The village has a battered little temple or two, big enough to hold an idol, and with custom enough to fat up a priest and keep him comfortable. But there are Mohammedans. There are generally a few sorry tombs outside the village that have a decayed and neglected look. The villages interested me, because of the thing which Major Sleeman says about them in his book, particularly what he says about the division of labour in them. He says that the whole face of India is parcelled out into estates of villages, that 9/10 of the vast population of the land consists of cultivators of the soil, that it is these cultivators who inhabit the villages, that there are certain established village servants, mechanics, and others, who are apparently paid a wage by the village at large, and whose calling remain in certain families that are handed down from father to son, like an estate. He gives a list of these established servants: priest, blacksmith, carpenter, accountant, washerman, basket maker, potter, watchman, barber, shoemaker, brazier, confectioner, weaver, dryer, etc. In his day witches abounded, and it was not thought good business wisdom for a man to marry his daughter into a family that hadn't a witch in it, for she would need a witch on the premises to protect her children from the evil spells which would certainly be cast upon them by the witches connected with the neighbouring families. The office of midwife was hereditary in the family of the basket-maker. It belonged to the wife. She might not be competent, but the office was hers anyway. Her pay was not high, 25 cents for a boy, and half as much for a girl. The girl was not desired, because she would be a disastrous expense by and by. As soon as she should be old enough to begin to wear clothes for propriety's sake, it would be a disgrace to the family if she were not married. And to marry her meant financial ruin, for by custom the father must spend upon feasting and wedding display everything he had, and all he could borrow. In fact, reduce himself to a condition of poverty, which he might never more recover from. It was the dread of this prospective ruin which made the killing of girl babies so prevalent in India in the old days, before England laid the iron hand of her prohibitions upon the pious slaughter. One may judge of how prevalent the custom was by one of Sleeman's casual electric remarks, when he speaks of children at play in villages, where girl voices were never heard. The wedding display folly is still in full force in India, and by consequence the destruction of girl babies is still furtively practiced, but not largely because of the vigilance of the government and the sternness of the penalties it levies. In some parts of India, the village keeps in its pay 3 other servants, an astrologer to tell the villager when he must plant his crop, or make a journey, or marry a wife, or strangle a child, or borrow a dog, or climb a tree, or catch a rat, or swindle a neighbour, without offending the alert and solicitous heavens, and what his dreams mean, if he has had one and was not bright enough to interpret it himself by the details of his dinner. The 2 other established servants were the tiger persuader and the hailstorm discourager. The one kept away the tigers, if he could, and collected the wages anyway, and the other kept off the hailstorms, or explained why he failed. He charged the same for explaining a failure that he did for scoring a success. A man is an idiot who can't earn a living in India. Major Sleeman revealed the fact that the trade union and the boycott are antiquities in India. India seems to have originated everything. The sweeper belongs to the bottom caste. He is the lowest of the low. All other castes despise him and scorn his office, but that does not trouble him. His caste is a caste, and that is sufficient for him, and so he is proud of it, not ashamed. Sleeman says, "It is perhaps not known to many of my countrymen,
even in India, that in every town and city in the country the right of sweeping the houses and streets is a monopoly, and is supported entirely by the pride of castes among the scavengers, who are all of the lowest class. The right of sweeping within a certain range is recognized by the caste to belong to a certain member, and if any other members presume to sweep within that range, he is excommunicated. No other member will smoke out of his pipe or drink out of his jug, and he can get restored to caste only by a feast to the whole body of sweepers. If any housekeeper within a particular circle happens to offend the sweeper of that range, none of his filth will be removed till he pacifies him, because no other sweeper will dare to touch it, and the people of a town are often more tyrannicized over by these people than by any other. A footnote by Major Sleeman's editor, Mr. Vincent Arthur Smith, says that in our day this tyranny of the Sweepers' Guild is one of the many difficulties which bar the progress of Indian sanitary reform. Think of this.
The sweepers cannot be readily coerced because no Hindu or Mussulman would do their work to save his life, nor would he pollute himself by beating the refractory scavenger.
They certainly do seem to have the whip hand. It would be difficult to imagine a more impregnable position. The vested rights described in the text are so fully recognized in practice that they are frequently the subject of sale or mortgage. Just like a milk route, or like a London crossing sweeper ship. It is said that the London crossing sweeper's right to his crossing is recognized by the rest of the guild, and they protect him in its possession. That certain choice crossings are valuable property, and are saleable at high figures. I have noticed that the man who sweeps in front of the Army and Navy stores has a wealthy South African aristocrat's style all about him, and when he is off guard, he has exactly that look on his face which you always see in the face of a man who is saving up his daughter to marry her to a duke. It appears from Sleeman that in India the occupation of elephant driver is confined to Mohammedans. I wonder why that is. The water carrier, Bahishti, is Mohammedan, but it is said that the reason of that is that the Hindu's religion does not allow him to touch the skin of a dead kine, and that is what the water sack is made of. It would defile him, and it doesn't allow him to eat meat. The animal that furnished the meat was murdered, and to take any creature's life is a sin. It is a good and gentle religion, but inconvenient. A great Indian river, at low water, suggests the familiar anatomical picture of a skinned human body, the intricate mesh of interwoven muscles and tendons to stand for water channels, and the archipelagos of fat and flesh, enclosed by them to stand for the sandbars. Somewhere on this journey we passed such a river, and on a later journey we saw in the Sutlej the duplicate of that river. Curious rivers they are, low shores a dizzy distance apart, with nothing between, but an enormous acreage of sand flats, with sluggish little veins of water dribbling around amongst them, Saharas of sand, smallpox pitted, with footprints punctured in belts as straight as the equator, clear from the one shore to the other, barring the channel interruptions. A dry-shod ferry, you see. Long railway bridges are required for this sort of rivers, and India has them. You approach Allahabad by a very long one. It was now carrying us across the bed of the Jumna, a bed which did not seem to have been slept in for one while or more. It wasn't all riverbed. Most of it was overflow ground. Allahabad means City of God. I get this from the books, from a printed curiosity, a letter written by one of those brave and confident Hindu strugglers with the English tongue, called a babu. I got a more compressed translation, Godville. It is perfectly correct, but that is the most that can be said for it. We arrived in the forenoon, and short-handed, for Satan got left behind somewhere that morning, and did not overtake us until after nightfall. It seemed very peaceful without him. The world seemed asleep and dreaming. I did not see the native town, I think. I do not remember why, for an incident connects it with the Great Mutiny, and that is enough to make any place interesting. But I saw the English part of the city. It is a town of wide avenues and noble distances, and is comely and alluring, and full of suggestions of comfort and leisure, and of the serenity which a good conscience, buttressed by a sufficient bank account, gives. The bungalows, dwellings, stand well back in the seclusion and privacy of large enclosed compounds, private grounds, as we should say, and in the shade and shelter of trees. Even the photographer and the prosperous merchant ply their industries in the elegant reserve of big compounds, and the citizens drive in there upon their business occasions, and not in cabs. No. In the Indian cities, cabs are for the drifting stranger. All the white citizens have private carriages, and each carriage has a flock of white-turbaned black footmen and drivers all over it. The vicinity of a lecture hall looks like a snowstorm, and it makes the lecturer feel like an opera. India has many names, and they are correctly descriptive. It is the land of contradictions, the land of subtlety and superstition, the land of wealth and poverty, the land of splendor and desolation, the land of plague and famine, the land of the thug and the poisoner, and of the meek and the patient, the land of the suttee, the land of the unreinstatable widow, the land where all life is holy, the land of cremation, the land where the vulture is a grave and a monument, the land of the multitudinous gods, and if signs go for anything, it is the land of the private carriage. In Bombay, the forewoman of a millinery shop came to the hotel in a private carriage to take the measure for a gown, not for me, but for another. She had come out to India to make a temporary stay, but was extending it indefinitely. Indeed, she was purposing to the end of her days there. In London, she said, her work had been hard, her hours long. For economy's sake, she had had to live in shabby rooms, and far away from the shop. Watch the pennies, deny herself many of the common comforts of life, restrict herself, in effect, to its bare necessities, eschew cabs, travel third class by underground train to and from her work, swallowing coal smoke and cinders all the way, and sometimes troubled with the society of men and women who were less desirable than the smoke and the cinders. But in Bombay, on almost any kind of wages, she could live in comfort, and keep her carriage, and have 6 servants in place of the woman of all work she had had in her English home. Later, in Calcutta, I found that the Standard Oil clerks had small one-horse vehicles, and did no walking, and I was told that the clerks of the other large concerns there had like equipment. But to return to Allahabad. I was up at dawn the next morning. In India, the tourist servant does not sleep in a room in the hotel, but rolls himself up, head and ears in his blanket, and stretches himself on the veranda, across the front of his master's door, and spends the night there. I don't believe anybody's servant occupies a room. Apparently, the bungalow servants sleep on the veranda. It is roomy, and goes all around the house. I speak of manservants. I saw none of the other sex. I think there are none, except child nurses. I was up at dawn and walked around the veranda, past the row of sleepers. In front of one door, a Hindu servant was squatting, waiting for his master to call him. He had polished the yellow shoes and placed them by the door, and now he had nothing to do but wait. It was freezing cold. But there he was, as motionless as a sculptured image, and as patient. It troubled me. I wanted to say to him, "Don't crouch there like that and freeze. Nobody requires it of you. Stir around and get warm." But I hadn't the words. I thought of saying, "Jaldi jao," but I couldn't remember what it meant, so I didn't say it. I knew another phrase, but it wouldn't come to my mind. I moved on, proposing to dismiss him from my thoughts, but his bare legs and bare feet kept him there. They kept drawing me back from the sunny side to a point whence I could see him. At the end of an hour, he had not changed his attitude in the least degree. It was a curious and impressive exhibition of meekness and patience, or fortitude, or indifference. I did not know which, but it worried me, and it was spoiling my morning. In fact, it spoiled 2 hours of it quite thoroughly. I quitted the vicinity then, and left him to punish himself as much as he might want to. But up to that time the man had not changed his attitude a hair. He will always remain with me, I suppose. His figure never grows vague in my memory. Whenever I read of Indian resignation, Indian patience under wrongs, hardships, and misfortunes, he comes before me. He becomes a personification, and stands for India in trouble, and for untold ages India in trouble has been pursued with the very remark which I was going to utter but didn't, because its meaning had slipped me. Jaldi jao. Come, shove along. Why, it was the very thing. In the early brightness we made a long drive out to the fort. Part of the way was beautiful. It led under stately trees and through groups of native houses, and by the usual village well, where the picturesque gangs are always flocking to and fro and laughing and chattering, and this time brawny men were deluging their bronze bodies with the limpid water, and making a refreshing and enticing show of it, for the sun was already transacting business, firing Indy up for the day. There was plenty of this early bathing going on, for it was getting toward breakfast time, and with an unpurified body the Hindu must not eat. Then we struck into the hot plain, and found the roads crowded with pilgrims of both sexes. For one of the great religious fairs of India was being held, just beyond the fort, at the junction of the sacred rivers, the Ganges and the Jumna. 3 sacred rivers, I should have said, for there is a subterranean one. Nobody has seen it, but that doesn't signify. The fact that it is there is enough. These pilgrims had come from all over India. Some of them had been months on the way, plodding patiently along in the heat and dust, worn, poor, hungry, but supported and sustained by an unwavering faith and belief. They were supremely happy and content now. Their full and sufficient reward was at hand. They were going to be cleansed from every vestige of sin and corruption by these holy waters, which make utterly pure whatsoever things they touch, even the dead and rotten. It is wonderful, the power of a faith like that. They can make multitudes upon multitudes of the old and weak and the young and frail enter without hesitation or complaint upon such incredible journeys, and endure the resultant miseries without repining. It is done in love, or it is done in fear. I do not know which it is. No matter what the impulse is, the act born of it, beyond imagination marvelous to our kind of people, the cold whites. There are choice great natures among us that could exhibit the equivalent of this prodigious self-sacrifice. But the rest of us know that we should not be equal to anything approaching it. Still we all talk self-sacrifice, and this makes me hope that we are large enough to honor it in the Hindu. 2 millions of natives arrive at this fair every year. How many start and die on the road from age and fatigue and disease and scanty nourishment, and how many die on the return from the same causes, no one knows. But the tale is great, one may say enormous. Every 12th year is held to be a year of a particular grace. A greatly augmented volume of pilgrims result then. The 12th year has held this distinction since the remotest time, it is said. It is said also that there is to be but one more 12th year, for the Ganges, after that holiest of all sacred rivers, will cease to be holy, and will be abandoned by the pilgrims for many centuries. How many, the wise men have not stated. At the end of that interval, it will become holy again. Meantime, the data will be arranged by those people who have charge of all such matters, the great chief Brahmins. It will be like shutting down a mint. At first glance, it looks most unbrahmanically, uncommercial. But I am not disturbed, being soothed and tranquilized by their reputation. Brer Fox, he lay low, as Uncle Remus says. And at the judicious time he will spring something on the Indian public, which will show that he was not financially asleep when he took the Ganges out of the market. Great numbers of the natives along the roads were bringing away holy water from the rivers. They would carry it far and wide in India and sell it. Tavernier, the French traveller, 17th century, notes that the Ganges water is often given at weddings. Each guest receives a cup or 2, according to the liberality of the host. Sometimes 2,000 or 3,000 rupees worth of it is consumed at a wedding. The fort is a huge old structure, and has had a large experience in religions. In its great court stands a monolith which was placed there more than 2,000 years ago to preach Buddhism. By its pious inscription, the fort was built 3 centuries ago by a Mohammedan emperor, a re-sanctification of the place in the interest of that religion. There is a Hindu temple, too, with subterranean ramifications stocked with shrines and idols, and now the fort belongs to the English. It contains a Christian church, insured in all the companies. From the lofty ramparts, one has a fine view of the sacred rivers. They join at that point. The pale blue Jumna, apparently clean and clear, and the muddy Ganges, dull, yellow, and not clean. On a long curved spit between the rivers, towns of tents were visible, with a multitude of fluttering pennons, and a mighty swarm of pilgrims. It was a troublesome place to get down to, and not a quiet place when you arrived, but it was interesting. There was a world of activity and turmoil and noise, partly religious, partly commercial, for the Mohammedans were there to curse and sell, and the Hindus to buy and pray. It is a fair as well as a religious festival. Crowds were bathing, praying, and drinking the purifying waters, and many sick pilgrims had come long journeys in palanquins to be healed of their maladies by a bath, or if that might not be, then to die in the blessed banks and so make sure of heaven. There were fakirs in plenty, with their bodies dusted over with ashes, and their long hair caked together with cow dung. For the cow is holy, and so was the rest of it, so holy that the good Hindu peasant frescoes the walls of his hut with this refuse, and also constructs the ornamental figures out of it for the gracing of his dirt floor. There were seated families, fearfully and wonderfully painted, who by attitude and grouping represented the families of certain great gods. There was a holy man who sat naked by the day and by the week on a cluster of iron spikes, and did not seem to mind it. And another holy man, who stood all day holding his withering arms motionless aloft, and was said to have been doing it for years. All of these performers had a cloth on the ground beside them for the reception of contributions. And even the poorest of the people give a trifle, and hope that the sacrifice will be blessed to him. At last came a procession of naked holy people marching by and chanting, and I wrenched myself away. Chapter 13. The man who is ostentatious of his modesty is twin to the statue that wears a fig leaf. Pudned Wilson's New Calendar. The journey to Benares was all in daylight, and occupied but a few hours. It was admirably dusty. The dust settled onto you in a thick ashy layer, and turned you into a fakir, with nothing lacking to the role but the cow manure and the sense of holiness. There was a change of cars about mid-afternoon at Mogul Sierra, if that was the name, and a wait of 2 hours there for the Benares train. We could have found a carriage and driven to the sacred city, but we should have lost the wait. In other countries, a long wait at a station is a dull thing and tedious. But one has no right to have that feeling in India. You have the monster crowd of bejeweled natives, the stir, the bustle, the confusion, the shifting splendors of the costumes. Dear me, the delight of it, the charm of it are beyond speech. The 2-hour wait was over too soon. Among other satisfying things to look at was a minor native prince from the backwoods somewhere, with his guard of honor, a ragged but wonderfully gaudy gang of 50 dark barbarians armed with rusty flintlock muskets. The general show came so near to exhausting variety that one would have said that no addition to it could be conspicuous. But when this Falstaff and his motley marched through it, one saw that the seemingly impossibility had happened. We got away by and by, and soon reached the outer edge of Benares. Then there was another wait, but as usual, with something to look at. This was a cluster of little canvas boxes, palanquins. A canvas box is not much of a sight when empty, but when there is a lady in it, it is an object of interest. These boxes were grouped apart in the full blaze of the terrible sun. During the 3/4 of an hour that we tarried there, they contained Zanana ladies. They had to sit up. There was not room enough to stretch out. They probably did not mind it. They are used to the close captivity of their dwelling all their lives. When they go a journey, they are carried to the train in these boxes. In the train, they have to be secluded from inspection. Many people pity them, and I always did it myself. I never charged anything. But it is doubtful if this compassion is valued. While we were in India, some good-hearted Europeans in one of the cities proposed to restrict a large park to the use of Zenana ladies, so that they could go there, and in assured privacy go about unveiled and enjoy the sunshine and air, as they had never enjoyed them before. Apparently, the idea was shocking to the ladies. Indeed, it was quite manifestly shocking. Was that proposition the equivalent of inviting European ladies to assemble scantily and scandalously clothed in the seclusion of a private park? It seemed to be about that. Without doubt, modesty is nothing less than a holy feeling, and without doubt the person whose rule of modesty has been transgressed feels the same sort of wound that he would feel if something made holy to him by his religion had suffered a desecration. I say rule of modesty, because there are about 1 million rules in the world, and this makes 1 million standards to be looked out for. Major Sleeman mentions the case of some high-caste veiled ladies who were profoundly scandalized when some English young ladies passed by with faces bare to the world, so scandalized that they spoke out with strong indignation, and wondered that people could be so shameless as to expose their persons like that. And yet the legs of the objectors were naked to mid-thigh. Both parties were clean-minded and irreproachably modest, while abiding by their separate rules, but they couldn't have traded rules for a chance without suffering considerable discomfort. All human rules are more or less idiotic, I suppose. It is best so, no doubt, the way it is now. The asylums can hold the sane people, but if we tried to shut up the insane, we should run out of building materials. You have a long drive to the outskirts of Benares before you get to the hotel, and all the aspects are melancholy. It is a vision of dusty sterility, decaying temples, crumbling tombs, broken mud walls, shabby huts. The whole region seems to ache with age and penury. It must take 10,000 years of want to produce such an aspect. We were still outside of the great native city when we reached the hotel. It was a quiet and homelike house, inviting, and manifestly comfortable. But we liked its annex better, and we went thither. It was a mile away, perhaps, and stood in the midst of a large compound, and was built bungalow fashion, everything on the ground floor, and a veranda all around. They have doors in India, but I don't know why. They don't fasten, and they stand open as a rule, with a curtain hanging in the door space to keep out the glare of the sun. Still, there is plenty of privacy, for no white person will come in without notice, of course. The native men-servants will, but they don't seem to count. They glide in, barefoot and noiseless, and are in the midst before one knows it. At first this is a shock, and sometimes it is an embarrassment, but one has to get used to it, and does. There was one tree in the compound, and a monkey lived in it. At first I was strongly interested in the tree, for I was told that it was the renowned peepul, the tree in whose shadow you cannot tell a lie. This one failed to stand the test, and I went away from it disappointed. There was a softly creaking well close by, and a couple of oxen drew water from it by the hour, superintended by 2 natives dressed in the usual turban and pocket handkerchief. The tree and the well were the only scenery, and so the compound was a soothing and lonesome and satisfying place, and very restful after so many activities. There was nobody in our bungalow but ourselves. The other guests were the next one, where the table d'hôte was furnished. A body could not be more pleasantly situated. Each room had the customary bath attached, a room 10 or 12 feet square, with a roomy stone-paved pit in it and an abundance of water. One could not easily improve upon this arrangement, except by furnishing it with cold water and excluding the hot, in deference to the fervency of the climate. But that is forbidden. It would damage the bather's health. The stranger is warned against taking cold baths in India, but even the most intelligent strangers are fools, and they do not obey. And so they presently get laid up, I was the most intelligent fool that passed through that year. But I am still more intelligent now that it is too late. I wonder if the Dorian, if that is the name of it, is another superstition, like the peepal tree. There was a great abundance and variety of tropical fruits, but the Dorian was never in evidence. It was never the season for the Dorian. It was always going to arrive from Burma some time or other, but it never did. By all accounts, it was a most strange fruit, and incomparably delicious to the taste, but not to the smell. Its rind was said to exude a stench of so atrocious a nature that when a Dorian was in the room, even the presence of a polecat was a refreshment. We found many who had eaten the Dorian, and they all spoke of it with a sort of rapture. They said that if you could hold your nose until the fruit was in your mouth, a sacred joy would suffuse you from head to foot that would make you oblivious to the smell of the rind. But that if your grip slipped and you caught the smell of the rind before the fruit was in your mouth, you would faint. There is a fortune in that rind. Some day somebody will import it to Europe and sell it for cheese. Benares was not a disappointment. It justified its reputation as a curiosity. It is on high ground, and overhangs a grand curve of the Ganges. It is a vast mass of building, compactly crusting a hill, and is cloven in all directions by an intricate confusion of cracks which stand for streets. Tall, slim minarets and beflagged temple spires rise out of it, and give it a picturesqueness. Viewed from the river, the city is as busy as an anthill, and the hurly-burly of human life swarming along the web of narrow streets reminds one of the ants. The sacred cow swarms along too, and goes whither she pleases, and takes toll of the grain shops, and is very much in the way, and it is a good deal of a nuisance, since she must not be molested. Benares is older than history, older than tradition, older even than legend, and looks twice as old as all of them put together. From a Hindu statement quoted in Reverend Mr. Parker's compact and lucid guide to Benares, I find that the site of the town was the beginning place of the creation. It was merely an upright lingam at first, no larger than a stovepipe, and stood in the midst of a shoreless ocean. This was the work of the god Vishnu. Later, he spread the lingam out till its surface was 10 miles across. Still, it was not large enough for the business. Therefore, he presently built a globe around it. Benares is thus the center of the earth. This is considered an advantage. It has a tumultuous history, both materially and spiritually. It started Brahmanomically, many years ago. Then by and by, Buddha came in recent times, 2,500 years ago, and after that it was Buddhist during many centuries, 12 perhaps. But the Brahmins got the upper hand again then and have held it ever since. It is unspeakably sacred in Hindu eyes, and it is unsanitary as it is sacred, and smells like the rind of the Dorian. It is the headquarters of the Brahmin faith, and 1/8 of the population are priests of that church. But it is not an overstock, for they have all of India as a prey. All India flocks thither on pilgrimage, and pours its savings into the pockets of the priests in a generous stream, which never fails. A priest with a good stand on the shore of the Ganges is much better off than the sweeper of the best crossings in London. A good stand is worth a world of money. The holy proprietor of it sits under the grand spectacular umbrella and blesses people all his life, and collects his commission, and grows fat and rich, and the stand passes from father to son, down and down and down, through the ages, and remains a permanent and lucrative estate in the family. As Mr. Parker suggests, it can become a subject of dispute at one time or another, and then the matter will be settled, not by prayer and fasting and consultation with Vishnu, but by the intervention of a much more puissant power, an English court. In Bombay I was told by an American missionary that in India there are 640 Protestant missionaries at work. At first it seemed an immense force, but of course that was a thoughtless idea. One missionary to 500,000 natives. No, that is not a force. It is the reverse of it. 640 marching against an entrenched camp of 300 million. The odds are too great. A force of 640 in Benares alone would have its hands full over 8,000 Brahmin priests for adversary. Missionaries need to be well equipped with hope and confidence, and this equipment they seem to have always had in all parts of the world. Mr. Parker has it. It enables him to get a favorable outlook out of statistics, which might add up differently with other mathematicians. For instance,
during the past few years, competent observers declare that the number of pilgrims to Benares has increased.
And then he adds up this fact and gets this conclusion.
But the revival, if so it may be called, has in it the marks of death. It is a spasmodic struggle before dissolution.
In this world we have seen the Roman Catholic power dying upon these same terms for many centuries. Many a time we have gotten all ready for the funeral and found it postponed again on account of the weather or something. Taught by experience, we ought not to be put on our things for this Brahminical one till we see the procession move. Apparently, one of the most uncertain things in the world is the funeral of a religion. I should have been glad to acquire some sort of idea of Hindu theology, but the difficulties were too great. The matter was too intricate. Even the mere ABC of it is baffling. There is a trinity, Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu, independent powers apparently, though one cannot feel quite sure of that, because in one of the temples there is an image where an attempt has been made to concentrate the three in one person. The three have other names, and plenty of them, and this makes confusion in one's mind. The three have wives, and the wives have several names, and this increases the confusion. There are children. The children have many names, and thus the confusion goes on and on. It is not worthwhile to try to get any grip upon the cloud of minor gods. There are too many of them. It is even a justifiable economy to leave Brahma, the chiefest god of all, out of your studies, for he seems to cut no great figure in India. The vast bulk of the national worship is lavished upon Shiva and Vishnu and their families. Shiva's symbol, the lingam, with which Venush began the creation, is worshipped by everybody, apparently. It is the commonest object in Benares. It is on view everywhere. It is garlanded with flowers. Offerings are made to it. It suffers no neglect. Commonly, it is an upright stone, shaped like a thimble, sometimes like an elongated thimble. This prepus worship, then, is older than history. Mr. Parker says that the lingams in Benares outnumber the inhabitants. In Benares, there are many Mohammedan mosques. There are Hindu temples without number. These quaintly shaped and elaborately sculpted little stone jugs crowd all the lanes. The Ganges itself and every individual drop of water in it are temples. Religion, then, is the business of Benares, just as gold production is the business of Johannesburg. Other industries count for nothing as compared with the vast and all-absorbing rush and drive and boom of the town's specialty. Benares is the sacredest of sacred cities. The moment you step across the sharply defined line which separates it from the rest of the globe, you stand upon ineffably and unspeakably holy ground. Mr. Parker says,
"It is impossible to convey any adequate idea of the intense feelings of veneration and affection with which the pious Hindu regards holy Kasha, Benares."
And then he gives you this vivid and moving picture.
Let a Hindu regiment be marched through the district, and as soon as they cross the line and enter the limits of the holy place, they rent the air with cries of Kashi Jai Kai, Jai Jai Jai, Holy Kashi, hail to thee, hail, hail, hail. The weary pilgrim, scarcely able to stand, with age and weakness, blinded by the dust and heat, and almost dead with fatigue, crawls out of the oven-like railway carriage, and as soon as his feet touch the ground, he lifts up his withered hands and utters the same pious exclamation. Let a European in some distant city, in casual talk in the bazaar, mention the fact that he has lived at Benares, and at once voices will be raised to call down blessings on his head, for a dweller in Benares is of all men most blessed.
It makes our own religious enthusiasm seem pale and cold, inasmuch as the life of religion is in the heart, not the head. Mr. Parker's touching picture seems to promise a sort of indefinite postponement of that funeral.
Chapter 14. Let me make the superstitions of a nation, and I care not who makes its laws, or its songs either. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar.
Yes, the city of Benares is in effect just a big church, a religious hive, whose every cell is a temple, a shrine or a mosque, and whose every conceivable earthly and heavenly good is procurable under one roof, so to speak. A sort of army and navy stores, theologically stocked. I will make out a little itinerary for the pilgrim. Then you will see how handy the system is, how convenient, how comprehensive. If you go to Benares with a serious desire to spiritually benefit yourself, you will find it valuable. I got some of the facts from conversations with the Reverend Mr. Parker and the others, with his guide to Benares. They are therefore trustworthy. 1. Purification. At sunrise, you must go down to the Ganges and bathe, pray, and drink some of the water. This is for your general purification. 2. Protection against hunger. Next, you must fortify yourself against the sorrowful earthly ill just named. This you will do by worshipping for a moment in the cow temple. By the door of it, you will find an image of Ganesh, son of Shiva. It has the head of an elephant on a human body. Its face and hands are of silver. You will worship it a little and pass on into a covered veranda, where you will find devotees reciting from the sacred books with the help of instructors. In this place are groups of rude and dismal idols. You may contribute something for their support, then pass into the temple, a grim and stenchy place, for it is populous with sacred cows and with beggars. You will give something to the beggars, and reverently kiss the tails of such cows as pass along, for these cows are peculiarly holy, and this act of worship will secure you from hunger for the day. 3. The poor man's friend. You will next worship this god. He's at the bottom of a stone cistern in the temple of Dalipayaswar, under the shade of a noble peepal tree on the bluff overlooking the Ganges. So you must go back to the river. The poor man's friend is the god of material prosperity in general, and the god of the rain in particular. You will secure material prosperity, or both, by worshipping him. He is Shiva, under a new alias, and he abides in the bottom of that cistern, in the form of a stone lingam. You pour Ganges water over him, and in return for this homage you get the promised benefits. If there is any delay about the rain, you must pour water in until the cistern is full. The rain will then be sure to come. 4. Fever. At the Kendar Ghat, you will find a long flight of stone steps leading down to the river. Halfway down is a tank filled with sewage. Drink as much of it as you want. It is for fever. 5. Smallpox. Go straight from there to the central ghat. At its upstream end, you will find a small whitewashed building, which is a temple, sacred to Sitala, goddess of smallpox. Her understudy is there, a rude human figure behind a brass screen. You will worship this for reasons to be furnished presently. 6. The Well of Fate. For certain reasons, you will next go and do homage at this well. You will find it in the Dandpan Temple, in the city. The sunlight falls into it from a square hole in the masonry above. You will approach it with awe, for your life is now at stake. You will bend over and look. If the fates are propitious, you will see your face pictured in the water far down in the well. If matters have been otherwise ordered, a sudden cloud will mask the sun, and you will see nothing. This means that you have not 6 months to live. If you are already at the point of death, your circumstances are now serious. There is no time to lose. Let this world go. Arrange for the next one. Handily situated at your very elbow, it is opportunity for this. Your turn and worship the image of Mahakal, the great fate, and happiness in the life to come is secured. If there is breath in your body yet, you should now make an effort to get a further lease of the present life. You have a chance. There is a chance for everything in this admirably stocked and wonderfully systemized spiritual and temporal army and navy store. You must get yourself carried to 7. The Well of Long Life. This is within the precincts of the mouldering and venerable Burdakal Temple, which is one of the oldest in Benares. You pass in by a stone image of the monkey god, Hanuman, and there, amongst the ruined courtyard, you will find a shallow pool of stagnant sewage. It smells like the best Limburger cheese. and is filthy with the washings of rotting lepers. But that is nothing. Bathe in it. Bathe in it gratefully and worshipfully, for this is the fountain of youth. These are the waters of long life. Your grey hairs will disappear, and with them your wrinkles and your rheumatism, the burdens of care and the weariness of age, and you will come out young, fresh, ecstatic, and full of eagerness for the new race of life. Now will come flooding upon you the manifold desires that haunt your dear dreams of the morning of life. You will go whither you will find. 8. Fulfillment of desire, to wit, to the Kameshwar temple, sacred to Shiva, as the Lord of Desires. Arrange for yours there, and if you like to look at idols among the pack and jam of temples, there you will find enough to stock a museum. You will begin to commit sins now with a fresh, new vivacity. Therefore, it will be well to go frequently to a place where you can get 9. Temporary cleansing from sin, to wit, to the well of the earring. You must approach this with the profoundest reverence, for it is utterly sacred. It is, indeed, the most sacred place in Benares, the very holy of holies. In the estimation of the people, it is a railed tank, with stone stairways leading down to the water. The water is not clean. Of course it could not be, for people are always bathing in it. As long as you choose to stand and look, you will see the files of sinners descending and ascending, descending soiled with sin, ascending purged from it. The liar, the thief, the murderer, and the adulterer may here wash and be clean, says the Reverend Mr. Parker in his book. Very well I know, Mr. Parker, and I believe it. But if anybody else had said it, I should consider him a person who had better go down into the tank and take another wash. The god Vanush dug this tank. He had nothing to dig with but his discus. I do not know what a discus is, but I know it is a poor thing to dig tanks with, because by the time this one was finished, it was full of sweat. Vishnu's sweat. He constructed the site that Benares stands on, and afterwards built the globe around it, and thought nothing of it, yet sweated like that over a little thing like this tank. One of these statements is doubtful. I do not know which one it is, but I think it's difficult not to believe that a god who could build a world around Benares would not be intelligent enough to build it around the tank too, and not have to dig it. Youth, long life, temporary purification from sin, salvation through propitiation of the great fate. These are all good, but you must do something more. You must. 10. Make salvation sure. There are several ways. To get drowned in the Ganges is one, but that is not pleasant. To die within the limits of Benares is another, but that is a risky one, because you might be out of town when your time came. You must walk. Also, you must go barefoot. The tramp is 44 miles, where the road winds out into the country a piece, and you'll be marching 5 or 6 days. But you will have plenty of company. You will move with throngs and hosts of happy pilgrims, whose radiant costumes will make the spectacle beautiful, and whose glad songs and happy pans of triumph will banish your fatigues and cheer your spirit. And at intervals there will be temples where you may sleep and be refreshed with food. The pilgrimage completed, you have purchased salvation and paid for it, but you may not get it unless you... 11. Get your redemption recorded. You can get this done at the Sakai Benyak Temple, and it is best to do it. For otherwise, you might not be able to prove that you had made the pilgrimage, in case the matter should some day come to be disputed. That temple is in a lane back of the cow temple. Over the door is a red image of Ganesh, of the elephant head, son and heir of Shiva, and Prince of Wales to the theological monarchy, so to speak. Within is a god whose office is to record your pilgrimage, and be responsible for you. You will not see him, but you will see a Brahmin who will attend to the matter and take the money. If he should forget to collect the money, you can remind him. He knows that your salvation is now secure. But of course, you would like to know it yourself. You have nothing to do but go and pray. And pay at the 12. Well of the knowledge of salvation. It is close to the Golden Temple. There you will see, sculpted out of a single piece of black marble, a bull which is much larger than any living bull you have ever seen, and yet is not a good likeness after all. And there also you will see a very uncommon thing, an image of Shiva. You have seen his lingam 50,000 times already, but this is Shiva himself, and said to be a good likeness. It has 3 eyes. He is the only god in the firm that has 3. The well is covered by a fine canopy of stone supported by 40 pillars, and around it you will find what you have already seen at almost every shrine you have visited in Benares, a mob of devout and eager pilgrims. The sacred water is being ladled out to them. With it comes to them the knowledge, clear, thrilling, absolute, that they are saved. And you can see by their faces that there is one happiness in this world which is supreme, and to which no other joy is comparable. You receive your water, you make your deposit, and now what more would you have? Gold? Diamonds? Power? Fame? All in a single moment these things have withered to dirt, dust, ashes. The world has nothing to give you now. For you it is bankrupt. I do not claim that the pilgrims do their acts of worship in the order and sequence above charted out in this itinerary of mine, but I think logic suggests that they ought to do so. Instead of a helter-skelter worship, we then have a definite starting place and a march which carries the pilgrim steadily forward by reasoned and logical progression to a definite goal. Thus, his Ganges bath in the early morning gives him an appetite. He kisses the cowtails, and that removes it. It is now business hours, and longings for material prosperity rise in his mind, and he goes and pours water over Shiva's symbol. This ensures the prosperity, but also brings on a rain, which gives him a fever. Then he drinks the sewage at the Kendar Ghat to cure the fever. It cures the fever, but gives him the smallpox. He wishes to know how it's going to turn out. He goes to the Deadpan Temple and looks down the well. A clouded sun shows him that death is near. Logically, his best course for the present, since he cannot tell at what moment he may die, is to secure a happy hereafter. This he does, through the agency of the great fate. He is safe now for heaven. His next move will naturally be to keep out of it as long as he can. Therefore, he goes to the Bureaucracy temple and secures youth and long life by bathing in a puddle of leper pus, which would kill a microbe logically. Youth has re-equipped him for sin and with the disposition to commit it. He will naturally go to the fane, which is consecrated to the fulfillment of desires, and make arrangements. Logically, he will now go to the well of the earring, from time to time, to unload and freshen up for further band enjoyments. But first, and last, and all the time he is human. Therefore, his reflective intervals, he will always be speculating in futures. He will make the great pilgrimage around the city, and so make his salvation absolutely sure. He will also have record made of it, so that it may remain absolutely sure and not be forgotten or repudiated in the confusion of the final settlement. Logically, also, he will wish to have satisfying and tranquilizing personal knowledge that the salvation is secure. Therefore, he goes to the well of the knowledge of salvation and adds that completing detail, and then goes about his affairs serene and content. Serene and content, for he is now royally endowed, could give him but his own. For henceforth he may commit as many million sins as he wants to, and nothing can come of it. Thus the system, properly and logically ordered, is neat, compact, clearly defined, and covers the whole ground. I desire to recommend it to such as find the other systems too difficult, exacting, and irksome, for the uses of this fretful, brief life of ours. However, let me not deceive anyone. My itinerary lacks a detail. I must put it in. The truth is that after the pilgrim has faithfully followed the requirements of the itinerary through to the end, and has secured his salvation and also the personal knowledge of that fact, there is still an accident possible to him which can annul the whole thing. If he should ever cross to the other side of the Ganges and get caught out and die there, he would at once come to life again in the form of an ass. Think of that. After all this trouble and expense, you see how capricious and uncertain salvation is there. The Hindu has a childish and unreasoning aversion to being turned into an ass. It is hard to tell why. One could properly expect an ass to have an aversion to being turned into a Hindu. One could understand that he could lose dignity by it, and also self-respect, and 9/10 of his intelligence. But the Hindu, changed into an ass, wouldn't lose anything, unless you count his religion. And he would gain much. Release from his slavery to 2 million gods and 20 million priests, fakirs, holy mendicants, and other sacred bacilli. He would escape the Hindu hell. He would also escape the Hindu heaven. These are advantages which the Hindu ought to consider. Then he would go over and die on the other side. Benares is a religious Vesuvius. In its bowels, the theological forces have been heaving and tossing, rumbling, thundering and quaking, boiling, and weltering and flaming, and smoking for ages. But a little group of missionaries have taken post at its base, and they have hopes. There are the Baptist Missionary Society, the Church Missionary Society, the London Missionary Society, the Wesleyan Missionary Society, the Zenana Bible and Medical Mission. They have schools, and the principal work seems to be among the children, and no doubt that part of the work prospers best, for grown people everywhere are always likely to cling to the religion they were brought up in.
Chapter 15. Wrinkles should merely indicate where smiles have been. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar.
In one of those Benares temples we saw a devotee working for salvation in a curious way. He had a huge wad of clay beside him, and was making it up into little wee gods no bigger than carpet tacks. He stuck a grain of rice into each, to represent the lingam, I think. He turned them out nimbly, for he had had long practice, and had acquired great facility. Every day he made 2,000 gods, then threw them into the holy Ganges. This act of homage brought him the profound homage of the pious, also their coppers. He had a sure living here, and was earning a high place in the hereafter. The Ganges front is the supreme showplace of Benares. Its tall bluffs are solidly caked from water to summit, along a stretch of 3 miles, with a splendid jumble of massive and picturesque masonry, a bewildering and beautiful confusion of stone platforms, temples, stair flights, rich and stately palaces, nowhere a break, nowhere a glimpse of the bluff itself. All the long face of it is compactly walled from sight by this crammed perspective of platforms, soaring stairways, sculpted temples, majestic palaces, softening away into the distances. And there is movement, motion, human life everywhere, and brilliantly costumed, streaming in rainbows up and down the lofty stairways, and massed in metaphorical flower gardens on the miles of great platforms at the river's edge. All this masonry, all this architecture represents piety. The palaces were built by native princes, whose homes, as a rule, are far from Benares, but who go there from time to time to refresh their souls with a sight and touch of the Ganges, the river of their idolatry. The stairways are records of acts of piety. The crowd of costly little temples are tokens of money spent by rich men for present credit and hope of future reward. Apparently, the rich Christian who spends large sums upon his religion is conspicuous with us by his rarity, but the rich Hindu who doesn't spend large sums upon his religion is seemingly non-existent. With us, the poor spend money on their religion, but they keep back some to live on, apparently. In India, the poor bankrupt themselves daily for their religion. The rich Hindu can afford his pious outlays. He gets much glory for his spending, yet keeps back a sufficiency of his income for temporal purposes. But the poor Hindu is entitled to compassion, for his spending keeps him poor, yet gets him no glory. We made the usual trip up and down the river, seated in chairs under an awning on the deck of the usual commodious hand-propelled ark. Made it 2 or 3 times, and could have made it with increasing interest and enjoyment many times more, for of course the palaces and temples would grow more and more beautiful every time one saw them, for that happens with all such things. Also, I think one would not get tired of the bathers, nor their costumes, nor of their ingenuities in getting out of them and into them again without exposing too much bronze, nor of their devotional gesticulations and absorbed bead-tellings. but I should get tired of seeing them wash their mouths with that dreadful water and drink it. In fact, I did get tired of it, and very early, too. At one place, where we halted for a while, the foul gush from a sewer was making the water turbid and murky all around, and there was a random corpse slopping around in it that had floated down from up country. 10 steps below that place stood a crowd of men, women, and comely young maidens, waist deep in the water, and they were scooping it up in their hands and drinking it. Faith can certainly do wonders, and this is an instance of it. Those people were not drinking that fearful stuff to assuage thirst, but in order to purify their souls and the interior of their bodies, according to their creed. The Ganges water makes everything pure that it touches, instantly and utterly pure. The sewer water was not an offense to them. The corpse did not revolt them. The sacred water had touched both, and both were now snow pure, and could defile no one. The memory of that sight will always stay by me, but not by request. A word further concerning the nasty but all-purifying Ganges water. When we went to Agra, by and by, we happened there just in time to be in at the birth of a marvel, a memorable scientific discovery. The discovery that in certain ways the foul and derided Ganges water is the most puissant purifier in the world. This curious fact, as I have said, had just been added to the treasury of modern science. It had long been noted as a strange thing that while Benares is often afflicted with the cholera, she does not spread it beyond her borders. This could not be accounted for. Mr. Henkin, the scientist, in the employ of the government of Agra, concluded to examine the water. He went to Benares and made his tests. He got water at the mouths of the sewers, where they emptied into the river at the bathing ghats. A cubic centimetre of it contained millions of germs. At the end of 6 hours, they were all dead. He caught a floating corpse, towed it to the shore, and from beside it he dipped up water that was swarming with cholera germs. At the end of 6 hours, they were all dead. He added swarm after swarm of cholera germs to this water. Within the 6 hours, they always died. To the last sample, repeatedly, he took pure well water, which was barren of animal life, and put it into a few cholera germs. They always began to propagate at once, and always within 6 hours they swarmed, and were numerable by millions upon millions. For ages and ages, the Hindus have had absolute faith that the water of the Ganges was absolutely pure, could not be defiled by any contact whatsoever, and infallibly made pure and clean whatever things touched it. They still believe it, and that is why they bathe in it and drink it, caring nothing for its seemingly filthiness and the floating corpses. The Hindus have been laughed at these many generations, but the laughter will need to modify itself a little from now on. How did they find out the water's secret in those ancient ages? Had they germ scientists then? We do not know. We only know that they had a civilization long before we emerged from savagery. But to return to where I was before, I was about to speak of the burning ghat. They do not burn fakirs, those revered mendicants. They are so holy that they can get to their place without that sacrament, provided they be consigned to the consecrating river. We saw one carried to midstream and thrown overboard. He was sandwiched between 2 great slabs of stone. We lay off the cremation ghat half an hour and saw 9 corpses burned. I should not wish to see any more of it, unless I might select the parties. The mourners follow the bier through the town and down to the ghat. Then the bier-bearers deliver the body to some low-caste natives, Doms, and the mourners turn about and go back home. I heard no crying and saw no tears. There was no ceremony of parting. Apparently, these expressions of grief and affection are reserved for the privacy of the home. The dead woman came draped in red, the men in white. They are laid in the water at the river's edge while the pyre is being prepared. The first subject was a man. When the Doms unswathed him to wash him, he proved to be a sturdily built, well-nourished, and handsome old gentleman, with not a sign about him to suggest that he had ever been ill. Dry wood was brought and built up into a loose pile. The corpse was laid upon it and covered over with fuel. Then a naked holy man, who was sitting on high ground a little distance away, began to talk and shout with great energy, and he kept up this noise right along. It may have been the funeral sermon, and probably was. I forgot to say that one of the mourners remained behind when the others went away. This was the dead man's son, a boy of 10 or 12, brown and handsome, grave and self-possessed, and clothed in flowering white. He was there to burn his father. He was given a torch, and while he slowly walked 7 times around the pyre, the naked black man on the high ground poured out his sermon more clamorously than ever. The 7th circuit completed, the boy applied the torch at his father's head, then at his feet. The flame sprang briskly up with a sharp crackling noise, and the lad went away. Hindus do not want daughters, because their weddings make such a ruinous expense, but they want sons, so that at death they may have an honourable exit from the world, and there is no honour equal to the honour of having one's pyre lighted by one's son. The father who dies sonless is in a grievous situation indeed, and is pitied. Life being uncertain, the Hindu marries while he is still a boy, and in hope that he will have a son ready when the day of his need shall come. But if he have no son, he will adopt one. This answers every purpose. Meantime, the corpse is burning, also several others, and it is a dismal business. The stokers did not sit down in idleness, but moved briskly about, punching up the fires with long poles, and now and then adding fuel. Sometimes they hoisted the half of a skeleton into the air, then slammed it down and beat it with the poles, breaking it up so that it would burn better. They hoisted skulls up in the same way and banged and battered them. The sight was hard to bear. It would have been harder if the mourners had stayed to witness it. I had but a moderate desire to see a cremation, so it was soon satisfied. For sanitary reasons, it would be well if cremation were universal, but this form is revolting, and not to be recommended. The fire used is sacred, of course, but there is money in it. Ordinary fire is forbidden. There is no money in it. I was told that this sacred fire is all furnished by one person, and that he has a monopoly of it and charges a good price for it. Sometimes a rich mourner pays 1,000 rupees for it. To get to paradise from India is an expensive thing. Every detail connected with a matter costs something, and helps to fatten a priest. I suppose it is quite safe to conclude that the firebug is in the holy orders. Close to the cremation ground stand a few time-worn stones, which are remembrances of the suttee. Each has a rough carving upon it, representing a man and a woman standing or walking hand in hand, and marks the spot where a widow went to her death by fire in the days when the suttee flourished. Mr. Parker said that the widows would burn themselves now if the government would allow it. The family that can point to one of these little memorials and say, "She who burned herself there was an ancestress of ours," is envied. It is a curious people. With them, all life seems to be sacred, except human life. Even the life of vermin is sacred, and must not be taken. The good Jain wipes off a seat before using it, lest he cause the death of some valueless insect by sitting down on it. It grieves him to have to drink water, because the provisions in his stomach may not agree with the microbes. Yet India invented thuggery and the suttee. India is a hard country to understand. We went to the temple of the thug goddess, Bhavani, or Kali, or Durga. She has these names and others. She is the only god to whom living sacrifices are made. Goats are sacrificed to her. Monkeys would be cheaper. There are plenty of them about the place, being sacred. They make themselves very free, and scramble around wherever they please. The temple and its porch are beautifully carved, but this is not the case with the idol. Bhavani is not pleasant to look at. She has a silver face, and a projecting swollen tongue painted a deep red. She wears a necklace of skulls. In fact, none of the idols in Benares are handsome or attractive. And what a swarm of them there is, The town is a vast museum of idols, and all of them crude, misshapen, and ugly. They flock through one's dreams at night, a wild mob of nightmares. When you get tired of them in the temples and take a trip on the river, you find idol giants, flashily painted, stretching out side by side on the shore, and apparently, wherever there is room for one, more lingam, a lingam is there. If Fanush had foreseen what his town was going to be, he would have called it Idolville or Lingamburg. The most conspicuous feature of Benares is the pair of slender white minarets, which tower like masts from the great mosque of Aurangzeb. They seem to be always in sight, from everywhere, those airy, graceful, inspiring things. But masts are not the right word, for masts have a perceptible taper, while these minarets have not. They are 142 feet high, and only 8½ feet in diameter at the base, and 7½ at the summit. Scarcely any taper at all. These are the proportions of a candle. And fair and fairy-like candles these are, will be anyway, some day, when the Christians inherit them and top them with electric lights. There is a great view from up there, a wonderful view. A large grey monkey was part of it, and damaged it. A monkey has no judgment. This one was skipping about the upper great heights of the mosque, skipping across empty, yawing intervals, which were almost too wide for him, and which he only just barely cleared, each time by the skin of his teeth. He got me so nervous that I couldn't look at the view. I couldn't look at anything but him. Every time he went sailing over one of those abysses, my breath stood still, and when he grabbed for the perch he was going for, I grabbed too, in sympathy. And he was perfectly indifferent, perfectly unconcerned, and I did all the panting myself. He came within an ace of losing his life a dozen times, and I was so troubled about him that I would have shot him if I had had anything to do with it. But I strongly recommend the view. There is more monkey than view, and there is always going to be more monkey while that idiot survives. But what view you get is superb. All Benares, the river, and the region round about are spread before you. Take a gun and look at the view. The next thing I saw was more reposeful. It was a new kind of art. It was a picture painted on water. It was done by a native. He sprinkled fine dust of various colors on the still surface of a basin of water, and out of these sprinklings a dainty and pretty picture gradually grew, a picture which a breath could destroy. Somehow it was impressive, after so much browsing among massive and battered and decaying fanes that rest upon ruins, and those ruins upon still other ruins, and those upon still others again. It was a sermon, an allegory, a symbol of instability. Those creations in stone were only a kind of water pictures, after all. A prominent episode in the Indian career of Warren Hastings had Benares for its theatre. Wherever that extraordinary man set his foot, he left his mark. He came to Benares in 1781 to collect a fine of 500,000 rupees, which he had levied upon the Rajah, Chet Singh, on behalf of the East Indian Company. Hastings was a long way from home and help. There were probably not a dozen Englishmen within reach. The Rajah was in his fort with his myriads around him, but no matter. From his little camp in a neighboring garden, Hastings sent a party to arrest the sovereign. He sent on this daring mission a couple of 100 native soldiers, sepoys, under command of 3 young English lieutenants. The Rajah submitted without a word. The incident lights up the Indian situation electrically, and gives one a vivid sense of the strides which the English had made and the mastership that they had acquired in the land since the date of Clive's great victory. In a quarter of a century, from being nobodies and feared by none, they were become confessed lords and masters, feared by all, sovereigns included, and served by all, sovereigns included. It makes the fairy tale sound true. The English had not been afraid to enlist native soldiers to fight against their own people and keep them obedient, and now Hastings was not afraid to come away out to this remote place with a handful of such soldiers and send them to arrest a native sovereign. The lieutenants imprisoned the Rajah in his own fort. It was beautiful, the pluckiness of it, the imprudence of it. The arrest enraged the Rajah's people, and all Benares came storming about the place and threatening vengeance. And yet, but for an accident, nothing important would have resulted, perhaps. The mob found out a most strange thing, an almost incredible thing, that this handful of soldiers had come on this hearty errand with empty guns and no ammunition. This has been attributed to thoughtlessness, but it could hardly have been that, for in such a large emergencies as this, intelligent people do think. It must have been indifference, an overconfidence, born of the proved submissiveness of the native character when confronted by even one or two stern Britons in their war paint. But however that may be, it was a fatal discovery that the mob had made. They were full of courage now, and they broke into the fort and massacred the helpless soldiers and their officers. Hastings escaped from Benares by night and got safely away, leaving the principality in a state of wild insurrection. But he was back again within the month, and quieted it down in his prompt and virile way, and took the Rajah's throne away from him and gave it to another man. He was a capable kind of person, was Warren Hastings. This was the only time he was ever out of ammunition. Some of his acts have left stains upon his name which can never be washed away. But he saved to England the Indian Empire, and that was the best service that was ever done to the Indians themselves, those wretched heirs of 100 centuries of pitiless oppression and abuse.
Chapter 16. True irreverence is disrespect for another man's God. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar.
It was in Benares that I saw another living God. That makes two. I believe I had seen most of the greater and lesser wonders of the world, but I do not remember that any of them interested me so overwhelmingly as did that pair of gods. When I try to account for this effect, I find no difficulty about it. I find that, as a rule, when a thing is a wonder to us, it is not because of what we see in it, but because of what others have seen in it. We get almost all our wonders at second hand. We are eager to see any celebrated thing, and we never fail of our reward, just the deep privilege of gazing upon an object which has stirred the enthusiasm or invoked the reverence or affection or admiration of multitudes of our race is a thing which we value. We are profoundly glad that we have seen it. We are permanently enriched from having seen it. We would not part with the memory of that experience for a great price. And yet, that very spectacle may be the Taj. You cannot keep your enthusiasms down. You cannot keep your emotions within bounds when that soaring bubble of a marble breaks upon your view. But these are not your enthusiasms and emotions. They are the accumulated emotions and enthusiasms of 1,000 fervent writers, who have been slowly and steadily storing them up in your heart day by day, and year by year all your life, and now they burst out in a flood, and overwhelm you, and you could not be a whit happier if they were your very own. By and by you sober down, and then you perceive that you have been drunk on the smell of somebody else's cork. For ever and ever the memory of my distant first glimpse of the Taj will compensate me for creeping around the globe to have that great privilege. But the Taj, with all your inflation of delusive emotions, acquired at second hand from people to whom in the majority of cases they were also delusions acquired at second hand, a thing which you fortunately did not think of, or it might have made you doubtful of what you imagined were your own. What is the Taj is a marvel, a spectacle, and an uplifting and overpowering wonder, compared with a living, breathing, speaking personage, whom several millions of human beings devoutly and sincerely and unquestioningly believe to be a god, and humbly and gratefully worship as a god? He was 60 years old when I saw him. He is called Siri Wanawait Swami, Bhaskaran Andi Saraswati. That is one form of it. I think that is what you would call him in speaking to him, because it is short. But you would use more of his name in addressing a letter to him. Courtesy would require this. Even then, you would not have to use all of it, but only this much. Mat para mahan sirispar Ivairaj Achari Asawami Bhaskaran Andi Saraswati. You do not put Esquire after it, for that is not necessary. The word which opens the volley is in itself a title of honor, Siri, The 108 stands for the rest of his names, I believe. Vanouche has 108 names, which he does not use in business, and no doubt it is a custom of gods and a privilege sacred to their order to keep 108 extra ones in stock. Just the restricted name set down above it is a handsome property. Without the 108, by my count, it has 58 letters in it. This removes the long German words from competition. They are permanently out of the race. Seri 108, S.B. Sarawati, has attained to what among the Hindus is called the state of perfection. It is a state which other Hindus reach by being born again and over again into this world, through one reincarnation after another. A tiresome, long job, covering centuries and decades of centuries, and one that is full of risks, too, like the accident of dying on the wrong side of the Ganges, some time or other, and waking up in the form of an ass, with a fresh start necessary, and the numerous trips to be made all over again. But in reaching perfection, Siri 108 SBS has escaped all that. He is no longer a part or a feature of this world. His substance has changed. All earthiness has departed out of it. He is utterly holy, utterly pure. Nothing can desecrate this holiness or stain this purity. He is no longer of the earth. Its concerns are matters foreign to him. Its pains and griefs and troubles cannot reach him. When he dies, nirvana is his. He will be absorbed into the substance of the supreme deity and be at peace forever. The Hindu scriptures point out how this state is to be reached. But it is only once in 1,000 years, perhaps, that the candidate accomplishes it. This one has traversed the course required, stage by stage, from the beginning to the end, and now has nothing left to do but wait for the call. What shall release him from a world in which he has now no part nor lot? First, he passed through the student stage and became learned in the holy books. Next, he became citizen, householder, husband and father. That was the required second stage. Then, like John Bunyan's Christian, he bade perpetual goodbye to his family, as required, and went wandering away. He went far into the desert, and served a term as a hermit. Next, he became a beggar, in accordance with the rites laid down in the scriptures, and wandered about India, eating the bread of mendicancy. A quarter of a century ago, he reached the stage of purity. This needs no garment. Its symbol is nudity. He discarded the waistcloth which he had previously worn. He could resume it now if he chose, for neither that nor any other contact can defile him. But he does not choose. There are several other stages, I believe, but I do not remember what they are. But he has been through them. Throughout the long course he was perfecting himself in holy learning, and writing commentaries upon the sacred books. He was also meditating upon Brahma, and he does that now. White marble relief portraits of him are sold all about India. He lives in a good house, in a noble great garden in Benares, all meet and proper to his stupendous rank. Necessarily he does not go abroad in the streets. Deities would never be able to move about handily in any country. If one whom we recognize and adored as a god should go abroad in our streets, and the day it was to happen were known, all traffic would be blocked, and business would come to a standstill. This god is comfortably housed, and yet modestly, all things considered, for if he wanted to live in a palace, he would only need to speak, and his worshippers would gladly build it. Sometimes he sees devotees for a moment, and comforts them, and blesses them, and they kiss his feet and go away happy. Rank is nothing to him. He being a god, to him all men are alike. He sees whom he pleases, and denies himself to whom he pleases. Sometimes he sees a prince, and denies himself to a pauper. At other times he receives the pauper, and turns the prince away. However, he does not receive many of either class. He has to husband his time for his meditations. I think he would receive Reverend Mr. Parker at any time. I think he is sorry for Mr. Parker, and I think Mr. Parker is sorry for him, and no doubt this compassion is good for both of them. When we arrived, we had to stand around in the garden a little while and wait. and the outlook was not good, for he had been turning away maharajas that day and receiving only the riffraff, and we belonged in between, somewhere. But presently a servant came out saying it was all right, he was coming. And sure enough, he came, and I saw him, that object of the worship of millions. It was a strange sensation, and thrilling. I wish I could feel it stream through my veins again, and yet, to me he was not a god. He was only a Taj. The thrill was not my thrill, but had come to me, second-hand, from those invisible millions of believers. By a handshake with their god, I had ground-circuited their wire, and got their monster batteries whole charge. He was tall and slender, indeed, emaciated. He had a clean-cut and conspicuously intellectual face, and a deep and kindly eye. He looked many years older than he really was, but much study and meditation and fasting and prayer, with the arid life he had led as a hermit and beggar, could account for that. He is wholly nude when he receives natives, of whatever rank they may be, but he had a white cloth around his loins now, concessions to Mr. Parker's European prejudices, no doubt. As soon as I had sobered down a little, we got along very well together, and I found him a most pleasant and friendly deity. He had heard a deal about Chicago, and showed a quiet, remarkable interest in it, for a god. It all came of the World's Fair and Congress of Religions. If India knows about nothing else American, she knows about those, and will keep them in mind one while. He proposed an exchange of autographs, a delicate attention, which made me believe in him, but I had been having my doubts before. He wrote his in his book, and I have a reverent regard for that book, though the words run from right to left, so I can't read it. It was a mistake to print it in that way. It contains his voluminous comments on the Hindu holy writings, and if I could make them out, I would try for perfection myself. I gave him a copy of Huckleberry Finn. I thought it might rest him up a little, to mix it in along with his meditations on Brahma, for he looked tired, and I knew that if it didn't do him any good, it wouldn't do him any harm. He had a scholar meditating under him, Minna Bator Rana, but we did not see him. He wears clothes, and is very imperfect. He has written a little pamphlet about his master, and I have that. It contains a woodcut of the master and himself, seated on a rug in the garden. The portrait of the master is very good indeed. The posture is exactly that which Brahma himself affects, and it requires long arms and limber legs, and can be accumulated only by gods, and the India rubber man. There is a life-size marble relief of Sharia 108 SBS in the garden. It represents him in this same posture. Dear me, it is a strange world, particularly the Indian division of it. This pupil, Minna Badur Rana, is not a commonplace person, but a man of distinguished capacities and attainments, and apparently he had a fine worldly career in front of him. He was serving the Nepal government in a high capacity at the court of the Viceroy of India 20 years ago. He was an able man, educated, a thinker, a man of property, but the longing to devote himself to religious life came upon him, and he resigned his place, turned his back upon the vanities and comforts of the world, and went away into the solitudes to live in a hut and study the sacred writings and meditate upon virtue and holiness and seek to attain them. This sort of religion resembles ours. Christ recommended the rich to give away all their property and follow him in poverty, not in worldly comfort. American and English millionaires do it every day, and thus verify and confirm to the world the tremendous forces that lie in religion. Yet many people scoff at them for this loyalty to duty. And many will scoff at Minna Batur Rana and call him a crank. Like many Christians of great character and intellect, he has made the study of his scriptures and the writing of books, of commentaries upon them, the loving labor of his life. Like them, he has believed that his was not an idle and foolish waste of his life, but a most worthy and honorable employment of it. Yet there are many people who will see in those others men worthy of homage and deep reverence, and I don't offer it as a common thing in poor, but an unusual thing of value. The ordinary reverence, the reverence defined and explained by the dictionary, costs nothing. Reverence for one's own sacred things, parents, religion, flag, laws, and respect for one's own beliefs. These are feelings which we cannot even help. They come natural to us. They are involuntary, like breathing. There is no personal merit in breathing, but the reverence which is difficult, and which has personal merit in it, is the respect which you pay, without compulsion, to the political or religious attitude of a man whose beliefs are not yours. You can't revere his gods or his politics, and no one expects you to do that. But you could respect his belief in them, if you tried hard enough, and you could respect him too, if you tried hard enough. But it is very, very difficult. It is next to impossible, and so we hardly ever try. If the man doesn't believe as we do, we say he is a crank, and that settles it. I mean, it does nowadays, because now we can't burn him. We are always canting about people's irreverence, always charging this offence upon somebody or other, and thereby intimating that we are better than that person, and do not commit that offence ourselves. Whenever we do this, we are in a lying attitude, and our speech is cant, for none of us are reverent. In a notorious way, deep down in our hearts, we are all irreverent. There is probably not a single exception to this rule in the earth. There is probably not one person whose reverence rises higher than respect for his own sacred things, and therefore it is not a thing to boast about and be proud of, since the most degraded savage has that, and like the best of us, has nothing higher. To speak plainly, we despise all reverences and all objects of reverence which are outside the pale of our own list of sacred things, and yet, with strange inconsistency, we are shocked when other people despise and defile the things which are holy to us. Suppose we should meet with a paragraph like the following in the newspapers. Yesterday, a visiting party of British nobility had a picnic at Mount Vernon, and in the tomb of Washington they ate their luncheon, sang popular songs, played games, and danced waltzes and polkas. Should we be shocked? Should we feel outraged? Should we be amazed? Should we call the performance a desecration? Yes, that would all happen. We should denounce these people in round terms and call them hard names. And suppose we found this paragraph in the newspaper. Yesterday, a visiting party of American pork millionaires had a picnic in Westminster Abbey, and in that sacred place they ate their luncheon, sang popular songs, played games, and danced waltzes and polkas. Would the English be shocked? Would they feel outraged? Would they be amazed? Would they call the performance a desecration? That would all happen. The pork millionaires would be denounced in round terms. They would be called hard names. In the tomb at Mount Vernon lie the ashes of America's most honored son. In the Abbey, the ashes of England's greatest dead. The tomb of tombs, the costliest in the earth, the wonder of the world, the Taj, was built by a great emperor to honor the memory of a perfect wife and perfect mother, one in whom there was no spot or blemish, whose love was his stay and support, whose life was the light of the world to him. In it her ashes lie, and to the Mohammedan millions of India it is a holy place. To them it is what Mount Vernon is to Americans. It is what the Abbey is to the English. Major Sleeman wrote 40 or 50 years ago. I would here enter my humble protest against the quadrille and lunch parties which are sometimes given to European ladies and gentlemen of the station at this imperial tomb. Drinking and dancing are no doubt very good things in their season, but they are sadly out of place in a sepulchre. Were there any Americans among those lunch parties? If they were invited, there were. If my imagined lunch parties in Westminster and the tomb of Washington should take place, the incident would cause a vast outbreak of bitter eloquence about barbarism and irreverence, and it would come from two sets of people who would go next day and dance in the Taj if they had a chance. As we took our leave of the Benares god and started away, we noticed a group of natives waiting respectfully just within the gate. A Raja from somewhere in India, and some people of lesser consequence. The god beckoned them to come, and as we passed out, the Raja was kneeling and reverently kissing his sacred feet. If Barnum, but Barnum's ambitions are at rest. This god will remain in the holy peace and seclusion of his garden, undisturbed. Barnum could not have gotten him anyway. Still, he would have found a substitute that would answer.
Chapter 17. Do not undervalue the headache. While it is at its sharpest, it seems a bad investment. But when relief begins, the unexpired remainder is worth $4 a minute. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar.
A comfortable railway journey of 17.5 hours brought us to the capital of India, which is likewise the capital of Bengal, Calcutta. Like Bombay, it has a population of nearly 1 million natives and a small gathering of white people. It is a huge city and fine, and is called the City of Palaces. It is rich in historical memories, rich in British achievement, militarily, political, commercial, rich in the result of the miracles done by the brace of mighty magicians, Clive and Hastings, and has a cloud-kissing monument to one Octolony. It is a fluted candlestick, 250 feet high. This lingam is the only large monument in Calcutta, I believe. It is a fine ornament, and will keep Octolony in mind. Wherever you are in Calcutta, and for miles around, you can see it, and always when you see it, you think of Octolony, and so there is not an hour in the day that you do not think of Octolony, and wonder who he was. It is good that Clive cannot come back, for he would think it was for Plaisy, and then that great spirit would be wounded when the revelation came that it was not. Clive would find out that it was for Octolony, and he would think Octolony was a battle, and he would think it was a great one too, and he would say, "With 3,000 I whipped 60,000 and founded the empire, and there is no monument. This other soldier must have whipped 1,000,000,000 with 12 and saved the world." But he would be mistaken. Octolony was a man, not a battle, and he did good and honorable service too. As good and honorable service as has been done in India by 75 or 100 other Englishmen of courage, rectitude, and distinguished capacity, for India has been a fertile breeding ground of such men, and remains so, great men, both in war and in civil service, and as modest as great. But they have no monuments, and were not expecting any. Octolony could not have been expecting one, and it is not at all likely that he desired one. Certainly not until Clive and Hastings should be supplied. Every day Clive and Hastings lean on the battlements of heaven and look down and wonder which of the two the monument is for, and they fret and worry because they cannot find out. And so the peace of heaven is spoiled for them and lost. But not for Octolony. Octolony is not troubled. He doesn't suspect that it is his monument. Heaven is sweet and peaceful to him. There is a sort of unfairness about it all. Indeed, if monuments were always given in India for high achievements, duty straightly performed, and smirchless records, the landscape would be monotonous with them. The handful of English in India govern the Indian myriads with apparent ease, and without noticeable friction, through tact, training, and distinguished administrative ability, reinforced by just and liberal laws, and by keeping their word to the natives, wherever they give it. England is far from India, and knows little about the eminent services performed by her servants there. For it is the newspaper correspondent who makes fame, and he is not sent to India, but to the continent to report the doings of the princelets and the dukelets, and where they are visiting, and whom they are marrying. Often a British official spends 30 or 40 years in India, climbing from grade to grade by services which would make him celebrated anywhere else, and finishes as a vice-sovereign, governing a great realm and millions of subjects. Then he goes home to England, substantially unknown and unheard of, and settles down in some modest corner, and is as one extinguished. 10 years later, there is a 20-line obituary in the London papers, and the reader is paralyzed by the splendors of a career which he is not sure that he had ever heard of before. But meanwhile, he has learned all about the continental princelets and dukelets. The average man is profoundly ignorant of countries that lie remote from his own. When they are mentioned in his presence, 1 or 2 facts and maybe a couple of names rise like torches in his mind, lighting up an inch or two of it and leaving the rest all dark. The mention of Egypt suggests some biblical facts and the pyramids, nothing more. The mention of South Africa suggests Kimberley and the diamonds, and there it end. Formerly the mention to a Hindu of America suggests a name, George Washington. With that, his familiarity with our country was exhausted. Laterally, his familiarity with it has doubled in bulk, so that when America is mentioned now, 2 torches flare up in the dark caverns of his mind, and he says, "Ah, the country of the great man Washington." And of the holy city, Chicago. For he knows about the Congress of Religion, and this has enabled him to get an erroneous impression of Chicago. When India is mentioned to the citizen of a far country, it suggests Clive, Hastings, the Mutiny, Kipling, and a number of other great events. And the mention of Calcutta infallibly brings up the black hole. And so, when that citizen finds himself in the capital of India, he goes first of all to see the black hole of Calcutta, and is disappointed. The black hole was not preserved. It is gone. Long, long ago. It is strange. Just as it stood, it was itself a monument, a ready-made one. It was finished. It was complete. Its materials were strong and lasting. It needed no furbishing up, no repairs. It merely needed to be let alone. It was the first brick, the foundation stone, upon which was reared a mighty empire, the Indian Empire of Great Britain. It was the ghastly episode of the black hole that maddened the British and brought Clive, that young military marvel, raging up from the Madras. It was the seed from which sprung Palsy, and it was that extraordinary battle, whose like had not been seen in the earth since Agincourt, that laid deep and strong the foundations of England's colossal Indian sovereignty. And yet, within the time of men who still live, the black hole was torn down and thrown away as carelessly as if its bricks were common clay, not ingots of historic gold. There is no accounting for human beings. The supposed site of the black hole is marked by an engraved plate. I saw that, and better that than nothing. The black hole was a prison. A cell is near the right word, 18 feet square, the dimensions of an ordinary bedchamber. And into this place the victorious Nabob of Bengal packed 146 of his English prisoners. There was hardly standing room for them. Scarcely a breath of air was to be got. The time was night, the weather sweltering hot. Before the dawn came, the captives were all dead but 23. Mr. Howell's long account of the awful episode was familiar to the world 100 years ago, but one seldom sees in print even an extract from it in our day. Among the striking things in it is this: Mr. Howell, perishing with thirst, kept himself alive by sucking the perspiration from his sleeves. It gives one a vivid idea of the situation. He presently found that while he was busy drawing life from one of his sleeves, a young English gentleman was stealing supplies from the other one. Halliwell was an unselfish man, a man of the most generous impulses. He lived and died famous for these fine and rare qualities. Yet when he found out what was happening to that unwatched sleeve, he took the precaution to suck that one dry first. The miseries of the black hole were able to change even a nature like his. But that young gentleman was one of the 23 survivors, and he said it was the stolen perspiration that saved his life. From the middle of Mr. Howell's narrative, I will make a brief excerpt. Then a general prayer to heaven to hasten the approach of the flames to the right and left of us, and put a period to our misery. But these failing, they whose strength and spirits were quite exhausted, laid themselves down and expired quietly upon their fellows. Others, who had yet some strength and vigour left, made a last effort at the windows, and several succeeded by leaping and scrambling over the backs and heads of those in the first rank, and got hold of the bars, from which there was no removing them. Many to the right and left sunk with the violent pressure, and were soon suffocated. For now a steam arose from the living and the dead, which affected us in all its circumstances, as if we were forcibly held with our heads over a bowl full of strong volatile spirit of hartshorn, until suffocated. Nor could the effluvia of the one be distinguished from the other, and frequently, when I was forced by the load upon my head and shoulders to hold my face down, I was obliged, near as I was to the window, instantly to raise it again and avoid suffocation. I need not, my dear friends, ask your commiseration when I tell you that in this plight, from half an hour past 11 till near 2 in the morning, I sustained the weight of a heavy man with his knees in my back, and the pressure of his whole body on my head. A Dutch surgeon, who had taken his seat upon my left shoulder in a topaz, a black Christian soldier, bearing on my right, all which nothing could have enabled me to support but the props and pressure equally sustaining me all around. The two latter I frequently dislodged by shifting my hold on the bars, and driving my knuckles into their ribs, but my friend above stuck fast, held immovable by 2 bars. I exerted anew my strength and fortitude, but the repeated trials and efforts I made to dislodge the insufferable encumbrances upon me at last quite exhausted me, and towards 2 o'clock, finding I must quit the window or sink where I was, I resolved on the former, having bore truly for the sake of others infinitely more for life than the best of it is worth. In the rank close behind me was an officer of one of the ships, whose name was Carey, and who had behaved with much bravery during the siege. His wife, a fine woman, though country-born, would not quit him, but accompanied him into the prison, and was one who survived. This poor wretch had been long raving for water and air. I told him I was determined to give up life, and recommended his gaining my station. On my quitting, he made a fruitless attempt to get my place, but the Dutch surgeon, who sat on my shoulder, supplanted him. Poor Carey expressed his thankfulness, and said he would give up life too, but it was with the utmost labour we forced our way from the window, several in the inner ranks appearing to me dead standing, unable to fall by throng and equal pressure around. He laid himself down to die, and his death, I believe, was very sudden, for he was a short, full, sanguine man. His strength was great, and, I imagine, had he not retired with me, I should never have been able to force my way. I was at this time sensible of no pain, and little uneasiness. I can give you no better idea of my situation than by repeating my simile of the bowl of spirit of hartshorn. I found a stupor coming on apace, and laid myself down by that gallant old man, the Reverend Mr. Jervis Bellamy, who lay dead with his son, the lieutenant, hand in hand, near by the southmost wall of the prison. When I had lain there some little time, I still had reflection enough to suffer some uneasiness in the thought that I should be trampled upon when dead, as I myself had done to others. With some difficulty I raised myself, and gained the platform a second time, where I presently lost all sensation. The last trace of sensibility that I had been able to recollect after my laying down was my sash being uneasy about my waist, which I untied and threw from me. Of what passed in this interval, to the time of my resurrection from this hole of horrors, I can give no account. There was plenty to see in Calcutta, but there was not plenty of time for it. I saw the fort that Clive built, and the place where Warren Hastings and the author of the Janus Letters fought their duel, and the great botanical gardens, and the fashionable afternoon turnout in the Maidan, and a grand review of the garrison in a great plain at sunrise, and a military tournament in which great bodies of native soldiers exhibited the perfection of their drill at all arms, a spectacular and beautiful show occupying several nights and closing with the mimic storming of a native fort, which was as good as the reality for thrilling and accurate detail, and better than the reality for security and comfort. We had a pleasure excursion on the Hooghly, by courtesy of our friends, and devoted the rest of our time to social life and the Indian Museum. One should spend a month in the museum, an enchanted palace of Indian antiquities. Indeed, a person might spend half a year among the beautiful and wonderful things without exhausting their interest. It was winter. We were of Kipling's hosts of tourists who travel up and down India in the cold weather, showing how things ought to be managed. It is a common expression there, the cold weather, and the people think there is such a thing. It is because they have lived there half a lifetime, and their perceptions have been blunted. When a person is accustomed to 138 in the shade, his ideas about cold weather are not valuable. I had read in the histories that the June marches made between Lucknow and Cawnpore by the British forces in the time of the mutiny were made in that kind of weather, 138 in the shade, and had taken it for historical embroidery. I had read it again in Sergeant Major Forbes Mitchell's account of his military experience in the mutiny, at least I thought I had, and in Calcutta I asked him if it was true, and he said it was. An officer of high rank who had been in the thick of the mutiny said the same. As long as those men were talking about what they knew, they were trustworthy, and I believed them. But when they said it was now cold weather, I saw that they had travelled outside of their sphere of knowledge and were floundering. I believe that in India, cold weather is merely a conventional phrase that has come into use through the necessity of having some way to distinguish between weather which will melt a brass doorknob and weather which will only make it mushy. It was observable that brass ones were in use while I was in Calcutta, showing that it was not yet time to change to porcelain. I was told the change to porcelain was not usually made until May, but this cold weather was too warm for us, so we started to Darjeeling in the Himalayas, a 24-hour journey.
Chapter 18. There are 869 different forms of lying, but only one of them has been squarely forbidden. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar.
From Diary. February 14th. We left at 4:30 p.m. Until dark we moved through rich vegetation, then changed to a boat and crossed the Ganges. February 15th. Up with the sun. A brilliant morning, and frosty. A double suit of flannels is found necessary. The plain is perfectly level, and seems to stretch away and away and away, dimming and softening, to the uppermost bounds of nowhere. What a soaring, strenuous, gushing fountain spray of delicate greenery a bunch of bamboo is! As far as the eye can reach, these grand vegetable geysers grace the view. Their spoutings refined to steam by distance, and there are fields of bananas, with the sunshine glancing from the varnished surface of their drooping vast leaves, and there are frequent groves of palm, and an effective accent is given to the landscape by isolated individuals of this picturesque family, towering, clean-stemmed, their plumes broken and hanging ragged. Nature's imitation of an umbrella that has been out to see what a cyclone is like and is trying not to look disappointed. And everywhere, through the soft morning vistas, we glimpse the villages, the countless villages, the myriad villages, thatched, built of clean new matting, snuggling among grouped palms and sheaves of bamboo. Villages, villages, no end of villages. Not 300 yards apart, and dozens of them in sight all the time. A mighty city, hundreds of miles long, hundreds of miles broad, made all of villages. The biggest city in the earth, and as populous as a European kingdom. I have seen no such city as this before, and there is a continuously repeated and replenished multitude of naked men in view on both sides and ahead. We fly through it, mile after mile, but still it is always there, on both sides and ahead, brown-bodied, naked men and boys, ploughing in the fields, but not a woman. And these 2 hours I have not seen a woman or a girl working in the fields. Those are beautiful verses, and they have remained in my memory all my life. But if the closing lines are true, let us hope that when we come to answer the call and deliver the land from its errors, we shall secrete from it some of our high civilization ways, and at the same time borrow some of its pagan ways to enrich our high system way. We have a right to do this. If we lift those people up, we have a right to lift ourselves up 9 or 10 grades or so, at their expense. A few years ago, I spent several weeks at the Tolas in Bavaria. It is a Roman Catholic region, and not even Benares is more deeply or pervasively or intelligently devout. In my diary of those days, I find this. We took a long drive yesterday, around the lovely country roads, but it was a drive whose pleasure was damaged in a couple of ways. By the dreadful shrines, and by the shameful spectacle of grey and venerable old grandmothers toiling in the fields. The shrines were frequent along the road. figures of the Saviour nailed to the cross and streaming with blood from the wounds of the nails and the thorns. When missionaries go from here, do they find fault with the pagan idols? I saw many women 70 and even 80 years old mowing and binding in the fields, and pitchforking the loads into the wagons. I was in Austria later, and in Munich. In Munich, I saw grey old women pushing trucks up hill and down, long distances, trucks laden with barrels of beer, incredible loads. In my Austrian diary, I find this. In the fields, I often see a woman and a cow harnessed to the plough, and a man driving. In the public street, a Marienbad today, I saw an old, bent, grey-headed woman in harness with a dog, drawing a laden sled over bare dirt roads and bare pavements, and at his ease walked the driver, smoking his pipe, a hale fellow, not 30 years old. 5 or 6 years ago, I bought an open boat, made a kind of a canvas wagon roof over the stern of it to shelter me from sun and rain, hired a courier and a boatman, and made a 12-day floating voyage down the Rhone from Lake Bourget to Marseilles. In my diary of that trip, I find this entry. I was far down the Rhone then. Passing Saint-Étienne, 2:15 p.m. On a distant ridge inland, a tall, open-work structure, commandingly situated, with a statue of the Virgin standing on it. A devout country. All down this river, wherever there is a crag, there is a statue of the Virgin on it. I believe I have seen 100 of them, and yet, in many respects, the peasantry seem to be mere pagans and destitute of any considerable degree of civilization. We reached a not very promising-looking village about 4 o'clock, and I concluded to tie up for the day. Munching fruit and fogging the hood with pipe smoke had grown monotonous. I could not have the hood furled, because the floods of rain fell unceasingly. The tavern was on the river bank, as is the custom. It was dull there, and melancholy. Nothing to do but look out of the window into the drenching rain and shiver. One could do that, for it was bleak and cold and windy. And country France furnishes no fire. Winter overcoats do not help much. They had to be supplemented with rugs. The raindrops were so large and struck the river with such force that they knocked up the water like pebble splashes. With the exception of a very occasional wood-shod peasant, nobody was abroad in this bitter weather. I mean, nobody of our sex. But all weathers are alike to the women in these continental countries. To them and the other animals, life is serious. Nothing interrupts their slavery. 3 of them were washing clothes in the river under the window when I arrived, and they continued at it as long as there was light to work by. One was apparently 30, another, the mother, about 50, the third, grandmother, so old and worn and grey she could have passed for 80. I took her to be that old. They had no waterproofs, no rubbers, of course. Over their shoulders they wore gunny sacks, simply conductors for rivers of water. Some of the volume reached the ground, and the rest soaked in on the way. At last, a vigorous fellow of 35 arrived, dry and comfortable, smoking his pipe under his big umbrella in an open donkey cart. Husband, son, and grandson of those women. He stood up in the cart, sheltering himself, and began to superintend, issuing his orders in a masterly tone of command, and showing temper when they were not obeyed swiftly enough. Without complaint or murmur, the drowned women patiently carried out the orders, lifting the immense baskets of soggy, wrung-out clothing into the cart, and stowing them to the man's satisfaction. There were 6 of the great baskets, and a man of mere ordinary strength could not have lifted any one of them. The cart being full now, the Frenchman descended, still sheltered by his umbrella, entered the tavern, and the women went drooping homeward, trudging in the wake of the cart, and soon were blended with the deluge and lost to sight. When I went down into the public room, the Frenchman had his bottle of wine and plate of food on a bare table, black with grease, and was chomping like a horse. He had the little religious paper, which is in everybody's hand on the Rhone borders, and was enlightening himself with the histories of French saints, who used to flee to the desert in the Middle Ages to escape the contamination of women. For 200 years, France has been sending missionaries to other savage lands. To spare to the needy from poverty like hers is fine and true generosity. But to get back to India, where, as my favorite poem says, every prospect pleases, and only man is vile. It is because Bavaria and Austria and France have not introduced their civilization to him yet, but Bavaria and Austria and France are on their way. They are coming. They will rescue him. They will refine the vileness out of him. Sometime during the forenoon, approaching the mountains, we changed from the regular train to one composed of little canvas-sheltered cars that skimmed along within a foot of the ground, and seemed to be going 50 miles an hour, when they were really making about 20. Each car had seating capacity for a half-dozen persons, and when the curtains were up, one was substantially out of doors, and could see everywhere, and get all the breeze, and be luxuriously comfortable. It was not a pleasure excursion in name only, but in fact. After a while, we stopped at a little wooden coop of a station just within the curtain of the sombre jungle, a place with a deep and dense forest of great trees and scrubs and vines all about it. The Royal Bengal tiger is in great force there, and is very bold and unconventional. From this lonely little station, a message once went to the railway manager in Calcutta. Tiger eating station master on the front porch. Telegraph instructions. It was there that I had my first tiger hunt. I killed 13. We were presently away again, and the train began to climb the mountains. In one place, 7 wild elephants crossed the track, but 2 of them got away before I could overtake them. The railway journey up the mountains is 40 miles, and it takes 8 hours to make it. It is so wild and interesting and exciting and enchanting that it ought to take a week. As for vegetation, it is a museum. The jungle seemed to contain samples of every rare and curious tree and bush that we had ever seen or heard of. It is from that museum, I think, that the globe must have been supplied with the trees and vines and shrubs that it holds precious. The road is infinitely and charmingly crooked. It goes winding in and out under lofty cliffs that are smothered in vines and foliage, and around the edges of bottomless chasms, and all the way one glides by files of picturesque natives, some carrying burdens up, others going down from their work in the tea gardens, and once there was a gaudy wedding procession, all bright tinsel and colour, and a bride, comely and girlish, who peeped out from the curtains of her palanquin, exposing her face with that pure delight which the young and happy take in sin for sin's own sake. By and by we were well up in the region of the clouds, and from that breezy height we looked down and afar over a wonderful picture, the plains of India. Stretching to the horizon, soft and fair, level as a floor, shimmering with heat, molted with cloud shadows, and cloven with shining rivers, immediately below us and receding down, 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 toward the valley, was a shaven confusion of hilltops, with ribbony roads and paths squirming and snaking cream yellow all over them and about them, every curve and twist sharply distinct. At an elevation of 6,000 feet, we entered a thick cloud, and it shut out the world and kept it shut out. We climbed 1,000 feet higher, then began to descend, and presently got down to Darjeeling, which is 6,000 feet above the levels of the plains. We had passed many a mountain village on the way up, and seen some new kinds of natives, among them many samples of the fighting Gurkhas. They are not large men, but they are strong and resolute. There are no better soldiers among Britain's native troops, and we had passed shoals of their women, climbing the 40 miles of steep road from the valley to their mountain homes, with tall baskets on their backs hitched to their foreheads by a band, and containing a freightage weighing, I will not say how many hundreds of pounds, for the sum is unbelievable. These were young women, and they strode smartly along under their astonishing burdens, with the air of people out for a holiday. I was told that a woman will carry a piano on her back all the way up the mountain, and that more than once a woman has done it. If these were old women, I should regard the Gurkhas as no more civilized than the Europeans. At the railway station at Darjeeling, you find plenty of cab substitutes, open coffins, in which you sit, and are then borne on men's shoulders up the steep roads into the town. Up there we found a fairly comfortable hotel, the property of an indiscriminate and incoherent landlord, who looks after nothing, but leaves everything to his army of Indian servants. No, he does look after the bill, to be just to him, and the tourist cannot do better than follow his example. I was told by a resident that the summit of Kinchinjunga is often hidden in the clouds, and that sometimes a tourist has waited 22 days and then been obliged to go away without sight of it, and yet went not disappointed, for when he got his hotel bill, he recognized that he was now seeing the highest thing in the Himalayas. But this is probably a lie. After lecturing, I went to the club that night, and that was a comfortable place. It is loftily situated, and looks out over a vast spread of scenery. From it you can see where the boundaries of 3 countries come together, some 30 miles away. Tibet is one of them, Nepal another, and I think Herzegovina the other. Apparently, in every town and city in India, the gentlemen of the British civil and military service have a club. Sometimes it is a palatial one. Always it is pleasant and homelike. The hotels are not always as good as they might be, and the stranger who has access to the club is grateful for his privilege and knows how to value it. Next day was Sunday. Friends came in the grey dawn with horses, and my party rode away to a distant point where Kinchinjunga and Mount Everest showed up best. But I stayed at home for a private view, for it was very cold, and I was not acquainted with the horses anyway. I got a pipe and a few blankets and sat for 2 hours at the window, and saw the sun drive away the veiling grey, and touch up the snow peaks, one after another, with pale pink splashes and delicate washes of gold, and finally flood the whole mighty convolution of snow mountains with a deluge of rich splendors. Kinchinjunga's peak was but fitfully visible, but in the between times it was vividly clear against the sky, away up there in the blue dome, more than 28,000 feet above sea level, the loftiest land I had ever seen, by 12,000 feet or more. It was 45 miles away. Mount Everest is 1,000 feet higher, but it was not a part of that sea of mountains piled up there before me, so I did not see it. But I did not care, because I think that mountains that are as high as that are disagreeable. I changed from the back to the front of the house, and spent the rest of the morning there, watching the swarthy strange tribes flock by from their far homes in the Himalayas. All ages and both sexes were represented, and the breeds were quite new to me, though the costumes of the Tibetans made them look a good deal like Chinamen. The prayer wheel was a frequent feature. It brought me near to these people, and made them seem kinfolk of mine. Through our preacher, we do much of our praying by proxy. We do not whirl him around a stick, as they do, but that is merely a detail. The swarm swung briskly by, hour after hour, a strange and striking pageant. It was wasted there, and it seemed a pity. It should have been sent streaming through the cities of Europe or America, to refresh eyes weary of the pale monotonies of the circus pageant. These people were bound for the bazaar, with things to sell. We went down there later, and saw that novel Congress of the Wild Peoples, and ploughed here and there through it, and concluded that it would be worth coming from Calcutta to see, even if there were no Kinchinjunga and Everest.
Chapter 19. There are 2 times in a man's life when he should not speculate: when he can't afford it, and when he can. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. On Monday and Tuesday, at sunrise, we again had fair to middling views of the stupendous mountains. Then, being well cooled off and refreshed, we were ready to change the weather of the lower world once more. We travelled uphill by the regular train 5 miles to the summit, then changed to a little canvas-canopied hand-car for the 35-mile descent. It was the size of a sleigh. It had 6 seats, and was so low that it seemed to rest on the ground. It had no engine or other propelling power, and needed none to help it fly down those steep inclines. It only needed a strong brake to modify its flight, and it had that. There was a story of a disastrous trip made down the mountain once in this little car by the Lieutenant Governor of Bengal, when the car jumped the track and threw its passengers over a precipice.
It was not true, but the story had value for me, for it made me nervous, and nervousness wakes a person up and makes him alive and alert, and heightens the thrill of a new and doubtful experience. The car could really jump the track, of course, a pebble on the track, placed there by either accident or malice, at a sharp curve where one might strike it before the eye could discover it, could derail the car and fling it down into India. And the fact that the lieutenant governor had escaped was no proof that I would have the same luck, and standing there, looking down upon the Indian Empire from the airy altitude of 7,000 feet, it seemed unpleasantly far, dangerously far, to be flung from a handcar. But after all, there was but small danger. For me, what there was for Mr. Pugh, inspector of a division of Indian police, in whose company and protection we had come from Calcutta. He had seen long service as an artillery officer, was less nervous than I was, and so he was to go ahead of us in a pilot handcar with a Gurkha and another native. And the plan was that when we should see his car jump over a precipice, we must put on our brake and send for another pilot. It was a good arrangement. Also, Mr. Bernard, chief engineer of the mountain division of the road, was to take personal charge of our car, and he had been down the mountain in it many a time. Everything looked safe. Indeed, there was but one questionable detail left. The regular train was to follow us as soon as we should start, and it might run over us. Privately, I thought it would. The road fell sharply down in front of us, and went corkscrewing in and around the crags and precipices, down, down, forever down, suggesting nothing so exactly or so uncomfortably as a crooked toboggan slide with no end to it. Mr. Pugh waved his flag and started, like an arrow from a bow, and before I could get out of the car, we were gone too. I had previously had but one sensation like the shock of that departure, and that was the graspy shock that took my breath away the first time that I was discharged from the summit of a toboggan slide. But in both instances, the sensation was pleasurable, intensely so. It was a sudden and immense exultation, a mixed ecstasy of deadly fright and unimaginable joy. I believe that this combination makes the perfection of human delight. The pilot car's flight down the mountain suggested the swoop of a swallow that is skimming the ground, so swiftly and smoothly and gracefully. It swept down the long, straight reaches and soared in and out of the bends and around the corners. We raced after it, and seemed to flash by the capes and crags with the speed of light, and now and then we almost overtook it, and had hopes, but it was only playing with us. When we got near, it released its brake, made a spring around a corner, and the next time it spun into view a few seconds later, it looked as small as a wheelbarrow, it was so far away. We played with the train in the same way. We often got out to gather flowers, or sit on a precipice, and look at the scenery. Then presently we would hear a dull and growing roar, and the long coils of the train would come into sight behind and above us. But we did not need to start till the locomotive was close down upon us. Then we soon left it far behind. It had to stop at every station, therefore it was not an embarrassment to us. Our brake was a good piece of machinery. It could bring the car to a standstill on a slope as steep as a house roof. The scenery was grand and varied and beautiful, and there was no hurry. We could always stop and examine it. There was an abundance of time. We did not need to hamper the train. If it wanted the road, we could switch off and let it go by, then overtake it and pass it later. We stopped at one place to see the Gladstone Cliff, a great crag which the ages and the weather had sculpted into a recognizable portrait of the venerable statesman. Mr. Gladstone is a stockholder in the road, and nature began this portrait 10,000 years ago, with the idea of having the complement ready in time for the event. We saw a banyan tree, which sent down supporting stems from branches, which were 60 feet above the ground. That is, I suppose it was a banyan. Its bark resembled that of the great banyan in the botanical gardens at Calcutta, that spider-legged thing with its wilderness of vegetable columns. And there were frequent glimpses of a totally leafless tree upon whose innumerable twigs and branches a cloud of crimson butterflies had lighted, apparently. In fact, these brilliant red butterflies were flowers, but the illusion was good. Afterward, in South Africa, I saw another splendid effect made by red flowers. This flower was probably called the torch plant. should have been so named anyway. It had a slender stem several feet high, and from its top stood up a single tongue of flame, an intensely red flower of the size and shape of a small corncob. The stems stood 3 or 4 feet apart all over a great slope that was a mile long, and make one think of what the Place de la Concorde would be if its myriad of lights were red instead of white and yellow. A few miles down the mountain, we stopped half an hour to see a Tibetan dramatic performance. It was in the open air on the hillside. The audience was composed of Tibetans, Gurkhas, and the other unusual people. The costumes of the actors were in the last degree outlandish, and the performance was in keeping with the clothes. To an accompaniment of barbarous noises, the actors stepped out one after another and began to spin around with immense swiftness and vigor and violence, chanting the while, and soon the whole troupe would be spinning and chanting and raising the dust. They were performing an ancient and celebrated historical play, and a Chinaman explained it to me in pidgin English as it went along. The play was obscure enough without the explanation. With the explanation added, it was opaque. As a drama, this ancient historical work of art was defective, I thought, but as a wild and barbarous spectacle, the representation was beyond criticism. Far down the mountain, we got out to look at a piece of remarkable loop engineering, a spiral where the road curves upon itself with such abruptness that when the regular train came down and entered the loop, we stood over it and saw the locomotive disappear under our bridge, then in a few moments appear again, chasing its own tail, and we saw it gain on it, overtake it, draw ahead past the rear cars, and run a race with that end of the train. It was like a snake swallowing itself. Halfway down the mountain, we stopped about an hour at Mr. Bernard's house for refreshments, and while we were sitting on the veranda, looking at the distant panorama of hills through a gap in the forest, we came very near seeing a leopard kill a calf. It killed it the day before. It is a wild place and lovely. From the woods all about came the songs of birds. Among them, the contributions of a couple of birds which I was not then acquainted with, the brain fever bird and the coppersmith. The song of the brain fever demon starts on a low but steadily rising key, and is a spiral twist which augments into intensity and severity with each added spiral, growing sharper and more painful, more and more agonizing, more and more maddening, intolerable, unendurable, as it bores deeper and deeper and deeper into the listener's brain, until at last the brain fever comes as a relief, and the man dies. I am bringing some of these birds home to America. They will be a great curiosity there, and it is believed that in our climate they will multiply like rabbits. The coppersmith's bird note, at a certain distance away, has the ring of a sledge on granite. At a certain other distance, the hammering has a more metallic ring, and you might think that the bird was mending a copper kettle. At another distance, it has a more woodeny thump, but it is a thump that is full of energy, and sounds just like starting a bung. So he is a hard bird to name with a single name. He is a stonebreaker, coppersmith, and bung starter, and even then he is not completely named, for when he is close by you will find that there is a soft, deep, melodious quality in his thump, and for that no satisfying name occurs to you. You will not mind his other notes, but when he camps near enough for you to hear that one, you presently find that his measured and monotonous repetition of it beginning to disturb you. Next it will weary you. Soon it will distress you, and before long each thump will hurt your head. If this goes on, you will lose your mind with the pain and misery of it, and go crazy. I am bringing some of these birds home to America. There is nothing like them there. They will be a great surprise, and it is said that in a climate like ours they will surpass expectations for fecundity. I am bringing some nightingales, too, and some cue owls. I got them in Italy. The song of the nightingale is the deadliest known to ornithology. That demoniacal shriek can kill at 30 yards. The note of the cue owl is infinitely soft and sweet as the whisper of a flute, but penetrating, beyond belief. It can bore through boiler iron. It is a lingering note, and comes in triplets on the one unchanging key, hoo, hoo, hoo. Then a silence of 15 seconds, then the triplet again, and so on. All night. At first it is divine, then less so, then trying, then distressing, then excruciating, then agonizing, and at the end of 2 hours the listener is a maniac. And so presently we took to the handcar and went flying down the mountain again, flying and stopping, till at last we were in the plain once more and stowed for Calcutta in the regular train. That was the most enjoyable day I have spent in the earth. For rousing, tingling, rapturous pleasure, there is no holiday trip that approaches the bird flight down the Himalayas in a handcar. It has no fault, no blemish, no lack, except that there are only 35 miles of it instead of 500.
Chapter 20. She was not quite what you would call refined. She was not quite what you would call unrefined. She was the kind of person that keeps a parrot. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. So far as I am able to judge, nothing has been left undone, either by man or nature, to make India the most extraordinary country that the sun visits on his round. Nothing seems to have been forgotten, nothing overlooked. Always, when you think you have come to the end of her tremendous specialities, and have finished hanging tags upon her as the land of the thug, the land of the plague, the land of famine, the land of giant illusions, the land of stupendous mountains, and so forth, another specialty crops up, another tag is required. I have been overlooking the fact that India is by an unapproachable supremacy, the land of murderous wild creatures, and generalize her with one all-comprehensive name as the land of wonders. For many years the British Indian government has been trying to destroy the murderous wild creatures, and has spent a great deal of money in the effort. The annual official returns show that the undertaking is a difficult one. These returns exhibit a curious annual uniformity in results. The sort of uniformity which you find in the annual output of suicides in the world's capitals, and in proportions of death by this, that, and the other disease. You can always come close to foretelling how many suicides will occur in Paris, London, and New York next year, and also how many deaths will result from cancer, consumption, dog bite, falling out of the window, getting run over by cabs, etc. If you know the statistics of those matters for the present year in the same way, with one year's Indian statistics before you, you can guess closely at how many people were killed in that empire by tigers during the previous year, and the year before that, and the year before that, and how many were killed in each of those years by bears, how many by wolves, and how many by snakes. And you can also guess closely at how many people are going to be killed each year for the coming 5 years by each of those agencies. You can also guess closely at how many of each agency the government is going to kill each year for the next 5 years. I have before me statistics covering a period of 6 consecutive years. By these, I know that in India, the tiger kills something over 800 persons every year, and that the government responds by killing about double as many tigers every year. In 4 of the 6 years referred to, the tiger got 800 odd. In one of the remaining 2 years, he got only 700. But in the other remaining year, he made his average good by scoring 917. He is always short of his average. Anyone who bets that the tiger will kill 2,400 people in India in any 3 consecutive years has invested his money in a certainty. Anyone who bets that he will kill 2,600 in any 3 consecutive years is absolutely sure to lose. As strikingly uniform as are the statistics of suicide, they are not any more so than are those of the tiger's annual output of slaughtered human beings in India. The government's work is quite uniform too. It about doubles the tiger's average. In 6 years, the tiger killed 5,000 persons, minus 50. In the same 6 years, 10,000 tigers were killed, minus 400. The wolf kills nearly as many people as the tiger, 700 a year, to the tiger's 800 odd. But while he is doing it, more than 5,000 of his tribe fall. The leopard kills an average of 230 people per year, but loses
3,300 of his own mess while he is doing it. The bear kills 100 people per year at a cost of 1,250 of his own tribe. The tiger, as the figures show, makes a very handsome fight against man, but it is nothing to the elephant's fight. The king of beasts, the lord of the jungle, loses 4 of his mess per year, but he kills 40, 5 persons to make up for it. But when it comes to killing cattle, the lord of the jungle is not interested. He kills but 100 in 6 years. Horses of hunters, no doubt. But in the same 6 years, the tiger kills more than 84,000. The leopard, 100,000. The bear, 4,000. The wolf, 70,000. The hyena, more than 13,000. Other wild beasts, 27,000. And the snakes, 19,000. A grand total of more than 300,000. An average of 50,000 head per year. In response, the government kills, in the 6 years, a total of 3,201,232 wild beasts and snakes. 10 for 1. It will be perceived that the snakes are not much interested in cattle. They kill only 3,000 odd per year. The snakes are much more interested in man. India swarms with deadly snakes. At the head of the list is the cobra, the deadliest known to the world. A snake whose bite kills, where the rattlesnake's bite merely entertains. In India, the annual man killings by snakes are as uniform, as regular, and as forecastable as are the tiger average and the suicide average. Anyone who bets that in India, in any 3 consecutive years, the snake will kill 49,500 persons will win his bet. And anyone who bets that in India, in any 3 consecutive years, the snake will kill 53,500 persons will lose his bet. In India, the snakes kill 17,000 people a year. They hardly ever fall short of it. They as seldom exceed it. An insurance actuary could take the Indian consensus tables and the government snake tables and tell you within 6 pence how much it would be worth to insure a man against death by snake bite there. If I had $1 for every person killed per year in India, I would rather have it than any other property, as it is the only property in the world not subject to shrinkage. I should like to have a royalty on the government end of the snake business too, and am in London now trying to get it. But when I get it, it is not going to be as regular an income as the others will be if I get that. I have applied for it. The snakes transact their end of the business in a more orderly and systematic way than the government transact its end of it, because the snakes have had a long experience and know all about the traffic. You can make sure that the government will never kill fewer than 110,000 snakes in a year, and that it will never quite reach 300,000. Too much room for oscillation. Good speculative stock to bear a bull, and buy and sell long and short, and all that kind of thing, but not eligible for investment like the other. The man that speculates in the government snake crop wants to go carefully. I would not advise a man to buy a single crop at all. I mean, a crop of futures for the possible wobble is something quite extraordinary. If he can buy 6 future crops in a bunch, sell her to deliver 1,500,000 altogether, that is another matter. I do not know what snakes are worth now, but I know what they would be worth then, for the statistics show that the seller could not come within 427,000 of carrying out his contract. However, I think that a person who speculates in snakes is a fool anyway. He always regrets it afterwards. To finish, the statistics. In 6 years, the wild beasts kill 20,000 persons, and the snakes kill 103,000. In the same 6, the government kills 1,073,546 snakes. Plenty left. There are narrow escapes in India. In the very jungle where I killed 16 tigers and all those elephants, a cobra bit me. But it got well. Everyone was surprised. This could not happen twice in 10 years, perhaps. Usually death would result in 15 minutes. We struck out westward, or northwestward, from Calcutta, on an itinerary of a zigzag sort, which would in the course of time carry us across India to its northern western corner, and the border of Afghanistan. The first part of the trip carried us through a great region which was an endless garden, miles and miles of the beautiful flower from whose juices comes the opium. And at Mazafapur we were in the midst of the indigo culture, thence by a branch road to the Ganges at a point near Dinapore, and by a train which would have missed the connection by a week, but for the thoughtfulness of some British officers who were along, and who knew the ways of trains that are run by natives without white supervision. This train stopped at every village, for no purpose connected with business, apparently. We put out nothing. We took nothing aboard. The train bands stepped ashore and gossiped with friends a quarter of an hour, then pulled out and repeated this at succeeding villages. We had 35 miles to go and 6 hours to do it in, but it was plain that we were not going to make it. It was then that the English officers said it was now necessary to turn this gravel train into an express, so they gave the engine driver a ruby and told him to fly. It was a simple remedy. After that we made 90 miles an hour. We crossed the Ganges just at dawn, made our connection, and went to Benares, where we stayed 24 hours and inspected that strange and fascinating piety hive again. Then left for Lucknow, a city which is perhaps the most conspicuous of the many monuments of British fortitude and valour that are scattered about the earth. The heat was pitiless. The flat plains were destitute of grass and baked dry by the sun. They were the colour of pale dust, which was flying in clouds. But it was much hotter than this when the relieving forces marched to Lucknow in the time of the mutiny. Those were the days. Those were the days of 138 degrees in the shade.
Chapter 21. Make it a point to do something every day that you don't want to do. This is the golden rule for acquiring the habit of doing your duty without pain. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar.
It seems to be settled now that among the many causes from which the Great Mutiny sprang, the main one was the annexation of the kingdom of Oda by the East India Company, characterized by Sir Henry Lawrence as the most unrighteous act that was ever committed. In the spring of 1857, a mutinous spirit was observable in many of the native garrisons, and it grew day by day and spread wider and wider. The younger military men saw something very serious in it, and would have liked to take hold of it vigorously and stamp it out promptly, but they were not in authority. Old men were in the high places of the army, men who should have been retired long before because of their great age, and they regarded the matter as a thing of no consequence. They loved their native soldiers, and would not believe that anything could move them to revolt. Everywhere these obstinate veterans listened serenely to the rumbling of the volcanoes under them, and said it was nothing. And so the propagators of mutiny had everything their own way. They moved from camp to camp undisturbed, and painted to the native soldier the wrongs his people were suffering at the hands of the English, and made his heart burn for revenge. They were able to point to two facts of formidable value as backers of their persuasions. In Clive's day, native armies were incoherent mobs, and without effective arms. Therefore, they were weak against Clive's organized handful of well-armed men. But the thing was the other way now. The British forces were native. They had been trained by the British, organized by the British, armed by the British. All the power was in their hands. They were a club, made by British hands, to beat out British brains with. There was nothing to oppose their mass, nothing but a few weak battalions of British soldiers scattered about India, a force not worth speaking of. This argument, taken alone, might not have succeeded, for the bravest and best Indian troops had a wholesome dread of the white soldier, whether he was weak or strong. But the agitators backed it with their second and best point, prophecy. A prophecy 100 years old. The Indian is open to prophecy at all times. Argument may fail to convince him, but not prophecy. There was a prophecy that 100 years from the year of the Battle of Clive's, which founded the British Indian Empire, the British power would be overthrown and swept away by the natives. The mutiny broke out at Murat on the 10th of May, 1857, and fired a train of tremendous historical explosions. Nana Sahib's massacre of the surrendered garrison of Cawnpore occurred in June, and the long siege of Lucknow began. The military history of England is old and great. but I think it must be granted that the crushing of the mutiny is the greatest chapter in it. The British were caught asleep and unprepared. They were a few thousands, swallowed up in an ocean of hostile populations. It would take months to inform England and get help, but they did not falter or stop to count the odds. But with English resolution and English devotion, they took up their task and went stubbornly on with it, through good fortune and bad, and fought the most unpromising fight that one may read of in fiction or out of it, and won it thoroughly. The mutiny broke out so suddenly and spread with such rapidity that there was but little time for occupants of weak outlying stations to escape to places of safety. Attempts were made, of course, but they were attended by hardships as bitter as death in the few cases which were successful, for the heat ranged from 120 and 130 in the shade. The way led through hostile peoples, and food and water were hardly to be had for ladies and children accustomed to ease and comfort and plenty. Such a journey must have been a cruel experience. Sir G.O. Traveling quotes an example.
This is what befell Mrs. M., the wife of the surgeon at a certain station on the southern confines of the insurrection. I heard, she says, a number of shots fired, and looking out, I saw my husband driving furiously from the mess house, waving his whip. I ran to him, and seeing a bear with my child in his arms, I caught her up and got into the buggy. At the mess house we find all the officers assembled, together with 60 sepoys who had remained faithful. We went off in one large party amidst a general conflagration of our late homes. We reached the caravanserai at Chatterpore the next morning, and thence started for Callinger. At this point our sepoy escorts deserted us. We were fired upon by matchlock men, and one officer was shot dead. We heard likewise that the people had risen at Callinger, so we returned and walked back 10 miles that day. M. and I carried the child alternately. Presently Mrs. Smalley died of sunstroke. We had no food amongst us. An officer kindly lent us a horse. We were very faint. The major died and was buried, also the sergeant major and some women. The bandsman left us on the 19th of June. We were fired at again by matchlock men, and changed directions for Allahabad. Our party consisted of 9 gentlemen, 2 children, the sergeant and his wife. On the morning of the 20th, Captain Scott took Lottie onto his horse. I was riding behind my husband, and she was so crushed between us. She was 2 years old on the 1st of the month. We were both weak through want of food and the effect of the sun. Lottie and I had no head covering. M. had a sepoy's cap I found on the ground. Soon after sunrise we were followed by villagers armed with clubs and spears. One of them struck Captain Scott's horse on the leg. He galloped off with Lottie, and my poor husband never saw his child again. We rode on several miles, keeping away from villages, and then crossed the river. Our thirst was extreme. M. had dreadful cramps, so that I had to hold him on the horse. I was very uneasy about him. The day before I saw the drummer's wife eating chupattis, and asked her to give a piece to the child, what she did. I now saw water in a ravine. The descent was steep, and our only drinking vessel was M.'s cap. Our horse got water, and I bathed my neck. I had no stockings, and my feet were torn and blistered. 2 peasants came in sight, and we were frightened and rode off. The sergeant held our horse, and M. put me up and mounted. I think he must have got suddenly faint, for I fell, and he over me, on the road when the horse started off. Some time before he said, and Barber too, that he could not live many hours. I felt he was dying before we came to the ravine. He told me his wishes about his children and myself, and took leave. My brain seemed to burn up. No tears came. As soon as we fell, the sergeant let go of the horse, and it went off. So that escape was cut off. We sat down on the ground, waiting for death. Poor fellow. He was very weak. His thirst was frightful, and I went to get him water. Some villagers came and took my rubies and watch. I took off my wedding ring and twisted it in my hair and replaced the guard. I tore off the skirt of my dress to bring water in, but was no use. When I returned, my beloved's eyes were fixed, and though I called and tried to restore him, and poured water into his mouth, it only rattled in his throat. He never spoke to me again. I held him in my arms till he sank gradually down. I felt frantic, but could not cry. I was alone. I bound his head and face in my dress, for there was no earth to bury him in. The pain in my hands and feet was dreadful. I went down to the ravine and sat in the water on a stone, hoping to get off at night and look for Lottie. When I came back from the water, I saw that they had not taken her little watch, chain, and seals, so I tied them to my petticoat. In an hour, about 30 villagers came. They dragged me out of the ravine and took off my jacket and found the little chain. They then dragged me to a village, mocking me all the way, and disputing as to whom I was to belong to. The whole population came to look at me. I asked for a bedstead, and lay down outside the door of a hut. They had a dozen of cows, but refused me milk. When night came, and the village was quiet, some old women brought me a leafful of rice. I was too parched to eat, and they gave me water. The morning after, a neighbouring Rajah sent a palanquin and a horseman to fetch me, who told me that a little child and 3 sahibs had come to his master's house, and so the poor mother found her lost one, greatly blistered. Poor little creature! It is not for Europeans in India to pray that their flight be not in the winter. In the first days of June, the aged general, Sir Hugh Wheeler, commanding the forces at Cawnpore, was deserted by his native troops. Then he moved out of the fort and into the exposed patch of open flat ground, and built a 4-foot mud wall around it. He had with him a few hundred white soldiers and officers, and apparently more women and children than soldiers. He was short of provisions, short of arms, short of ammunition, short of military wisdom, short of everything but courage and devotion to duty. The defence of that open lot through 21 days and nights of hunger, thirst, Indian heat, and a never-ceasing storm of bullets, bombs, and cannonballs. A defence conducted, not by the aged and infirm general, but by a young officer named Moore, is one of the most heroic episodes in history. When at last the Nana found it impossible to conquer these starving men and women with powder and ball, he resorted to treachery, and that succeeded. He agreed to supply them with food and send them to Allahabad in boats. Their mud wall and their barracks were in ruins. Their provisions were at the point of exhaustion. They had done all that the brave could do. They had conquered an honourable compromise. Their forces had been fearfully reduced by casualties and by disease. They were not able to continue the contest longer. They came forth helpless, but suspecting no treachery. The Nana's host closed around them, and at a signal from a trumpet, the massacre began. About 200 women and children were spared, for the present. But all the men, except 3 or 4, were killed. Among the incidents of the massacre, quoted by Sir G.O. Trevelyan, is this.
When, after the lapse of some 20 minutes, the dead began to outnumber the living, when the fire slackened, as the marks grew few and far between, then the troopers, who had been drawn up to the right of the temple, plunged into the river, sabre between teeth, and pistol in hand. Thereupon 2 half-caste Christian women, the wives of musicians in the band of the 56th, witnessed a scene which should not be related at second hand. In the boat, where I was to have gone, says Mrs. Bradshaw, confirmed throughout by Mrs. Setts, was the school mistress and 22 misses. General Wheeler came at last in a palki. They carried him into the water near the boat. I stood close by. He said, "Carry me a little further towards the boat." But a trooper said, "No, get out here." As the general got out of the palki, head foremost, the trooper gave him a cut with his sword into the neck, and he fell into the water. My son was killed near him. I saw it. Alas, alas. Some were stabbed with bayonets, others cut down. Little infants were torn to pieces. We saw it. We did. And tell you only what we saw.
Other children were stabbed and thrown into the river. The schoolgirls were burnt to death. I saw their clothes and their hair catch fire. In the water, a few paces off, by the next boat, we saw the youngest daughter of Colonel Williams. A sepoy was going to kill her with his bayonet. She said, "My father was always kind to sepoys." They turned away, and just then a villager struck her on the head with a club, and she fell into the water. These people, likewise, saw good Mr. Moncrief, the clergyman, take a book from his pocket that he never had leisure to open, and heard him commence a prayer for mercy, which he was not permitted to conclude. Another dependent observed a European making for a drain like a scared water-rat, when some boatmen armed with cudgels cut off his retreat and beat him down dead into the mud. The women and children who had been reserved from the massacre were imprisoned during a fortnight in a small building, 1 story high, a cramped place, a slightly modified black hole of Calcutta. They were waiting in suspense. There was none who could forecast their fate. Meantime, the news of the massacre had travelled far, and an army of rescuers, with Havelock at its head, was on its way. At least an army which hoped to be rescuers. It was crossing the country by forced marches, and strewing its way with its own dead. Men struck down by cholera, and by a heat which reached 135 degrees. It was in a vengeful fury, and it stopped for nothing. Neither heat, nor fatigue, nor disease, nor human opposition. It tore an impetuous way through hostile forces, winning victory after victory, but still striding on, not halting to count results. And at last, after this extraordinary march, it arrived before the walls of Cornpaw, met the Nana's massed strength, delivered a crushing defeat, and entered. But too late. Only a few hours too late, for at the last moment the Nana had decided upon the massacre of the captive women and children, and had commissioned 3 Mohammedans and 2 Hindus to do the work. Sir G.O. Trevelyan says.
Thereupon the 5 men entered. It was the short gloaming of Hindustan, the hour when ladies take their evening drive. She who had accosted the officer was standing in the doorway. With her were the native doctor and 2 Hindu menials. That much of the business might be seen from the veranda, but all else was concealed amidst the interior gloom. Shrieks and scuffling acquainted those without that the journeymen were earning their hire. Suvor Khan soon emerged with his sword broken off at the hilt. He procured another from the Nana's house, and a few minutes after appeared again on the same errand. The 3rd blade was of better temper, or perhaps the thick of the work was already over. By the time darkness had closed in, the men came forth and locked up the house for the night. Then the screams ceased, but the groans lasted till morning. The sun rose as usual. When he had been up nearly 3 hours, the 5 repaired to the scene of their labours overnight. They were attended by a few sweepers, who proceeded to transfer the contents of the house to a dry well, situated behind some trees which grew hard by. The bodies, says one who was present throughout, were dragged, and most of them by the hair of the head. Those who had clothing worth taking were stripped. Some of the women were alive. I cannot say how many, but 3 could speak. They prayed for the sake of God that an end might be put to their suffering. I remarked one very stout woman, a half-caste, who was severely wounded in both arms, who entreated to be killed. She, and 2 or 3 others, were placed against the bank of the cut by which bullocks go down in drawing water. The dead were thrown in. Yes, there was a great crowd looking on. They were standing along the walls of the compound. They were principally city people and villagers. Yes, there were sepoys. 3 boys were alive. They were fair children. The eldest, I think, must have been 6 or 7, and the youngest 5 years. They were running around the well. Where else could they go to? And there was none to save them. No one said a word or tried to save them. At length the smallest of them made an infantile attempt to get away.
The little thing had been frightened past bearing by the murder of one of the surviving ladies. He thus attracted the observation of a native, who flung him and his companions down the well.
The soldiers had made a march of 18 days, almost without rest, to save the women and the children. And now they were too late. All were dead, and the assassins had flown. What happened then, Travelogue hesitated to put into words. Of what took place, the less said is the better. Then he continues.
But there was a spectacle to witness, which might excuse much. Those who, straight from the contested field, wandered sobbing through the rooms of the lady's house, saw what it were well could the outraged earth have straightway hidden. The inner apartment was ankle-deep in blood. The plaster was scored with sword cuts, not high up, as where men had fought, but low down, and about the corners, as if a creature had crouched to avoid the blow. Stripes of dresses, vainly tied round the handles of the doors, signified the contrivance to which feminine despair had resorted as a means of keeping out the murderers. Broken combs were there, and the frills of children's trousers, and torn cuffs and pinafores, and little round hats, and one or two shoes with burst lacets, and one or two daguerreotype cases with cracked glasses. An officer picked up a few curls, preserved in a bit of cardboard, and marked Ned's hair with love. But around were strewn locks, some near a yard in length, dissevered, not as a keepsake, but quite of the scissors.
The Battle of Waterloo was fought on the 18th of June, 1815. I do not state this fact as a reminder to the reader, but as news to him, for a forgotten fact is news when it comes again. Writers of books have the fashion of whizzing by vast and renowned historical events with the remark, "The details of this tremendous episode are too familiar to the reader to need repeating here." They know that that is not true. It is a low kind of flattery. They know that the reader has forgotten every detail of it, and that nothing of the tremendous event is left in his mind, but a vague and formless luminous smudge. Aside from the desire to flatter the reader, they have another reason for making the remark, two reasons indeed. They do not remember the details themselves, and do not want the trouble of hunting them up and copying them out. Also, they are afraid that if they search them out and print them, they will be scoffed at by the book reviewers for retelling those worn old things which are familiar to everybody. They should not mind the reviewer's jeer. He doesn't remember any of the worn old things until the book which he is reviewing has retold them to him. I have made the quoted remark myself, at one time and another, but I was not doing it to flatter the reader. I was merely doing it to save work. If I had known the details without brushing up, I would have put them in. But I didn't, and I did not want the labor of posting myself. So I said, the details of this tremendous episode are too familiar to the reader to need repeating here. I do not like that kind of a lie. Still, it does save work. I am not trying to get out of repeating the details of the siege of Lucknow in fear of the reviewer. I am not leaving them out in fear that they would not interest the reader. I am leaving them out partly to save work, mainly for lack of room. It is a pity, too, for there is not a dull place anywhere in the great story. 10 days before the outbreak, May 10th, of the mutiny, all was serene at Lucknow, the huge capital of Oudh, the kingdom which had recently been seized by the India Company. There was a great garrison, composed of about 7,000 native troops, and between 700 and 800 whites. These white soldiers and their families were probably the only people of their race there. At their elbow was that swarming population of warlike natives, a race of born soldiers, brave, daring, and fond of fighting. On high ground, just outside the city, stood the palace of that great personage, the resident, the representative of British power and authority. It stood in the midst of spacious grounds, with its due complement of outbuildings, and the grounds were enclosed by a wall not for defence, but for privacy. The mutinous spirit was in the air, But the whites were not afraid and did not feel much troubled. Then came the outbreak at Meerut. Then the capture of Delhi by the mutineers. In June came the 3 weeks' leaguer of Sir Hugh Wheeler in his open lot at Cawnpore, 40 miles distance from Lucknow. Then the treacherous massacre of that gallant little garrison. And now the great revolt was in full flower, and the comfortable condition of things at Lucknow was instantly changed. There was an outbreak there, and Sir Henry Lawrence marched out of the Residency on the 30th of June to put it down, but was defeated with heavy loss, and had difficulty in getting back again. That night the memorable siege of the Residency, called the Siege of Lucknow, began. Sir Henry was killed 3 days later, and Brigadier Inglis succeeded him in command. Outside the Residency fence was an immense host of hostile and confident native besiegers. Inside were 480 loyal native soldiers, 730 white ones, and 500 women and children. In those days, the English garrisons always managed to hamper themselves sufficiently with women and children. The natives established themselves in houses close at hand and began to rain bullets and cannonballs into the Residency, and this they kept up, night and day, during 4 months and a half. The little garrison industriously replying all the time. The women and children soon became so used to the roar of the guns that it ceased to disturb their sleep. The children imitated siege and defence in their play. The women, with any pretext or with none, would sally out into the storm-swept grounds. The defence was kept up week after week, with stubborn fortitude, in the midst of death, which came in many forms, by bullet, smallpox, cholera, and by various diseases induced by unpalatable and insufficient food, by the long hours of wearying and exhausting overwork in the daily and nightly battle and the oppressive Indian heat, and by the broken rest caused by the intolerable pest of mosquitoes, flies, mice, rats, and fleas. 6 weeks after the beginning of the siege, more than 1/2 of the original force of white soldiers was dead, and close upon 3/5 of the original native force. But the fighting went on just the same. The enemy mined, the English countermined, and turned about, they blew up each other's posts. The Residency grounds were honeycombed with the enemy's tunnels. Deadly courtesies were constantly exchanged. Sorties by the English in the night, rushes by the enemy in the night, rushes whose purpose was to breach the walls or scale them, rushes which cost heavily and always failed. The ladies got used to all the horrors of war, the shrieks of mutilated men, the sight of blood and death. Lady Inglis makes this mention in her diary.
Mrs. Brew's nurse was carried past our door today, wounded in the eye. To extract the bullet it was found necessary to take out the eye, a fearful operation. Her mistress held her while it was performed.
The first relieving force failed to relieve. It was under Havelock and Outram, and arrived when the siege had been going on for 3 months. It fought its desperate way to Lucknow, then fought its way through the city against odds of 100 to 1, and entered the Residency. But there was not enough left of it, then, to do any good. It lost more men in its last fight than it found in the Residency when it got in. It became captive itself. The fighting and starving and dying by bullets and disease went steadily on. Both sides fought with energy and industry. Captain Birch puts this striking incident in evidence. He is speaking of the 3rd month of the siege.
As an instance of the heavy firing brought to bear on our position this month, may be mentioned the cutting down of the upper story of a brick building simply by musketry firing. This building was in a most exposed position. All the shots, which just missed the top of the rampart, cut into the dead wall pretty much in a straight line, and at length cut right through and brought the upper story tumbling down. The upper structure, on top of the brigade mess, also fell in. The Residency house was a wreck. Captain Anderson's post had long ago been knocked down, and Innes' post also fell in. These two were riddled with round shot. As many as 200 were picked up by Colonel Masters.
The exhausted garrison fought doggedly on all through the next month, October. Then, November 2nd, news came. Sir Colin Campbell's relieving force would soon be on its way from Cornpow. On the 12th, the boom of his guns was heard. On the 13th, the sounds came nearer. He was slowly but steadily cutting his way through, storming one stronghold after another. On the 14th, he captured the Martinair College and ran up the British flag there. It was seen from the Residency. Next, he took the Dilgosha. On the 17th, he took the former mess house of the 32nd Regiment, a fortified building and very strong. A most exciting, anxious day, writes Lady Inglis in her diary. About 4 p.m. 2 strange officers walked through our yard, leading their horses, and by that sign she knew that the communication was established between the forces, and the relief was real this time, and that the long siege of Lucknow was ended. The last 8 or 10 miles of Sir Colin Campbell's march was through seas of blood. The weapon mainly used was the bayonet. The fighting was desperate. The way was millstoned with detached strong buildings of stone, fortified and heavily garrisoned. And these had to be taken by assault. Neither side asked for quarter, and neither gave it. At the Sukandrabah, where nearly 2,000 of the enemy occupied a great stone house in a garden, the work of slaughter was continued until every man was killed. That is a sample of the character of that devastating march. There were but few trees in the plain at that time, and from the Residency the progress of the march, step by step, victory by victory, could be noted. The ascending clouds of battle smoke marked the way to the eye, and the thunder of the guns marked it to the ear. Sir Colin Campbell had not come to Lucknow to hold it, but to save the occupants of the Residency and bring them away. 4 or 5 days after his arrival, the secret evacuation by the troops took place, in the middle of the dark night, by the principal gate, the Bally Guard. The 200 women and 250 children had been previously removed. Captain Birch says, "And now commenced a movement of the most perfect arrangement and successful generalship, the withdrawal of the whole of the various forces, a combined movement requiring the greatest care and skill. First, the garrison in immediate contact with the enemy at the furthest extremity of the Residency position was marched out. Every other garrison in turn fell in behind it, and so passed out through the Bally Guard gate, till the whole of our position was evacuated. Then Havelock's force was similarly withdrawn, post by post, marching in rear of our garrison. After them in turn came the forces of the Commander-in-Chief, which joined on the rear of Havelock's force. Regiment by regiment was withdrawn with the utmost order and regularity. The whole operation resembled the movement of a telescope. Stern silence was kept, and the enemy took no alarm." Lady Inglis, referring to her husband, and to General Sir James Outram, sets down the closing detail of this impressive midnight retreat, in darkness and by stealth, of this shadowy host to the gate which it had defended so long and so well. At 12 precisely they marched out, John and Sir James Outram remaining till all had passed, and then they took off their hats to the Bally Guard, the scene of as noble a defence as I think history will ever have to relate. Chapter 22. Don't part with your illusions. When they are gone, you may still exist, but you have ceased to live. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Often, the surest way to convey misinformation is to tell the strict truth. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. We were driven over Sir Colin Campbell's route by a British officer, and when I arrived at the Residency, I was so familiar with the road that I could have led a retreat over it myself. But the compass in my head had been out of order from my birth, and so, as soon as I was within the battered and turned about to review the march and imagine the relieving forces storming their way along it, everything was upside down and wrong end first in a moment, and I was never able to get straightened out again. And now, when I look at the battle plan, the confusion remains. In me the East was born West. The battle plans, which have the East on the right-hand side, are of no use to me. The Residency ruins are draped with flowering vines, and are impressive and beautiful. They and the grounds are sacred now, and will suffer no neglect, nor be profaned by any sordid or commercial use while the British remain masters of India. Within the grounds are buried the dead who gave up their lives there in the long siege. After a fashion, I was able to imagine the fiery storm that raged night and day over the place during so many months, and after a fashion, I could imagine the men moving through it. But I could not satisfactorily place the 200 women, and I could do nothing at all with the 250 children. I knew by Lady Inglis' diary that the children carried out their small affairs very much as if blood and carnage and the crash and thunder of a siege were natural and proper features of nursery life. And I tried to realize it, but when her little Johnny came rushing, all excitement, to the din and smoke, shouting, "Oh, Mamma, the white hen has laid an egg," I saw that I could not do it. Johnny's place was under the bed. I could imagine him there, because I could imagine myself there, and I think I should not have been interested in a hen that was laying an egg. My interest would have been with the parties that were laying the bombshells. I sat at dinner with one of those children in the club's Indian palace, and I knew that all through the siege he was perfecting his teething and learning to talk. And while to me he was the most impressive object in Lucknow after the Residency ruins, I was not able to imagine what his life had been during that tempestuous infancy of his, nor what sort of a curious surprise it must have been to him to be marched suddenly out into a strange dumb world, where there wasn't any noise and nothing going on. He was only 41 when I saw him, a strangely youthful link to connect the present with so ancient an episode as the Great Mutiny. By and by we saw Cawnpore, and the open lot which was the scene of most memorable defence, and the spot on the shore of the Ganges where the massacre of the betrayed garrison occurred, and the small Indian temple, whence the bugle signal notified the assassins to fall on. This latter was a lonely spot, and silent. The sluggish river drifted by, almost currentless. It was dead low water, narrow channels with vast sandbars between, all the way across the wide bed, and the only living thing in sight was that grotesque and solemn bald-headed bird, the adjutant, standing on his 6-foot stilts, solitary, on a distant bar, with his head sunk between his shoulders, thinking of his prize, I suppose, the dead Hindu that lay awash at his feet, and whether to eat him alone or invite friends. He and his prey were a proper accent to that mournful place. They were in keeping with it. They emphasized its loneliness and its solemnity. And we saw the scene of the slaughter of the helpless women and children, and also the costly memorial that is built over the well which contains their remains. The Black Hole of Calcutta is gone, but a more reverent age is come, and whatever remembrances still exist of the moving and heroic suffering and achievements of the garrisons of Lucknow and Cawnpore will be guarded and preserved. In Agra and its neighbourhood, and afterwards at Delhi, we saw forts, mosques, and tombs, which were built in the great day of the Mohammedan emperors, and which were marvels of cost, magnitude, and richness of materials and ornamentation, creations of surpassing grandeur, wonders which do indeed make the like things in the rest of the world seem tame and inconsequential by comparison. I am not proposing to describe them. By good fortune, I had not read too much about them, and therefore was able to get a natural and rational focus upon them, with the result that they thrilled, blessed, and exalted me. But if I had previously overheated my imagination by drinking too much pestilential literary hot scotch, I should have suffered disappointment and sorrow. I mean to speak of only one of these many world-renowned buildings, the Taj Mahal, the most celebrated construction in the earth. I had read a great deal too much about it. I saw it in the daytime. I saw it in the moonlight. I saw it near at hand. I saw it from a distance, and I knew all the time that of its kind it was the wonder of the world, with no competitor now, and no possible future competitor, and yet it was not my Taj. My Taj had been built by excitable literary people. It was solidly lodged in my head, and I could not blast it out. I wish to place before the reader some of the unusual descriptions of the Taj, and ask him to take note of the impressions left in his mind. These descriptions do really state the truth, as nearly as the limitations of language will allow. But language is a treacherous thing, a most unsure vehicle, and it can seldom arrange descriptive words in such a way that it will not inflate the facts. By help of the reader's imagination, which is always ready to take a hand and work for nothing, and do the bulk of it at that. I will begin with a few sentences from the excellent little local guidebook of a Mr. Sacha Chandra Mukherjee. I take them from here, and therein is his description. The inlaid work of the Taj and the flowers and petals that are to be found on all sides on the surface of the marble evince a most delicate touch. That is true. The inlaid work, the marble, the flowers, the buds, the leaves, the petals, and the lotus stems are almost without a rival in the whole of the civilized world. The work of inlaying with stones and gems is found in the highest perfection in the Taj. Gems, inlaid flowers, buds, and leaves to be found on all sides. What do you see before you? Is the fairy structure growing? Is it becoming a jewel casket? The whole of the Taj produces a wonderful effect that is equally sublime and beautiful. Then Sir William Wilson Hunter. The Taj Mahal, with its beautiful domes, a dream of marble, rises on the river bank. The materials are white marble and red sandstone. The complexity of its design and the delicate intricacy of the workmanship baffle description. Sir William continues. I will italicize some of his words. The mausoleum stands on a raised marble platform, at each of whose corners rises a tall and slender minaret of graceful proportions and of exquisite beauty. Beyond the platform stretch the two wings, one of which is itself a mosque of great architectural merit. In the center of the whole design, the mausoleum occupies a square of 186 feet, with the angles deeply truncated, so as to form an unequal octagon. The main feature in this central pile is the great dome, which swells upward to nearly 2/3 of a sphere, and tapers at its extremity into a pointed spire crowned by a crescent. Beneath it, an enclosure of marble trellis work surrounds the tomb of the princess and of her husband, the emperor. Each corner of the mausoleum is covered by a similar, though much smaller dome erected as a pediment, pierced with graceful Saracenic arches. Light is admitted into the interior through a double screen of pierced marble, which tempers the glare of an Indian sky, while its whiteness prevents the mellow effect from degenerating into gloom. The internal decorations consist of inlaid work in precious stones, such as agate, jasper, etc., with which every squandrel or salient point in the architecture is richly fretted. Brown and violet marble is also freely employed in wreaths to relieve the monotony of white wall. In regard to color and design, the interior of the Taj may rank first in the world for purely decorative workmanship, while the perfect symmetry of its exterior, once seen, can never be forgotten, nor the aerial grace of its domes, rising like marble bubbles into the clear sky. The Taj represents the most highly elaborated stage of ornamentation reached by the Indo-Mohammedan builders, the stage in which the architecture ends and the jeweler begins. In its magnificent gateway, the diagonal ornamentation at the corners, which satisfied the designers of the gateway of Ikmad-ud-Dula and Sikandra mausoleums, is superseded by fine marble cables in bold twists, strong and handsome. The triangular insertions of white marble and large flowers have in like manner given place to fine inlaid work. Firm perpendicular lines in black marble with well-proportioned panels of the same material are effectively used in the interior of the gateway. On the top of the Hindu brackets and monolithic architraves of Sikandra are replaced by Moorish carved arches, usually single blocks of red sandstone, in the kiosks and the pavilions which adorn the roof. From the pillared pavilions, a magnificent view is obtained of the Taj gardens below, with the noble Jumna river at their farther end, and the city and fort of Agra in the distance. From this beautiful and splendid gateway one passes up a straight alley shaded by evergreen trees, cooled by a broad shallow piece of water running along the middle of the path to the Taj itself. The Taj is entirely of marble and gems.
The red sandstone of the other Mohammedan buildings has entirely disappeared, or rather, the red sandstone, which used to form the thickness of the walls, is in the Taj itself overlaid completely with white marble, and the white marble is itself inlaid with precious stones arranged in lovely patterns of flowers. A feeling of purity impresses itself on the eye and the mind from the absence of the coarse material which forms so invariable a material in agro-architecture. The lower wall and panels are covered with tulips, oleanders, and full-blown lilies in flat carving on the white marble, and although the inlaid work of flowers done in gems is very brilliant when looked at closely, there is on the whole but little colour, and the all-prevailing sentiment is one of whiteness, silence, and calm. The whiteness is broken only by the fine colour of the inlaid gems, by lines in black marble, and by delicately written inscriptions, also in black. From the Koran. Under the dome of the vast mausoleum, a high and beautiful screen of open tracery in white marble rises around the two tombs, or rather cenotaphs, of the emperor and his princess, and in this marvel of marvel the carving has advanced from the old geometric patterns to a trellis work of flowers and foliage, handled with great freedom and spirit. The two cenotaphs in the centre of the exquisite enclosure have no carving except for the plain kalemdan, or oblong pen box, on the tomb of Emperor Shah Jahan. But both cenotaphs are inlaid with flowers made of costly gems, and with the ever-graceful Olander scroll.
Bayard Taylor, after describing the details of the Taj, goes on to say,
On both sides of the palm, the banyan, and the feathery bamboo mingled their foliage. The song of birds meets your ears, and the odour of roses and lemon flowers sweeten the air. Down such a vista and over such a foreground rises the Taj. There is no mystery, no sense of partial failure about the Taj, a thing of perfect beauty, and of absolute finish in every detail. It might pass for the work of genii, who knew naught of the weaknesses and ills with which mankind are beset.
All of these details are true, but, taken together, they state a falsehood to you. You cannot add them up correctly. Those writers know the values of their words and phrases, but to you the words and phrases convey other than uncertain values. To those writers, their phrases have value which I think I am now acquainted with, and for the help of the reader I will here repeat certain of those words and phrases, and follow them with numerals which shall represent those values. Then we shall see the difference between a writer's ciphering and a mistaken reader's. Precious stones, such as agate, jasper, etc. 5. With which every salient point is richly fretted. 5. First in the world for purely decorative workmanship. 9. The Taj represents the stage where the architecture ends and the jeweler begins. 5. The Taj is entirely of marble and gems. 7. Inlaid with precious stones and lovely patterns of flowers. The inlaid work of flowers done in gems is very brilliant, followed by a most important modification, which the reader is sure to read too carelessly. 2. The vast mausoleum. 5. This marvel of marble. 5. The exquisite enclosure. 5. Inlaid with flowers made of costly gems. 5. A thing of perfect beauty and absolute finish. 5. These details are correct. The figures which I have placed after them represent quite fairly their individual values. Then why, as a whole, do they convey a false impression to the reader? It is because the reader, beguiled by his heated imagination, masses them in the wrong way. The writer would mass the first 3 figures in the following way, and they would speak the truth. Total 19. But the reader masses them thus, and then they tell a lie. 559. The writer would add all of his 12 numerals together, and then the sum would express the whole truth about the Taj, and the truth only, 63. But the reader, always helped by his imagination, would put the figures in a row, one after the other, and get this sum, which would tell him a noble big lie. 559 billion, 575 million, 255,555. You must put in the commas yourself. I have to go on with my work. The reader will always be sure to put the fingers together in that wrong way, and then as surely before him will stand, sparkling in the sun, a gem-crusted Taj, tall as the Matterhorn. I had to visit Niagara 15 times before I succeeded in getting my imaginary falls gauged to the actuality, and could begin to sanely and wholesomely wonder at them for what they were. Not what I had expected them to be. When I first approached them, it was with my face lifted toward the sky, for I thought I was going to see an Atlantic Ocean pouring down thence over cloud-vexed Himalayan heights, a sea-green wall of water 60 miles front and 6 miles high, and so, when the toy reality came suddenly into view, that beruffled little wet apron hanging out to dry, the shock was too much for me, and I fell with a dull thud. Yet slowly, surely, steadily, in the course of my 15 visits, the proportions adjusted themselves to the facts, and I came at last to realize that a waterfall 165 feet high and a quarter of a mile wide was an impressive thing. It was not a dipperful to my vanished great vision, but it would answer. I knew that I ought to do that with the Taj, as I was obliged to do with Niagara, say it 15 times, and let my mind gradually get rid of the Taj built in it by its describers, by help of my imagination, and substitute for it the Taj of fact. It would be noble and fine then, and a marvel, not the marvel which it replaced, but still a marvel, and fine enough. I am a careless reader, I suppose, an impressionistic reader of what is not an impressionistic picture, a reader who overlooks the informing details or masses, their sum improbably, and gets only a large, splashy general effect, an effect which is not correct, and which is not warranted by the particulars placed before me, particulars which I did not examine, and whose meanings I did not cautiously and carefully estimate. It is an effect which is some 35 or 40 times finer than the reality, and is therefore a great deal better and more valuable than the reality, and so I ought never to hunt up the reality, but stay miles away from it, and thus preserve undamaged my own private mighty Niagara, tumbling out of the vault of heaven, and my own ineffable Taj, built of tinted mists upon jewelled arches, of rainbows supported by colonnades of moonlight. It is a mistake for a person with an unregulated imagination to go and look at an illustrious world's wonder. I suppose that many, many years ago, I gathered the idea that the Taj's place in the achievements of man was exactly the place of the ice storm in the achievements of nature, that the Taj represented man's supremest possibility in the creation of grace and beauty and exquisiteness and splendor, just as the ice storm represents nature's supremest possibility in the combination of those same qualities. I do not know how long ago that idea was bred in me, but I know that I cannot remember back to a time when the thought of either of these symbols of gracious and unapproachable perfection did not at once suggest the other. If I thought of the ice storm, the Taj rose before me divinely beautiful. If I thought of the Taj, with its encrustings and inlayings of jewels, the vision of the ice storm rose, and so, to me, all these years, the Taj has had no rival among the temples and palaces of man, none that even remotely approached it. It was man's architectural ice storm. Here in London the other night, I was talking with some Scotch and English friends, and I mentioned the ice storm, using it as a figure which failed, for none of them had heard of the ice storm. One gentleman, who was very familiar with American literature, said he had never seen it mentioned in any book. That is strange, and I myself was not able to say that I had seen it mentioned in a book, and yet the autumn foliage, with all other American scenery, had received full and competent attention. The oversight is strange, for in America the ice storm is an event, and it is not an event which one is careless about. When it comes, the news flies from room to room in the house. There are bangings on the doors and shouting, "The ice storm! The ice storm!" And even the laziest sleepers throw off the covers and join the rush for the windows. The ice storm occurs in midwinter, and usually its enchantments are wrought in the silence and the darkness of the night. A fine drizzling rain falls hour after hour upon the naked twigs and branches of the trees, and as it falls, it freezes. In time, the trunk and every branch and twig are encased in hard, pure ice, so that the tree looks like a skeleton tree, made all of glass that is crystal clear. All along the underside of every branch and twig is a comb of little icicles, the frozen drip. Sometimes these pendants do not quite amount to icicles, but are round beads, frozen tears. The weather clears toward dawn, and leaves a brisk, pure atmosphere, and a sky without a shred of cloud in it. And everything is still. There is not a breath of wind. The dawn breaks and spreads. The news of the storm goes about the house, and the little and the big, in wraps and blankets, flock to the window and press together there, and gaze intently out upon the great white ghost in the grounds. And nobody says a word. Nobody stirs. All are waiting. They know what is coming, and they are waiting for the miracle. The minutes drift on and on and on, with not a sound but the ticking of the clock. At last the sun fires a sudden sheath of rays into the ghostly tree and turns it into a white splendor of glittering diamonds. Everybody catches his breath, but waits again, for he knows what is coming. There is more yet. The sun climbs higher and still higher, flooding the tree from its loftiest spread of branches to its lowest, turning it into a glory of white fire. Then in a moment, without warning, comes the great miracle, the supreme miracle, the miracle without its fellow in the earth. A gust of wind sets every branch and twig to swaying, and in an instant turns the whole white tree into a spouting and spraying explosion of flashing gems of every conceivable color. And there it stands and sways this way and that. Flash, flash, flash. A dancing and glancing world of rubies, emeralds, diamonds, sapphires. The most radiant spectacle, the most blinding spectacle, the divinest, the most exquisite, the most intoxicating vision of fire and color. An intolerable and unimaginable splendor that ever an eye has rested upon in this world, or will ever rest upon outside of the gates of heaven. By all my senses, all my faculties, I know that the ice storm is nature's supremest achievement in the domain of the superb and the beautiful, and by my reason, at least, I know that the Taj is man's ice storm. In the ice storm, every one of the myriad ice beads pendant from twig and branch is an individual gem, and changes color with every motion caused by the wind. Each tree carries 1,000,000, and a forest front exhibits the splendors of the single tree multiplied by 1,000. It occurs to me now that I have never seen the ice storm put upon canvas, and have not heard that any painter has tried to do it. I wonder why that is. Is it the paint cannot counterfeit the intense blaze of a sun-flooded jewel? There should be, and must be, a reason, and a good one, why the most enchanting sight that nature has created has been neglected by the brush. Often, the surest way to convey misinformation is to tell the strict truth. The describers of the Taj have used the word gem in its strictest sense, its scientific sense. In that sense, it is a mild word, and promises but little to the eye. Nothing bright, nothing brilliant, nothing sparkling, nothing splendid in the way of color. It accurately describes the sober and unobtrusive gemwork of the Taj. That is, to the very highly educated 1 person in 1,000. But it most falsely describes it to the 999. But the 999 are the people who ought to be especially taken care of. and to them it does not mean quiet-coloured designs wrought in Carolinians, or agates, or such things. They know the word in its wide and ordinary sense only, and so to them it means diamonds, and rubies, and opals, and their kindred. And the moment their eyes fall upon it in print, they see a vision of glorious colours, coloured in fire. These describers are writing for the general, and so, in order to make sure of being understood, they ought to use words in their ordinary sense, or else explain. The word fountain means one thing in Syria, where there is but a handful of people. It means quite another thing in North America, where there are 75 million. If I were describing some Syrian scenery, and should exclaim, "Within the narrow space of a quarter of a mile square I saw, in the glory of the flooding moonlight, 200 noble fountains," imagine the spectacle. The North American would have a vision of clustering columns of water soaring aloft, bending over in graceful arches, bursting in beaded spray, and raining white fire into the moonlight. And he would be deceived. But the Syrian would not be deceived. He would merely see 200 freshwater springs, 200 drowsing puddles, as level and unpretentious and unexcited as so many doormats. And ever with the help of the moonlight he would not lose his grip in the presence of the exhibition. My word fountain would be correct. It would speak the strict truth, and it would convey the strict truth to the handful of Syrians, and the strictest misinformation to the North American millions, with their gems and more gems, and gems again, and still other gems. The describers of the Taj are within their legal, but not their moral rights. They are dealing in the strictest scientific truth, and in doing it, they succeed to admiration in telling what ain't so.
Chapter 23. Satan, impatiently, to newcomer. The trouble with you Chicago people is that you think you are the best people down here, whereas you are merely the most numerous. Pudned Wilson's New Calendar.
We wandered contentedly around here and there in India, to Lahore, among other places, where the lieutenant governor lent me an elephant. This hospitality stands out in my experiences in a stately isolation. It was a fine elephant, affable, gentlemanly, educated, and I was not afraid of it. I even rode it with confidence through the crowded lanes of the native city, where it scared all the horses out of their senses, and where children were always just escaping its feet. It took the middle of the road in a fine independent way, and left it to the world to get out of the way or take the consequences. I am used to being afraid of collisions when I ride or drive, but when one is on top of an elephant, that feeling is absent. I could have ridden in comfort through a regiment of runaway teams. I could easily learn to prefer an elephant to any other vehicle, partly because of that immunity from collisions, and partly because of the fine view one has from up there, and partly because of the dignity one feels in that high place, and partly because one can look in at the windows and see what is going on privately among the family. The Lahore horses were used to elephants, but they were rapturously afraid of them just the same. It seemed curious. Perhaps the better they know the elephant, the more they respect him in that peculiar way. In our own case, we are not afraid of dynamite till we get acquainted with it. We drifted as far as Rawalpindi, away up on the Afghan frontier. I think it was the Afghan frontier, but may have been Herzegovina. It was around there somewhere, and down again to Delhi, to see the ancient architectural wonders there, and in Old Delhi, and not describe them, and also to see the scene of the illustrious assault in the Mutiny days, when the British carried Delhi by storm, one of the marvels of history for impudent daring and immortal valour. We had a refreshing rest there in Delhi, in a great old mansion which possessed historical interest. It was built by a rich Englishman who had become orientalized, so much so that he had a zenana. But he was a broad-minded man, and remained so. To please his harem, he built a mosque. To please himself, he built an English church. That kind of a man will arrive somewhere. In the Mutiny days, the mansion was the British General's headquarters. It stands in a great garden, Oriental fashion, and about it are many noble trees. The trees harbour monkeys, and they are monkeys of a watchful and enterprising sort, and not much troubled with fear. They invade the house whenever they get a chance, and carry off everything they don't want. One morning the master of the house was in his bath, and the window was open. Near it stood a pot of yellow paint and a brush. Some monkeys appeared in the window. To scare them away, the gentleman threw his sponge at them. They did not scare at all. They jumped into the room and threw yellow paint all over him from the brush, and drove him out. Then they painted the walls and the floor, and the tank, and the windows, and the furniture yellow. And they were in the dressing room painting that, when help arrived and routed them. 2 of these creatures came into my room in the early morning, through a window whose shutters I had left open, and when I woke, one of them was before the glass brushing his hair, and the other one had my notebook, and he was reading a page of humorous notes, and crying. I did not mind the one with the hairbrush, but the conduct of the other one hurt me. It hurts me yet. I threw something at him, and that was wrong, for my host had told me that the monkeys were best left alone. They threw everything at me that they could lift, and then went into the bathroom to get some more things, and I shut the door on them. At Jaipur, in Rajputana, we made a considerable stay. We were not in the native city, but several miles from it, in the small European official suburb. There were but a few Europeans, only 14, but they were all kind and hospitable, and it amounted to being at home. In Jaipur, we found again what we had found all about India, that while the Indian servant is in his way a very real treasure, he will sometimes bear watching, and the Englishman watches him. If he sends him on an errand, he wants more than the man's word for it that he did the errand. When fruit and vegetables were sent to us, a chit came with them, a receipt for us to sign. Otherwise, things might not arrive. If a gentleman sent us his carriage, the chit stated from such and such an hour to such and such an hour, which made it unhandy for the coachman and his 2 other subordinates to put us off with a part of the allotted time and devote the rest of it to a lark of their own. We were pleasantly situated in a small 2-storied inn, in an empty large compound, which was surrounded by a mud wall as high as a man's head. The inn was kept by 9 Hindu brothers, its owners. They lived with their families in a 1-storied building within the compound, but off to one side, and there was always a long pile of their little comely brown children loosely stacked in its veranda, and an attachment of the parents wedged among them, smoking the hookah, or the hoodah, or whatever they call it. By the veranda stood a palm, and a monkey lived in it, and led a lonesome life, and always looked sad and weary, and the crows bothered him a good deal. The inn cow poked about the compound, and emphasized the secluded and country air of the place, and there was a dog of no particular breed, who was always present in the compound, and always slept, always stretched out baking in the sun, and adding to the deep tranquillity and reposefulness of the place when the crows were away on business. White draperied servants were coming and going all the time, but they seemed only spirits, for their feet were bare and made no sound. Down the lane a piece lived an elephant in the shade of a noble tree, and rocked, and reached about with his trunk, begging of his brown mistress or fumbling the children playing at his feet. And there were camels about, but they go on velvet feet, and were proper to the silence and serenity of the surroundings. The Satan mentioned at the head of this chapter was not our Satan, but the other one. Our Satan was lost to us. In these later days he had passed out of our life, lamented by me, and sincerely. I was missing him. I am missing him here yet, after all these months. He was an astonishing creature to fly around and do things. He didn't always do them quite right, but he did them, and did them suddenly. There was no time wasted. You would say, "Pack the trunks and bags, Satan."
"We're good."
Very good. Then there would be a brief sound of thrashing, and slashing, and humming, and buzzing, and a spectacle, as a whirlwind spinning gowns and jackets and coats and boots and things through the air. And then with a bow and touch.
"All ready, mister."
It was wonderful. It made one dizzy. He crumpled dresses a good deal, and he had no particular plan about the work at first, except to put each article into the trunk it didn't belong in. He was always busy, kept the rooms tidied up, the boots polished, the clothes brushed, The wasp basin? The rubbish that he couldn't find a handy place for elsewhere. When threatened with death for this, it did not trouble him. He only looked pleasant, saluted with soldierly grace, and said, "We're good," and did it again next day. He was always busy, kept the rooms tidied up, the boots polished, the clothes brushed, the wash basin full of clean water, my dress clothes laid out and ready for the lecture hall an hour ahead of time, and he dressed me from head to heel in spite of my determination to do it myself, according to my lifelong custom. He was a born boss, and loved to command, and to jaw and dispute with inferiors, and harry them, and bullyrag them. He was fine at the railway station. Yes, he was at his finest there. He would shoulder and plunge and paw his violent way through the packed multitude of natives with 19 coolies at his tail, each bearing a trifle of luggage, one a trunk, another a parasol, another a shawl, another a fan, and so on, one article to each, and the longer the procession, the better he was suited, and he was sure to make for some engaged sleeper, and begin to hurl the owner's things out of it, swearing that it was ours and that there had been a mistake. Arrived at our own sleeper, he would undo the bedding bundles, and make the beds, and put everything to rights and ship-shape in 2 minutes, then put his head out of a window, and have a restful good time abusing his gang of coolies, and disputing their bill, until we arrived and made him pay them and stop his noise. Speaking of noise, he certainly was the noisiest little devil in India, and that is saying much, very much indeed. I loved him for his noise, but the family detested him for it. They could not abide it. They could not get reconciled to it. It humiliated them. As a rule, when we got within 600 yards to one of those big railway stations, a mighty racket of screaming and shrieking and shouting and storming would break upon us, and I would be happy to myself, and the family would say, with shame, "There, that's Satan. Why do you keep him?" And sure enough, there in the whirling midst of 1,500 wondering people, we would find that little scrap of a creature gesticulating like a spider with the colic, his black eyes snapping, his fez tassel dancing, his jaws pouring out floods of Billingsgate upon his gang of beseeching and astonished coolies. I loved him. I couldn't help it. But the family, why, they could hardly speak of him with patience. To this day I regret his loss, and wish I had him back. But it is different with them. He was a native, and came from Surat. 20 degrees of latitude lay between his birthplace and Manuel's, and 1,500 between their ways and characters and dispositions. I only liked Manuel, but I loved Satan. This latter's real name was intensely Indian, and I could not quite get the hang of it, but it sounded like Bunder Rao Ram Chunder Clam Chowder. It was too long for handy use anyway, so I reduced it. When he had been with us 2 or 3 weeks, he began to make mistakes, which I had difficulty in patching up for him. Approaching Benares one day, he got out of the train to see if he could get up a misunderstanding with somebody, for it had been a weary, long journey, and he wanted to freshen up. He found what he was after, but kept up his powwow a shade too long and got left. So there we were in a strange city and no chambermaid. It was awkward for us, and we told him he must not do so any more. He saluted and said in his dear, pleasant way, "We're good." Then at Lucknow he got drunk. I said it was a fever, and got the family's compassion and solicitude aroused, so they gave him a teaspoonful of liquid quinine, and it set his vitals on fire. He made several grimaces, which gave me a better idea of the Lisbon earthquake than any I have ever got out of it from paintings and descriptions. His drunk was still portentously solid next morning, but I could have pulled him through with the family if he would only have taken another spoonful of that remedy. But no, although he was stupefied, his memory still had flickerings of life, so he smiled a divinely dull smile and said, fumblingly saluting, "Excuse me, my sahib. Excuse me, Missy sahib. Satan not prefer it, please." Then some instinct revealed to them that he was drunk. They gave him prompt notice that next time this happened he must go. He got out a maudlin and most gentle "We're good," and saluted indefinitely. Only 1 short week later he fell again, and oh, the sorrow. Not in a hotel this time, but in an English gentleman's private house, and in Agra of all places. So he had to go. When I told him, He said patiently, "We're good," and made his parting salute, and went out from us to return no more forever. Dear me, I would rather have lost 100 angels than that one poor lovely devil. What style he used to put on! In a swell hotel or in a private house, snow-white muslin from his chin to his bare feet, a crimson sash embroidered with gold thread around his waist, and on his head a great sea-green turban, like to the turban of the Grand Turk. He was not a liar, but he will become one if he keeps on. He told me once that he used to crack coconuts with his teeth when he was a boy, and when I asked how he got them into his mouth, he said he was upward of 6 feet high at that time, and had an unusual mouth. And when I followed him up and asked him what had become of that other foot, he said a house fell on him, and he was never able to get his stature back again. Swervings like these from the strict line of fact often beguile a truthful man on and on, until he eventually becomes a liar. His successor was a Mohammedan, Shahat Muhammad Khan, very dark, very tall, very grave. He went always in flowing masses of white, from the top of his big turban down to his bare feet. His voice was low. He glided about in a noiseless way, and looked like a ghost. He was competent and satisfactory, but where he was, it seemed always Sunday. It was not so in Satan's time. Jaipur is intensely Indian, but it has 2 or 3 features which indicate the presence of European science and European interest in the weal of the common public, such as the liberal water supply furnished by great works built at the state's expense, good sanitation, resulting in a degree of healthfulness unusually high for India, a noble pleasure garden, with privileged days for women, schools for the instruction of native youths in advanced art, both ornamental and utilitarian, and a new and beautiful palace, stocked with a museum of extraordinary interest and value. Without the maharaja's sympathy and purse, these beneficiaries could not have been created. But he is a man of wide views and large generosities, and all such matters find hospitality with him. We drove often to the city from the hotel Kaiser I Hind, a journey which was always full of interest, both night and day, for that country road was never quiet, never empty, but was always India in motion, always a streaming flood of brown people, clothed in smoochings from the rainbow, a tossing and moiling flood, happy, noisy, a charming and satisfying confusion of strange human and strange animal life, and equally strange and outlandish vehicles. And the city itself is a curiosity. Any Indian city is that. But this one is not like any other that we saw. It is shut up in a lofty, turreted wall. The main body of it is divided into 6 parts by perfectly straight streets that are more than 100 feet wide. The blocks of houses exhibit a long frontage of the most taking architectural quaintness, the straight lines being broken everywhere by pretty little balconies, pillared and highly ornamented, and other cunning and cozy and inviting perches and projections, and many of the fronts are curiously pictured by the brush, and the whole of them have the soft, rich tint of strawberry ice cream. One cannot look down the far stretch of the chief street and persuade himself that these are real houses, and that it is all out of doors. The impression that it is in unreality a picture, a scene in a theatre, is the only one that will take hold. Then there came a great day when this illusion was more pronounced than ever. A rich Hindu had been spending a fortune upon the manufacture of a crowd of idols and accompanying paraphernalia, whose purpose was to illustrate scenes in the life of his especial god or saint, and this fine show was to be brought through the town in processional state at 10 in the morning. As we passed through the great public pleasure garden on our way to the city, we found it crowded with natives. That was one sight. Then there was another. In the midst of the spacious lawn stands the palace, which contains the museum, a beautiful construction of stone, which shows arched colonnades, one above another, and receding, terrace fashion, toward the sky. Each one of these terraces, all the way to the top of one, was packed and jammed with natives. One must stop to try and imagine those solid masses of splendid color, one above another, up and up, against the blue sky and the Indian sun, turning them all to beds of fire and flame. Later, when we reached the city and glanced down the chief avenue, smouldering in its crushed strawberry tint, those splendid effects were repeated, where every balcony and every fanciful bird cage of a snuggery countersunk in the house fronts, and all the long lines of roofs were crowded with people, and each crowd was an explosion of brilliant colour. Then the wide street itself, always down and down into the distance, was alive with gorgeously clothed people, not still but moving, swaying, drifting, eddying, a delirious display of all colours and all shades of colour, delicate, lovely, pale, soft, strong, stunning, vivid, brilliant, a sort of storm of sweet pea blossoms passing on the wings of a hurricane, and presently, through this storm of colour, came swaying and swinging the majestic elephants, clothed in their Sunday best of gaudiness, and the long procession of fanciful trunks, freighted with their groups of curious and costly images, and then the long rear guard of stately camels, with their picturesque riders. For colour, and picturesqueness, and novelty, and outlandishness, and sustained interest and fascination, it was the most satisfying show I had ever seen. And I suppose I shall not have the privilege of looking upon its like again.
This has been Mark Twain in India. Written by Mark Twain, narrated by Chris Leonard. Copyright 2016 by MSAC Philosophy Group. Production copyright 2016 by MSAC Philosophy Group.